Suddenly, screams of people were heard throughout the city. They ran in terror and called for help from the holy swordswoman. Astria is the strongest swordswoman in the world. Rhea was shocked when she saw what was going on. A huge wyvern attacked the city. A round, sparkling flame emerged from the mouth of the fire-breathing dragon, ready to burn everything around it. People ran in panic, scattering in all directions, screaming, fear and horror on their faces. Rhea had no choice but to face the two-winged monster. There was no time to waste. Rhea began to think about how to kill the monster. The swordswoman headed straight towards the dragon. The people watched her with hope and amazement. The swordswoman and the dragon were locked in combat, the air thick with heat, smoke, and ash. After some time of fierce struggle, Astria cut the beast's neck and it fell to the ground. People couldn't believe their eyes. As the dragon breathed its last hot breath, Astria suddenly had a secret revelation. She remembered who she was in her past life and how she ended up here now. She jumped off the dragon's still hot body and ran away. Thoughts were swirling in her head that this was the world of a book that she had read in a past life, when she was a different person. The people solemnly glorified the great swordswoman. Astria remembered that in this book, she was the strongest of the four great masters. Meanwhile, the solemn voices of people could be heard from all sides. Astria, however, was thinking about something completely different, that she was someone else, reborn as Astria. The book she read with rapture is called The Legendary Sword. Some time passed, and people began to notice a change in Astria's behavior. They whispered behind her back. Sitting in the restaurant, people whispered that the swordswoman no longer runs to help at the first call and even asks for money for her services. Rhea didn't care what others thought. She now knew who she was and what power she had. She realized that she was no longer the simpleton who selflessly helped everyone and was called the humble holy swordswoman. Rhea sat and remembered how she ran to help, devoting herself entirely, but she didn't want to do that anymore. But now everything has changed. Memories of her past life, which was not joyful, have returned to her. In the past, she had no money and was forced to live in poverty. And she doesn't want to continue like this in this life. Rhea's thoughts were interrupted by the waitress, who asked what the holy swordswoman would like. Rhea refused to eat anything and went out. Rhea was overcome by oppressive thoughts, because now inside her, there were two different people and two different lives. Astria tried to drown out these feelings with shopping, but this only produced temporary results. She quickly got tired of everything, and memories from my past life kept coming into my head. She saw her father beating her mother and heard her mother's cries for help. The memories were so vivid and painful that it seemed like it happened yesterday, and this plunged Rhea even deeper into depression. She kept thinking about her mother. Then she suddenly grabbed her head, trying to stop the memories, and she decided that now it would be better to try on what she bought for herself in the store, to distract herself. Astria couldn't stop admiring herself in the mirror and thought how cool she was. The new outfit looked great on her perfect figure. Pleased with herself, Astria decides that it is time to relax and unwind. Then she thought that she hadn't gone hiking for a long time, and now it would really help her to distract herself from all sorts of thoughts. That's what she decided to do. But suddenly, she heard a strange noise and screams. A huge bald man grabbed the child by the neck and forcibly dragged him somewhere. The child screamed and cried. The big guy kept repeating that such a mudblood should be executed. Rhea hurried to get to the place, and on the way, she was troubled by thoughts about why she couldn't just pass by. The man swung to hit the child, and Rhea immediately grabbed her sword. But the boy deftly dodged and bit the man on the arm with all his strength, and he screamed like crazy. The man swung at the boy with all his might, and Astria froze in déjà vu. Once again, these memories from the past came to mind, of how my father used physical violence in the family. Rhea remembered that terrible day when she tried to protect herself and her mother, but failed. However, now she was no longer that defenseless girl, so Rhea immediately grabbed the villain's hand, preventing him from hitting the child. She looked into the eyes of the tormentor and demanded that he release the boy immediately. The same rage and anger that she had wanted to take out on her father as a child flashed in her gaze. The poor little boy was scared and didn't know how it would all end for him. The bandits were enraged by the girl's insolence and took up arms. This only provoked Astria. She knew that this was not a threat to her, so she made fun of the men. Showing her sword, she mocked them by saying that she wouldn't even be able to draw it. The great swordswoman dealt with the bandits in 3 seconds, stunning them with her signature blow without killing the thugs. The boy was in wild amazement, as he had never seen such dexterity and strength, especially from a woman. Astria was as beautiful as a goddess. Suddenly, the big guy who was strangling the child regained consciousness and tried to reach the boy, calling him names and swearing. Astria took a deep breath, looked at the thug, and thought about killing this annoying man. But suddenly, she froze in horror when she heard the man call the child the seed of evil. These words made Astria remember something else she had forgotten to mention. In fact, she is not the main character of the book. She is only a minor character. She is just a mentor who must train a true hero and inspire him to take revenge on the evil god. At the end of the book, Astria dies, killed by the reincarnation of the evil god, who in the past was called the seed of evil. The boy sincerely could not understand why they called him the seed of evil and wanted to kill him. Astria explained to the boy that in the future, the seed of evil would kill her. The child fell to the ground in shock. These thoughts just couldn't fit into his head. In the book about the legendary sword, there are two gods endowed with the power of yin and yang. They were created by the original god, the creator of everything. The good god with a bright beginning was called Shinner, and the evil god with a dark beginning was called Cassian. And everything existed in peace and harmony, and there was a balance between light and dark. But one day, an evil god disturbed this balance. The fierce battle between the gods lasted for many days, and in the end, the light god lost. The sun gradually began to disappear, and darkness began to engulf the world, and eternal night came. But before his death, the good god left behind a small spark, which became the seed of hope, the first holy king Azazel. King Azazel joined forces with 4 great heroes, the distant predecessors of Rhea, and fought against evil. Together, they were able to defeat the evil god. But they missed one very important point. According to the cycle of samsara, the evil god will be reborn again and again in different guises. Rhea, looking at the innocent child, found it hard to believe that this could be the reincarnation of that very evil god. Rhea turned menacingly to the man, who had already lost all his courage, and asked if there was evidence against the boy. The man backed away and stuttered, saying that the boy had attacked his father and run away from home. Astria stood up, grabbed her head, and said with a sigh that this was not what she meant. She turned to the man again and asked if he had seen any signs that this boy was the seed of evil. The village man began to scratch his head in bewilderment and did not know what to answer. Astria was angry that this ignoramus wanted to kill the child without any evidence. King Azazel left behind a prophecy that states that the reincarnation of the evil god will bring destruction to the world. Because of this prophecy, many innocent children died during that period, were brutally killed and burned alive. Rhea could not understand how it was possible to kill innocent children who could not even imagine that they were the embodiment of evil. It was hard for her to believe that this boy was an evil god, but she had no evidence that this was not so. Then she came up with a plan. She introduced herself and asked the boy to identify himself. The boy immediately understood what she had in mind and menacingly asked why she was asking and why he didn't tell strangers. Rhea did not expect such a reaction and was taken aback by the boy's insolence. Then Rhea decided to tease him on purpose, started calling him a kid, to which the boy scolded her and asked her to stop. Suddenly, Rhea herself says the name Sigrian and turns out to be right. The boy nodded his head, but he was shocked how she could know his name. Rhea was sweating from excitement and the memories that came to her now. She couldn't believe her eyes. She grabs the impudent boy by force and tries to take off his shirt to look at his back. Rhea rips the boy's shirt off, and at first glance, there is nothing on his back. But Rhea now has a special gift. The eye of the mind allows you to see what others cannot see. The evil god is cunning and hides his signs from people, but Rhea is special and clearly saw the sign of the dark forces on her back. Rhea jumped back from the boy in shock and couldn't believe her eyes. She had never seen such signs before. Rhea was nervously going through her thoughts. She kept wondering if this child was really the seed of evil. She doesn't know what to do with him yet, but she definitely can't let him go. So she decides to take him with her. And to begin with, she returned to the same restaurant where she had been. They were met by the same waitress and was surprised by their appearance. Rhea, of course, understood how strange she looked in the company of a ragged and tearful boy. Astria turned to the sweet waitress and asked her to prepare the most delicious food. The boy just whined, sniffled, and wiped his snot. While the food was baking in the oven, the entire restaurant was filled with a delicious aroma. As the waitress brought their order, the boy grabbed the pastries straight from the tray and began greedily eating them while they were still hot. The boy swallowed the pies like candy without chewing. Rhea sat holding her head, not understanding how so much could fit into a small child. Astria didn't know what to do next and understood that her life would never be the same. At the end of the legendary sword book, half the world was destroyed, and the protagonist and Sigrian kill each other. Rhea is tormented by these thoughts and does not agree with this ending. For 100 years now, she has been protecting this world, fighting evil, serving a great purpose. She fights until exhaustion, sparing no effort or herself, helping the poor and needy, saving the weak. She dedicated her entire life to serving others, serving good, and does not agree with the fatal outcome of the book. Rhea looked at the greedily chomping boy and thought that while the evil force in him slept, the sign was sealed. There are two ways to prevent the awakening of evil. Either cleanse the boy or kill the other is not given. Suddenly, the boy grabbed Rhea by the hand and interrupted her thoughts about saving the world. He said he attacked his stepfather because he beat him every day. The boy tearfully promised that he would not do this again and begged to be taken with him, promising to help and obey in everything. Suddenly, Rhea was overwhelmed by memories of her past life, when she grew up without parental love and protection. She knows how hard it is. After thinking for a while, Astria turned to Sigrian. She asked in a calm, stern voice if he would really do everything she said. His eyes were full of hope for salvation. With tears in his eyes, he said that he would be the most obedient, just so that Rhea would not leave him. This touched Rhea's heart. She knelt down and hugged Sigrian. Sigrian pushed away the hug and declared that he was not a child and did not need hugs. Rhea was amused by this and laughed out loud. Rhea thought that she would raise him as her own, instilling in him all that was good and bright, so that his demonic part would not awaken. Time passed. It was deep night when Sigrian woke up, but it was not his voice that was sounding in his head. It was the voice of an evil god who was angry that the boy was growing up good and was preventing the demonic power from manifesting. During the day, this power is weak, as it is the time of the good god Shinner. But at night, the power is activated, and the evil god leans over Rhea and thinks about killing her. As soon as he thought about this, Rhea stirred, stood up, and began to mutter something. Rhea muttered something incoherent, repeating the words that someone had woken up. Sigrian became agitated and decided that he urgently needed to pretend to be a boy. Sigrian watched Astria closely. She was talking to someone without opening her eyes. Then Sigrian understood everything. Astria was a sleepwalker and was talking in her sleep. He breathed a sigh of relief, which meant he hadn't been found out. But it was still better to be on the safe side, he thought. He raised his hand over Astria, made a magical sign, and whispered a spell. Astria immediately fell silent and continued sleeping. This time, everything worked out. But in the future, Sigrian had to be more careful if he didn't want Shiner to notice him. For the rest of the night, Sigrian watched the burning flames and considered his next steps. He had only regained 1/10 of his strength, and it had to be used with caution. But suddenly, Rhea started talking again. Sigrian listened attentively. Rhea interrupted her mother and asked her to stay, not to go, and not to leave Rhea, as she was scared. Rhea kept repeating the same words and calling for her mother over and over again. Sigrian guessed that the swordswoman's soul had weakened so much that it was being tormented by demons. The dark and light ether. Light ether is the source of living force, giving life. And the black ether is the source of evil and power of Sigrian. He saw the black aura of the dark ether emanating from Rhea, and was maliciously delighted. Sigrian looked at Astria with demonic obsession and exclaimed within himself that this was the ideal sacrifice. He saw how the dark energy was enveloping Astria more and more. Astria will be the perfect source for Sigrian to regain his powers. Sigrian touched Astria to feel this energy. He greedily absorbed it, and he planned to use Astria, and when he fully restored his powers, then he would kill her. It began to get light outside, and the room began to fill with the morning dawn. Sigrian was angry that the time of the good god Shiner had already come, and now his powers had weakened again. There was nothing more that Sigrian could do. He would have to accept it and wait for the night. He settles down comfortably next to Astria and falls asleep. Sigrian woke up from the bright sunlight that woke him up. When he saw that he had slept with Atsreya, he jumped out of bed in horror. He nervously tried to remember last night and how he ended up in the same bed with her. Suddenly, he is lifted up and thrown onto the bed. Astria playfully began to hug and kiss him, while Sigrian, like a capricious child, tried to escape the caresses and swore. He demanded that Astria let him go and stop treating him like a baby, and he wants to sleep separately. Astria looked tenderly at the boy and smiled. She said that the child should sleep well and eat well. Sigrian stated that he would sleep separately, even on the floor, since he was no longer a small child. Rhea replied that he had the right to decide for himself where to sleep, but she was ready to give him all the parental care and love. Never before had Sigrian been spoken to or treated like this, and he felt unfamiliar feelings. Sigrian shyly said that he was already 12 years old. Rhea was very surprised, as he looked much younger. She began to double-check the dates to make sure that Sigrian was telling the truth. After checking all the data, he was indeed 12 years old. However, Rhea stated that for her he is still a baby, and she began to scold him in a parental manner, saying that at such an age, he didn't know any rules of conduct or etiquette. In the end, she ordered Sigrian to quickly go to bed and rest, to which Sigrian grumbled in response that she was mean. Sigrian still couldn't calm down and declared that he would grow up cooler and stronger than Rhea, to which Rhea only laughed. When Sigrian woke up, he saw that he had fallen asleep next to Rhea and grabbed his head. He was ashamed. He was tormented by thoughts that did not give him peace, so he got out of bed and onto the floor. At that moment, Rhea woke up, yawned sweetly, and sat up. Sigrian was happy to see her, but he couldn't look her in the eyes. Rhea noticed the boy's strange behavior. Sigrian turned to her and asked why Rhea was looking at him like that. Then Rhea made a remark that first you need to ask how you slept and address adults as you, and called him Sig. Sigrian was very indignant at why he had to do this, and why Rhea was giving him strange nicknames. When asked what to call him, the boy said to call him Sion. Rhea stretched in bed again and agreed. Getting out of bed, she called him Sion, as if mocking him. And in a commanding tone, she ordered everyone to address her only as you. Sigrian was almost grimaced at such formality. Then Rhea added that in order to grow up to be a good and kind person, one needs to learn etiquette. And she shook her index finger, saying that she would punish him if he didn't obey. Suddenly, Rhea felt a strange energy. There was someone in the house. All this time, the baby was indignant at why he had to follow such strange orders and address people formally. But Rhea did not pay attention to the child's whims and ran out of the room with lightning speed, locking the door behind her. Sigrian rushed after her, but he didn't have time and came across a locked door. No matter how hard he tried to force the door open, it was all to no avail. It was as if the door had been locked from the outside. Sigrian realized that he couldn't get out, so he started replaying his recent conversation with Rhea and how he had been rude to her. Ray's words were spinning in his head, that he was ill-mannered and needed to learn a lot, that he didn't know etiquette, and that he didn't respect his elders. Sigrian began to blame himself. Was it all because he was insolent and did not want to obey? Then he started banging on the door and tearfully screaming throughout the house that he wouldn't do it again and would be an obedient boy. Sigrian couldn't hold back his tears and was ready to do anything just to make Rhea forgive him. But the door also remained locked, and on the floor near the door, a strange, magical symbol glowed. A very handsome man was sitting in the living room and drinking coffee. It was Sephiroth. He was waiting for Rhea and noted how quickly she sensed him. Rhea greeted him warily, as she understood that Sephiroth would not have come in person just like that. Rhea couldn't even imagine why he would come here. Without unnecessary familiarity, Rhea immediately got down to business and asked why he was there. Sephiroth sensed Astria's coldness, but Rhea was not one to be polite and declared, "Either he speaks or she goes." Sephiroth accepted the rules of Rhea's game and got down to business. He said he knew that Rhea had a revelation about a past life that involved an evil god. Rhea had no idea about this turn of events and could not understand how Sephiroth could have found out about it. Sephiroth was very handsome and cunning. He is the successor of the good god Sheener and the current Holy King. However, Rhea understood that she should not be deceived by his beauty and manners. Sephiroth was very cunning. He invited Rhea to sit down with him and listen, because he had something to say. Rhea reluctantly agreed, because their interests now coincided. Rhea sat down next to him, not hiding her reluctance, and asked him to get straight to the point and asked what he knew about her revelation. Sephiroth sighed sadly that his charms had no effect on the imperturbable beauty and began his story. According to legend, in 4 years a new star will rise in the eastern sky, and this will be a hero who will be born under the protection of a good god. And no one but the holy swordswoman Astria should become the great hero's mentor. Astria will have to fulfill her holy mission and pass on all her knowledge and skills to the hero. And after completing the mission, she must come face to face with evil and die. Rhea herself knew perfectly well everything that Sephiroth was talking about now. The swordswoman thought to herself that today was the very day when she was supposed to be told about her destiny. Sephiroth conducted the conversation carefully and softly. Rhea already knew the truth and accepted her fate. She was even a little disappointed, as she had hoped to hear something more interesting. Therefore, she demonstratively stood up and said that if Sephiroth was finished, then she would leave, since she had business to attend to. Sephiroth also stood up and said that he would not delay her, and if she wished, he would grant her the blessing of light as a farewell. And he added that if Astria accepted the blessing, the good god would do everything possible to protect her. Rhea listened to Saphira's words about blessing with irony. Rhea thought to herself, no matter how powerful the good god was, he could never find the incarnation of the evil god. Even he has limits, and he obeys the laws of the universe. There is an order over which even he has no control. Astria also understood that the god's blessing would only last as long as she fulfilled her mission. The moment she fulfills it and transfers all the knowledge to the hero, this blessing will lose its power. Rhea understood that Sephiroth did not know the whole truth and made this offer to her with good intentions, so she politely thanked Saphira and they said goodbye. Astria was well aware that if she had accepted the blessing, then Xian would have been exposed. Astria headed for the exit when she was stopped from behind. Sephiroth held her hand tightly. He hoped that maybe she would change her mind and accept the blessing, but Astria was adamant. She quickly walked towards the boy. She was angry that because of Saphira, she had to leave the boy alone for so long. But she immediately calmed down, remembering that the boy would not have gone anywhere since she had left a blocking magic circle. Entering the room, she was shocked by the chaos and disorder around her. She immediately began to look for the child and call him. He sat hidden in the corner. Astria ran up to him to find out what happened. Taking Siana by the hand, she exclaimed, "Seeing a wound there!" And Rhea immediately decided to go for a medicinal potion. Suddenly, the boy threw himself into her arms and began to sob loudly. Rhea was perplexed. Xian began to sob and explain that he thought Rhea was angry with him and left him, and how he felt guilty for his daring. He hugged her so tightly that Rhea couldn't move. Xian asked for forgiveness and asked her not to leave him. They both sat in the room, hugging, but Rhea was haunted by her last conversation with Sephiroth. At the last moment, when Sephiroth stopped Astria by the hand, he warned that the embodiment of evil would approach her, and Astria must be careful and not succumb to the spell. Evil penetrates through the weakest points of a person. And now, as Astria hugged the crying boy to her chest, she understood what Sephiroth meant, how right Sephiroth was, because Rhea herself brought this boy into her life. Even knowing the truth, she couldn't push away the little, defenseless Xian, who reminded her so much of herself as a child. She hugged the boy even tighter and apologized for leaving without explanation. Rhea said that Xian couldn't leave the room because she had put up a magic circle to protect him. Rhea added that she will never leave Xian. The swordswoman decided for herself that she was not going to carry out the mission and would do everything to save the boy. She looked into his eyes and saw herself. At this time, the boy whined like a little child and promised to obey in everything and to address only as you. Then he hung on my neck and started crying again. Suddenly, an interesting thought occurred to Rei. She wiped the boy's tears and turned to Xian, asking what he loved more, the mountains or the sea. Xian was at a loss and didn't know what to answer. Rhea thought that for a seed to grow, it needs good soil and conditions in which to grow. Seeing how Xian hesitated, Rhea asked the question again and asked him to imagine where he would like to live. Rhea took his hands and waited patiently for an answer. After a pause, Xian replied that he liked deserted places. Rhea certainly didn't expect to hear that answer. After much questioning, Rhea made what she believed was the best decision and bought a house with a beautiful view. Upon arrival, Rhea and Xian immediately realized that there would be a lot of work. The house stood in the middle of the lake and was surrounded by greenery. The place was deserted and quiet, even too deserted. The only way to get to it was by boat. Rhea, standing on the other bank, was simply blown away by the fact that realtor Jenny had not mentioned this small detail. Now it was clear why the house was so cheap. There was no furniture or dishes. Xian turned to Rhea with a question about how they could live here and what they should do now. Xian continued that there were no conditions here and that some monsters lived nearby, so that old hotel would be better. Rhea rolled her eyes, thinking what an ungrateful boy he was. She was trying for him, and he was a little blockhead. Xian saw Rhea's displeased reaction and worried that he had said too much. Rhea read his mind and sensed that he was afraid that she would change her mind because he didn't like the house. Then Rhea hastened to cheer him up, saying that the dishes could be bought. It was a small thing, and if you take a closer look, she thinks that it's not so bad here. And she hastened to add that now this is their home where they will live together. Xian stopped. In words, our house and us. He was very pleased to hear it, but everything was still unusual. He looked at the house and the beautiful views, and couldn't believe his luck. Xian was so moved that he burst into tears of emotion. Rhea patted him on the head and called him cutie, not yet knowing what kind of reaction this gesture would cause. Xian immediately exploded like a grenade. He abruptly pulled her hand away and declared that he was not a child. And suddenly, he turned sharply and ran towards the house. Rhea was perplexed. Then Xian stopped and addressed Rhea respectfully, using the formal form of you, saying that they needed to hurry with the cleaning so that they could get everything done today. Rhea was touched and headed towards him. The most interesting part has begun. Cleaning in an old house full of surprises and secrets. There was so much work that there weren't enough hands, and of those that were there, everything fell out. The cleaning was finally finished, and it was time to do other, more enjoyable things. Rhea suggested going shopping and conjured a magical portal. Xian was simply delighted with what he saw. Rhea was amused by Xian's genuine surprise and explained that it was a magical spatial pocket. Rhea, as a true sorceress, was pleased and proud of herself that she made such an impression on others. She leaned intriguingly towards Xian and said that it was too early to be surprised and that the most interesting things were yet to come. Rhea cast a spell, and the magic ring on her finger began to flash with bright white lightning. It was a real teleport. The heroes entered there and immediately disappeared. Rhea and Xian found themselves on the streets of the city in the shopping district. Imagine the surprise of the common people when they saw two people appear in front of them out of thin air. It wasn't just the passers-by who were shocked. Xian had never seen anything like this before. He couldn't figure out where they were. Rhea explained that it was a shopping street she often visited when she was the daughter of a marquise. Shocked people whispered among themselves, saying that this must be a great magician. Rhea warned Xian that it was crowded and easy to get lost, and that he shouldn't go far from her. Xian started listing the things they needed to buy, and the list was simply endless. Rhea, of course, didn't react so violently to the shopping list, since she loved shopping. They hadn't even gone a block when they were surrounded by children who were simultaneously talking and asking Rhea questions. They talked about how beautiful Rhea was, whether she really was a sorceress, and whether she could perform magic. Xian was unhappy with the attention he was getting from other people, but Rhea loved to bask in attention and make an impression. She let go of Xian's hand and turned to the children. She couldn't miss the opportunity to show off. He stood behind, frowning and hanging his head. Then he pulled Rhea by the hand. Rhea turned around questioningly. Xian decided to cheat and take Rhea away from the other children, reminding her of the work that needed to be completed. Xian persistently pulled Rhea and said that they needed to hurry to get everything done. Rhea was so carried away that she completely forgot about her work. Xian sped up his pace so much that Astria could barely keep up with him and kept telling him to go slower. Rhea stopped near a clothing store and was attracted by the beautiful and elegant outfits. Without thinking, Rhea immediately ran to go shopping. She began choosing outfits for Xian, one after another. Xian was immediately transformed. Rhea couldn't stop admiring him. Rhea kept telling him how everything suited him and how handsome he was. Xian was tired of trying on clothes, but Rhea didn't stop and brought another costume, which Xian thought looked like a clown's costume. After shopping, the heroes went to a furniture store and ordered furniture. Xian was clearly tired and was bored in the corner. Xian took the choice of dishes very seriously and responsibly, but Rhea rushed him and asked him to take whatever he wanted. All that was left was to buy some groceries, and Rhea and I, Xian, went to the market, when suddenly men started pestering Rhea. They had never seen such beauties and decided to hit on Rhea, thinking that she was some kind of frivolous city girl. Rhea rolled her eyes and sighed, wondering why she had to meet such scum. Just as she was about to answer the scoundrels, Xian immediately stood up for his mentor. When Rhea turned around, she couldn't believe her eyes. She had never seen anyone with such an aura on Xian. His aura darkened. His demonic essence manifested itself. Xian was ready to tear the insolent men apart. The men were seriously scared. They felt fear and horror inside and looked at Xian without shock. Rhea realized that the awakening had begun, but she couldn't understand why now. With each passing second, the demonic force grew stronger, and if it was not stopped now, it would be too late. Rhea decides to use her power in the hope that it is not too late. She twirled the light energy in her hands. She touched Sion and strictly forbade him to think about bad things and murder. As soon as she touched him, the demonic power disappeared. Rhea sighed with relief, but she needed to be on guard. Xian lowered his eyes guiltily in obedience. Rhea explained that it was important for him to control his thoughts and his anger. Rhea was relieved that this time the trouble had passed. Then she turned to the men and looked at them angrily. Rhea attacked them with all her anger and beat them so badly that she put them off ever bothering women again. It began to get dark, and the heroes headed home. Rhea decided to test her culinary skills and started preparing dinner from the ingredients she had purchased. The smell was certainly strange, but Rhea didn't give up. But then she realized that it was better to stop in time and admit that she was better at swinging a sword. Rhea regretted 100 times that she told Xian that she would cook dinner. She remembered how her soldiers begged her not to cook for them. It was the worst punishment for them. Rhea held the cookbook and couldn't understand why it was so difficult, because the book said it was easy. Rhea was about to order food when Xian walked into the room and interrupted her culinary thoughts. Xian calmed Rhea down, said it was too early to give up, and offered his help. He tried Rhea's soup and said that dinner could be saved and that they could handle it themselves. Rhea had a hard time believing it, but Xian stood at the stove with great confidence, mentally going over the ingredients for the soup. He began adding different ingredients and tasting them periodically. The little chef handled the cooking very skillfully, then turned to Rhea and told her to set the table. While Rhea was busy with her own affairs, the little cook was in charge of the kitchen. With each added ingredient, the stock became more and more delicious. Rhea couldn't stop admiring her pupil. She thought that he really wasn't lying when he said that he could cook well. Rhea looked at him and remembered today's incident. Xian looks like an ordinary boy, but he has a powerful force hidden within him, and Rhea needs to be very careful. Rhea thought about how best to behave, because if she scolded him for today, it would be worse. All her thoughts were now occupied only by this boy. After much deliberation, Rhea decides that in order to prevent trouble, she must always be close to this boy. Xian proudly announced that dinner was ready, and they could sit down at the table, and a pleased Rhea said that he was an enviable groom. Then, Xian asked how tall Rhea was, to which Rhea replied 168 centimeters, but did not understand what the question was about. Xian, pouring soup for Rhea, replied that the age difference between them was not that big, but Rhea thought they looked more like mother and son. Leaving all conversation behind, they began to eat. Rhea couldn't get enough and kept repeating that the soup was very tasty and moaning with pleasure. Then she added that the woman who marries him will be the happiest. Xian became embarrassed and quietly added that Rhea did too. Rhea looked up questioningly and then said that when you eat well, you are always happy. Xian nodded his head and they continued eating together. Rhea's gaze fell on the way Xian was behaving at the table. He held the spoon the same way as Rhea. Then Rhea realized that he was watching her, repeating and learning manners. Rhea was very pleased and praised him. Seeing how Rhea ate with such appetite, Xian said that he would cook her whatever she wanted. And he also added that this is because Rhea doesn't know how to cook at all. Xian continued that you can't just throw all the ingredients into a pot. That's not how you cook. Rhea got angry and yelled that she was taking back all the compliments and praise she had given to Xian today. But Xian just smiled and said that he was still pleased. Since this was the first time someone had cooked for him, Rhea's face changed and all the anger immediately passed. She was surprised that no one had cooked food for the child for 12 years, and she said that next time she would cook a really tasty dinner. Xian hastened to stop her, saying that from now on he would cook. After a delicious dinner, the heroes went to bed. When Rhea fell asleep, the evil god spoke in Xian, since night is his time. He looked at the pajamas and was angry at Rhea for dressing him in such clownish things. The evil god was angry that he was trapped in the body of this little boy and forced to tolerate Rhea. If he had his way, he would strangle the swordswoman right now without a second thought, but she is needed for the mission for now. The evil god looked at Rhea and could not understand one thing. There is so much black ether in her, it should have led to madness and death long ago. And how is she okay? The evil god can absorb this black energy and ease the pain, but he remembered what terrible outfits she dresses him in and forces him to obey and learn manners. He pouted at Rhea, turned his back, and decided not to ease her pain, let her suffer. The evil god commanded the black ether to have fun and do with Rhea whatever he wanted. The evil god heard how the black ether was going through the options of torment and asked how to torment Rhea. Among the options for torment, he asked what to choose: despair, humiliation, or pleasure. Without thinking twice, the dark ether decided to torment Astria through pleasure. As this seemed more sophisticated to him, dark ether leaned over the swordswoman to transfer black energy to her, and I watched with rapture as she suffered in her sleep. The evil god was happy that he would be able to take possession of Astria, because the blacker her aura became, the more energy the god would receive. Black energy swirled throughout the room and enveloped Astria. But for some reason, at the last moment, the black energy did not enter Astria, and Ether and the evil god suspected something was wrong. Suddenly, the swordswoman's fist hits Ether right in the face, and he disappears into the darkness. The evil god couldn't believe his eyes. This shouldn't have happened. The evil god was tormented by conjectures. Rhea shouldn't have seen the demon, but apparently, she has very well-developed 5 senses and intuition. Rhea woke up, the evil god kindly asked how she slept, so that she would not suspect anything. An unsuspecting Rhea asked Xian why he was not sleeping at such a late hour. Xian decided to pretend that he had had a bad dream, and that was why he couldn't sleep. Rhea also shared that she had a nightmare. The evil god guessed, which meant the demon had managed to enter her dream after all. Suddenly, Astria grabbed unexpectedly. She laid him down next to her, so that he wouldn't be afraid to fall asleep. Rhea told Xian to sleep peacefully and not to be afraid, as she knows how to cast out demons. The evil god now understood why the dark ether could not enter her. Rhea was taught secret knowledge. Rhea hugged the boy tenderly and soon fell fast asleep. But the evil god did not want to sleep. He sat on the bed and looked at Rhea, thinking how to take possession of her. Astria slept soundly, suspecting nothing. The evil god chuckled that she decided to protect him from demons, since she was so weak compared to him. These words of Rhea were spinning in his head, and he found it funny. He gloated that Rhea didn't know the truth and was acting so arrogantly. The evil god touched Rhea, and along with him, his black energy enveloped her. But Rhea was fast asleep and did not feel the touch of this black energy. The evil god thought to himself that if Rhea was not useful to him, he would kill her. But before that, he will torment her soul. Rhea slept peacefully and periodically hugged the boy. A week passed. The heroes settled in, well in the new place. Xian, as usual, prepared delicious food and called Rhea. Rhea ate without stopping. She had never eaten such delicious food. While wolfing down the food, she said that Xian could easily become a royal chef. She had seen a boy like that. Xian pouted because he didn't like being called a boy, because he considered himself an adult. Then Xian quickly became sad and modestly said that cooking came naturally to him. Rhea realized that Xian didn't want to talk right now, and it had to do with his adoptive parents. But it's so hard for Rhea to endure, because she wants to learn so much from him about his life. But she understood that she would hurt him, and so she remained silent. After a while, she decided to change the subject and asked what Xian wanted to be. Xian thought seriously, and with happy eyes, he said that he had one wish that he had never told anyone. Rhea was all eager to find out what this desire was. Xian continued that he has one cherished dream. He dreams of becoming a swordsman, and can Astria teach him fencing? Astria clearly did not expect such an answer, and became thoughtful. In her book, the evil god did not wield a sword, as he could smash a man's head in with his strength alone. And in the book, the evil god used the sword only once. The evil god thus wanted to mock the hero at the end of the novel. Rhea also remembered that the evil god used a sword to kill her. Rhea was so confused that she hesitated before answering. Xian became worried and asked if the swordswoman was okay. Rhea was troubled by the thought that a powerful dark force was slumbering in Xian, and I didn't know what could happen if I taught him fencing. Well, how could she not know? She suspected that this could lead to terrible consequences. Astria was tossing and turning in her thoughts, trying to find the right solution. Her thoughts were suddenly interrupted by a call. Astria had no idea who it could be. Astria approached with intrigue to answer. Suddenly, I jumped back, because the voice on the phone was terribly loud. Rhea winced in pain. It seemed to her that her eardrums were about to burst. The voice on the phone immediately apologized. It was her old friend Hex. He said that he missed her because they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and suggested having a drink together. He had some good booze. Astria was shaken by this proposal. She understood that it would be better for her not to drink. But the old passion said otherwise. Rhea gathered all her will into a fist and refused. Hex couldn't believe his ears, because before, Astria couldn't go a day without a drink. Then Hex began to seduce and test Rhea, but Rhea steadfastly resisted the temptation and firmly said no. Then Hex gave up trying to get his friend drunk and added that she would soon have to regain her title of Holy Swordswoman. Rhea was extremely surprised and asked Hex to explain in more detail. Hex explained that Astria had a rival, the new sword genius Ehrenheier. Rhea was shocked. She never expected such a turn of events. Ehrenheier is the main character of the novel. He is the son of the Marquis of Grodin, nicknamed Arin. Arin is a rising star, born from the spark of a good god. According to the novel, he is in love with his unapproachable mentor, and in order to win her over, he proposes a bet. He challenges his mentor to a fight, and if he wins, she must marry him. But in her conversation with Hex, Astria didn't show that she knew anything. Hex also sadly mentioned that he wanted to take Arin as his apprentice, but he refused because he wants to be a swordsman. Hex himself is a master of fist-fighting. Astria listened attentively to her friend. Her expression suddenly changed when Hex offered her to become Arin's mentor. At this time, Sion was playing in the garden and replaying the morning dialogue in his head. He noticed how worried Rhea was when he asked her to teach him the sword. He began to be tormented by thoughts of whether he had said something unnecessary. It would be better if he didn't ask this, but just sat and cooked food. He was worried that Rhea would become disappointed in him, get angry, and kick him out of the house. Sion's obsessive thoughts were interrupted by Rhea's voice. She called him and walked joyfully towards him. Astria said that the furniture for his room was ready and he could pick it up. They went into town together to pick up some furniture, and Sion was glad that he could now sleep in his own room. Ray couldn't understand why Sion chose such simple furniture. Rhea wondered why the little boy didn't choose something bright and childish. They both walked in silence. The silence was broken by Rhea, who asked Sion to sit in the cafe while she went out to run some errands. Sion changed abruptly, and Rhea noticed it. She remembered that incident at the hotel. Then, Rhea locked him in the room and went out to do some business. Sion cried for a long time, thinking that Rhea had abandoned him. Then, Rhea had a brilliant idea to make sure that Sheen wouldn't be afraid of being abandoned. Rhea took off her mother's bracelet and put it on the boy's hand. Sion was at a loss. Rhea explained that this was a guarantee that she would return, and that Sion doesn't have to worry about it. Xian became embarrassed and nodded his head. Rhea said she wanted to go to the bakery to buy them some treats. Xian was sitting in a cozy cafe. Rhea said that he could order whatever he wanted. Xian looked at the bracelet that Rhea left behind. He had never received such a thing before. The bracelet was so beautiful that Xian couldn't take his eyes off it. He felt strange feelings inside. Some kind of greed was awakening in him. He was haunted by thoughts of that day at the market, when men started pestering Rhea. He understood that Rhea was strong enough to stand up for herself, but he didn't want to be a burden. He also wants to be useful. And most importantly, he also wants to be strong. Xian imagined how in the future, he and Rhea would be great swordsmen and fight for a higher goal. And he too will one day become equal to the great swordswoman. Suddenly, a low male voice called out to Xian. A huge man stood in front of him and sternly asked him where he got this bracelet. At this time, Rhea was standing in line for sweets and could not choose what to buy, as she wanted everything. Rhea's eyes were dazzled by the choice in such variety. After the most difficult choice of her life, she happily walked to Xian with a bag of sweets. Before entering the cafe, a police officer stopped Rhea and said that she was not allowed to enter for now, that an interrogation was underway, since there was a thief in the cafe. Rhea asked to tell her more, and was horrified when she learned that some boy had stolen the bracelet. She immediately understood what was happening and rushed to save her little charge. Astria ran so fast that no policeman could stop her. At this time, the police tied up Xian and were about to take him away. Rhea arrived at the last moment. Xian resisted as best he could, but he didn't stand a chance. Rhea thought that Xian was a well-behaved boy and would not have stolen anything. Some kind of misunderstanding had occurred. At this time, one policeman unceremoniously demanded that Xian give up the bracelet or he would regret it. Xian bravely defended himself and repeated that he was not a thief. The bracelet was a gift to him. Rhea simply watched the incident until the police officer threatened to beat the boy. Xian was at a loss and had no evidence of innocence, so he called Rhea. The policeman turned around and an angry Rhea was standing behind him. She was ready to strangle everyone. Rhea grabbed the policeman who threatened Cian first. She tore off his hood, saying that no one dared to hurt her boy. Astria hit him with all her might. Everyone who was in the cafe was amazed by the swordswoman's fury. Even on the street, this showdown could be heard, and passers-by began to stop out of curiosity. The policeman raised his hands in surrender and explained that he did not know that Rhea and Cian knew each other, and that Rhea herself gave up the bracelet. The policeman thought that this boy stole the bracelet. Cian was very angry that he was called a boy. Rhea scolded the grown man like a child and would not tolerate disrespectful treatment of her charge. The policeman explained that he was simply doing his job, but there was no point in arguing with Rhea any further. The officer asked Rhea what the boy's relationship was to her. Rhea hesitated to answer, as she had not thought about the question. Cian stood silently, with his eyes downcast. He felt awkward for putting Rhea in such a situation with the bracelet. Rhea understood that she couldn't remain silent for long, otherwise they would suspect something was wrong. So she blurted out the first thing that came to mind. She introduced Cian as her student. The officer was extremely surprised, but he, Hex, was the only one to whom Rhea would tell the truth. She recalled how they helped each other in battles and went through difficulties together. Hex is a loyal comrade in arms, but Cian is not just a boy. He is the reincarnation of an evil god. So Rhea couldn't tell the whole truth now without knowing Hex's reaction. Hex looked suspiciously at the skinny child, trying to understand what Rhea saw in him. Hex once again asked incredulously if this was really Rhea's student, to which Cian was very unhappy. Hex took Rhea aside to tell her something important. Knowing Rhea's culinary skills, he said that good food was being prepared on the street now, and that Rhea shouldn't cook it herself. Rhea showed him her fighting abilities and gave him a good beating for such friendly advice. Hex flew to the side and fell to the floor with a crash. Rhea demanded to know if he was going to apologize to her student. Barely getting to his feet, Hex approached Cian and apologized for calling him a thief. Cian, seeing that the officer was writhing in pain, asked if everything was okay. Rhea muttered that there was no need to worry about Hex. Cian watched as Rhea and Hex exchanged pleasantries and teased each other. Rhea was the first to decide to end this battle and said goodbye, and turned to leave when Hex stopped her. He asked if Rhea really wasn't going to date Aaron. Cian heard about him for the first time, and he became very interested in who Aaron was. Rhea made it clear to Hex that this conversation was over, but then Rhea kept replaying this dialogue in her head. It wasn't just for nothing that she refused to take Aaron as a student. There was a very good reason. According to the rules, she will still have to meet Aaron in a few years. But if she rushes and does it now, and they run into Cian, it will make an already difficult situation worse. Hex stood there, bewildered, watching the stubborn and unyielding Rhea. Rhea finally added that Cian was enough for her students now, and she couldn't take anyone else for now. Cian listened in amazement and did not understand what was happening. Rhea had no intention of continuing the conversation any longer. She opened the teleport and, entering it together with Cian, they disappeared. A moment later, they found themselves at home. Rhea, seeing that Cian was upset, encouraged him and asked for forgiveness for Hex. Cian replied that everything was fine and asked who this Hex was, and heard in response that he was an old friend. Cian guessed why Rhea lied, that Cian was her student and did not tell the truth. While Rhea was setting the table as usual, she asked Cian why he didn't give the bracelet to the officer. Cian could not give up the bracelet because it was very dear to Rhea in memory of her mother. Rhea was touched by this answer, but in fact there was a tracking spell on the bracelet, but Rhea kept silent about it. Rhea also added that Cian might throw away the bracelet next time, as its safety is more important to Rhea than things. When the table was already set, Rhea reached for the box of sweets so that Cian would not notice. Then she presented him with a surprise box and congratulated him on his birthday. Cian couldn't understand what birthday Rhea was talking about. He looked at Rhea in confusion and didn't know what to do. Rhea asked when Cian's birthday was. She was very surprised when she saw Cian reading a book. She didn't even know that he knew how to read and write. Cian looked up and asked why Rhea was asking about his birthday, to which Rhea replied that she was just curious. Cian looked away sadly and replied that he didn't know. Rhea couldn't believe how it was possible to not know your birthday. Cian became sad. His adoptive parents never congratulated him on his birthday or gave him gifts. In his emotions, he asked not to be distracted from reading the book. Rhea thought he was hiding information from her and asked him not to be so mean and tell her the truth. But Cian really didn't deceive Rhea. He said the truth was that he didn't know the answer, and he was ashamed to admit it. Ria looked at the child with regret and wondered what other difficulties he had gone through. Then, Ria said that as a mentor, she should know her student's birthday. She told him some interesting facts about herself. Astria began to talk about her origins, and that she had 2 surnames. She got one surname from the family where she was born. She received another surname from the king when she became a great swordswoman, and it sounds like Laskilda. And she can pass this surname on to her student. Ria raised her sword and addressed Sigrian formally, the boy's hands shaking with emotion. Ria spoke the words of initiation into the disciple and declared that he was now Sigrian Lashild. However, Ria was tormented by ambivalent feelings and thoughts. On the one hand, she fell in love with this boy, but on the other hand, he is the reincarnation of an evil god. Ria wants to give him the happy childhood she never had, but in the future, Ria must die by his sword. And it is with the sword that Sigrian will destroy the entire world. Ria had a gut feeling that she would regret this decision, and yet she continued the ritual, handing the sword over to Sigrian. Astria said that it was a legendary sword that adapts to its owner. Xian held the sword in his hands and tried his best to contain his excitement and emotions so as not to drop it. He exclaimed, "Was it really possible that he had been given such a treasure and honor?" The boy burst into tears of happiness. He could not even dream of such a gift. Out of joy, he jumped on Ria with hugs and words that she was the best mentor. Xian repeated words of gratitude over and over again. He admitted that he thought Ria would leave him. The orphan had never felt such care and love. He looked at Ria and confessed his love. Ria replied that she would never leave him. Astria suggested celebrating this event and making this date the reaping of his birth. As soon as she saw this boy for the first time, she decided to make him happy at all costs. And she also decided to do everything to ensure that Xian did not commit evil and did not destroy the world. She wants to sow goodness in him. But if Xian does succumb to evil, she is ready to do anything to stop it, even at the cost of one's own life. Night had come. Xian's room was already ready, and the new furniture was arranged. Finally, Xian could sleep separately. He really liked his room. They sat on the bed with Ria and admired how the house gradually filled up and came to life. Ria told Xian that sword training would begin tomorrow and that she was a very stern teacher. Xian replied that he was ready for any challenge, but Ria noticed sadness in his eyes and hastened to find out why. Ria joked that he was probably upset because he was sleeping separately. Xian immediately pouted. Ria continued to make fun of him and say that he was a coward and afraid to sleep alone. Xian objected and took the game seriously. Then Xian realized that he couldn't win this game and decided to end it, saying that he was going to bed. Ria was pleased with her charge and his changes for the better. She wished him good night and was about to stroke his head when she remembered that he didn't like it. But she really wanted to show tenderness, and she thought about how this could be done. Ria moved closer to the boy and covered him better with the blanket. She said goodnight and kissed me tenderly. Astria was about to head for the exit and turned to leave. Suddenly, the boy's hand stopped her abruptly. Xian got up from the bed, reached out to Ria, and kissed her too. He said goodnight and looked forward to training tomorrow. Xian had never shown love like this before, and Ria was pleasantly surprised, which meant there was a chance that Xian would overcome the evil within. Astria was immensely happy. As they parted, she advised him to get a good night's sleep before training, as there would be no mercy tomorrow. Xian thought that he would do everything to make Ria happy with him. Ria headed to her room and began getting ready for bed. She hadn't been this happy for a long time. Footsteps were heard in the corridor, but Ria was already too fast asleep to hear anything. The door to her room opened with a creak, but even this did not wake the swordswoman. Xian stood, or rather the evil god, stood next to her bed, because night is the time of the evil god's activity. The evil god looked at her and was glad that Ria would teach Xian the art of the sword. Ria slept without suspecting anything. The evil god sat down next to her and thought how easily Ria had let him into her heart. She was so careless and weak. At this time, the dark ether was waiting for its moment. He can act when Ria is in a certain phase of sleep. Then he can enter the dream and torment her. The evil god was thinking how fun it would be to deal with Astria with her own sword, while dark energy enveloped Ria. The bright ether also appeared. They both waited for their exit. After a while, they both flew in the direction of Astria. The evil god decided that it was time for him to go, and the dark ether would do everything as it should be. As soon as the evil god came out, Ria immediately opened her eyes. All this time, she pretended to be asleep. She learned all the plans of the evil god, and grieved that he was using an innocent boy for this. The words of the evil god were spinning in Ria's head, and she couldn't sleep. Ria heard that the evil god planned to kill her if she became useless to him. Ria found it funny to listen to his chatter, and she felt at an advantage, since she knew the plans of the evil god. Ria had a plan, and she knows how to defeat the evil god. The evil god doesn't yet know that Ria is ready for battle, and is preparing a surprise for him. 3 years have passed since that day. Rhea was awakened by a knock on the door. Cian was trying to wake her up, but Ria didn't want to get up. She wanted to lie in bed a little longer, but Cian was not about to give up. He was eager to start training and learn the new technique. He approached her and began to shake her. Ria had no chance against the diligent student, and soon they were already in the garden, actively honing the new technique. Cian spared no effort. With each strike, his technique became better. One last blow and he cuts the tree in half. Cian was pleased with himself, and now he was waiting for praise from his mentor. Ria was pleased with her student, but did not want to spoil him with excessive praise. Cian ran up to the swordswoman to hear her admiration. Cian was indignant when Ria said it was not bad. Ria, of course, held back her emotions, but she was proud of her student. He showed brilliant results. Astria thought that after 3 years of training, Cian had reached the level of a first-class swordsman. Could he really be a sword genius? Rhea thought that if he continued to practice like this, he would reach the level of a swordmaster. Ria was also glad that he grew up well-mannered and aristocratic, and this was thanks to her. And I remembered how difficult it was, because he was like a wild street kitten. Suddenly, Ria remembered that she had a meeting with Hex today, and she had to leave immediately, and Xian could continue on his own. Xian was indignant, because they meet every day, and Astria knows how important training is to Xian. Astria immediately put the student in his place, and made it clear that one cannot speak to elders like that. Ria had no intention of giving in to her student, and went home to prepare for the meeting. She knew that after that incident with the bracelet, Xian didn't like Hex, and she explained to Xian that they had been friends for 100 years. To which Xian jealously grabbed Ria's hand and said that he and Ria were much closer, and if Ria needs a drink, she doesn't have to meet Hex for it. Xian said she can stay at home with him. Ria decided that these were teenage whims or the influence of an evil god. Rhea was worried that Xian was constantly trying to keep her close and not giving her personal space. Ria slapped the capricious boy on the forehead to bring him to his senses. She reminded him that he was still too young to drink and had no right to speak like that to his mentor, the great swordswoman. Ria realized that she needed to teach the boy a proper lesson, otherwise it would be too late. She put Xian in a combat hold. Xian didn't have time to react. That's why in a second he was already on the floor. Ria looked at Xian and hoped that this would bring him to his senses. She had a good reason for leaving Xian, one she couldn't reveal to him. Ria cast a magic spell and a teleport opened. A moment later, Ria found herself in a deserted place. This was her place for secret training. A few years ago, when Ria promised to teach Xian the sword, she remembered the mind sword technique. This is a secret technique that drives out the demon from within. This technique was invented by her uncle to fight evil spirits. Ria planned to teach this technique to Xian when he was ready. But unfortunately, this technique has not yet been honed and brought to perfection. And if we use this technique now, Xian might die. So Ria has to pretend to be meeting Hex and actually go and train in secret. The problem is that progress is very slow, and at this rate, Xian may soon surpass the great swordswoman. The training was interrupted by the appearance of enormous ogres. One of them picked up Ria and placed her on his shoulders. Ria was delighted to see her secret friends. It was a family of ogres, husband, wife, and child. As scary as they were on the outside, they were so kind on the inside. The baby ogre handed Ria an apple. Ria happily accepted it and began to play with the baby. Ria apologized that she couldn't bring something tasty this time because someone interrupted her. Ria bit into the apple. It was just as juicy as on the surface, but the taste was slightly different. This place was originally a high-level dungeon, and just recently, an evil two-headed Cyclops lived here. He terrorized the peaceful and kind Cyclopes. Ria was able to defeat the evil monster, and the peaceful inhabitants of the dungeon bowed to the great swordswoman. Since then, this place has become a spiritual refuge for Rhea, and a place for secret training, and the family of ogres became guards and protected this place from trespassers. The swordswoman was glad to be friends with the ogres. She was determined to achieve her goal and headed off to train. The portal to the dungeon was still active. While Astria was training, Sigrian lay unconscious on the couch, where Rhea had laid him before leaving. In his sleep, Sigrian was tossing and turning restlessly, as if he were having a nightmare. The guy suddenly found himself in an unfamiliar place. It was frighteningly dark and cold around. The boy was heading without knowing where, just following his intuition. On the way, he experienced an unimaginable fear that he had never experienced before. The moon overhead was red as blood and lit the sky the same color. Ahead was a huge staircase leading up, and at the very top sat a dark deity. The evil god smiled, sensing the boy's fear. Sigrian approached him and waited anxiously to see what would happen next. The boy could not stand the silence and asked who was in front of him. The evil god looked at him and smirked. Suddenly, Sigrian found it difficult to breathe. A cloud of black energy began to squeeze his throat. The evil god released dark energy and strangled the boy. Because he did not like his insolence, he wanted to show Sigrian his place, as well as his power, making it clear that with one movement of his hand, he would crush him into dust. But Sigrian was not a coward, and only grinned in response, and said that he did not consider the evil god his rival. God was amazed at his impudence and audacity. The hero's dialogue was interrupted by the voice of Rhea, who was trying to wake up Sion. The evil god was upset that he did not have time to finish what he had planned. Sion, although he was sleeping, heard in his dream how Rhea was calling him and began to come out of the dream. The god was surprised that the boy also heard the swordswoman's voice. Sigrian heard Astria encouraging him and telling him to hold on and not let evil take over his mind. The evil god, sensing that the boy would soon wake up, pulled him towards himself with the power of his thought and said that he was just a case for the evil deity. Sigrian was very surprised that he was not afraid at all. The evil god read his thoughts and then squeezed his neck even harder. At that moment, Jian felt a tremendous strength and confidence within himself. He chuckled and said that he was not the victim here and looked straight into my eyes. At that very moment, the evil god felt a powerful blow to his chest, and the protective sphere split again. But from the powerful shockwave, Jian himself flew to the side. He was thrown back many meters. The further the boy flew away from the evil deity, the more he felt that he was waking up and returning to consciousness and to his body. In a cold sweat, Jian finally opened his eyes and realized he was awake. An excited Rhea immediately began to look at his pupils and check his condition. She was very worried that Sion had not come to his senses for so long. The swordswoman asked the boy what he dreamed about, but Xian's eyes were glassy. He himself was in shock from what had happened. He stood up silently and simply looked at his mentor. Rhea did not understand his silence and looked questioningly. After a pause, the boy simply leaned towards Rhea and hugged her. He was glad to see her again, as he thought he would never see her again. Thoughts about the strange vision were constantly spinning in his head. Sigrian had many questions, but no answers. As he replayed his dream in his head, he remembered that this creature emanated only evil, which awakened fear in Sigrian. It was pure evil, awakening all of a person's fears. And Sigrian noticed that the creature had his face. In a cold sweat, Sigrian strained himself with questions, trying to figure out who he had just met. And the boy was also puzzled by the question of why the evil god called him his incarnation. At that moment, Rhea shook Sion, thinking that he was pretending and mocking her. Rhea looked sternly at the boy and ordered him to tell the truth. Sigrian did not expect such a turn of events, and so he decided to go on the attack himself and told the swordswoman why she had been gone for so long, to which Astria yelled at him not to dare talk to her like that, and she was very worried about Sion. Astria said that her personal life was none of his business and that she could date different men. Sion was worried that Rhea might have many men. He gently touched her face and said that he was no longer a child. Xian lightly touched Astria's fingers and added that he was taller. And then he took her hand and said that he was stronger than her. Sigrian said he was no longer a little child to be taken care of. Astria looked at him in amazement and was speechless with shock. Sigrian asked her not to date other men. Suddenly, Xian felt a powerful blow from a fist and flew to the side. The swordswoman laughed at the fact that Xian had allowed the idea that she was dating Hex and now understood his behavior. Rhea laughed until she cried and said that Hex would be offended if he heard this, since he was a one-woman man. It turns out that Hex has been faithful to his wife for 80 years after her death. Sigrian felt awkward. If Xian had known earlier that they were just friends, he wouldn't have been jealous or worried. Then Rhea, starting to pinch his cheeks like a child, said that as an adult, he was obliged to respect his mentor. The swordswoman lovingly patted her charge on the head. The mentor added that she loves him like her own and will never abandon him. And until he grows up, she won't date anyone. But in any case, Sigrian will be the most important thing to her. Siana was very pleased and reassured by these words. He came closer to Astria and took her hands, and then he hugged me tightly. He felt ashamed of his behavior and jealousy. Sigrian asked the mentor not to meet with anyone, since Sigrian would soon start earning money and become stronger. Rhea chalked this behavior up to puberty and hormones, and decided it would soon pass. She suggested they eat cake. The next day, the heroes were expecting Hex to visit, so they were busy preparing. Siane was surprisingly very kind, prepared a delicious dinner, and even invited Rhea and Hex to be alone. Sigrian's behavior seemed very strange to everyone. The swordswoman had never seen Xian so kind. Hex also didn't understand Xian's abrupt kindness and looked at him suspiciously. Rhea tried not to show it, but inside she was completely confused about what was happening. Hex had never eaten such delicious pastries in his life and was very surprised by Xian's sudden disposition. Then he asked Rhea if she knew what was going on. Rhea asked herself the same question. She recalled yesterday's dialogue with her ward. When she suggested inviting Hex over, Xian was surprisingly happy, and he even offered to cook dinner. Hex suddenly jumped up and asked if the food was poisoned, to which Rhea laughed loudly. This behavior of the boy certainly alarmed her, but since he is now friendly towards Hex, he will not be jealous and throw tantrums, and she will be able to calmly go off to secret training without worrying that Xian will be capricious again. As they parted, Hex thanked them for such a delicious dinner and asked where Sina learned to cook like that. Watching the men converse pleasantly, Rhea felt happy inside. The swordswoman listened as Xian sweetly told how he learned to cook. Xian explained that Rhea helped him with this, buying groceries and taking him to restaurants where he watched and learned. Hex listened to the boy with genuine interest. Astria was pleasantly surprised that Xian praised her and was grateful. She found Jan quite charming. Hex listened carefully, and then he joked that he knows how lousy Rhea is at cooking and thinks that Xian learned to cook under duress. And he praised the boy for so zealously defending his mentor. Rhea, listening to Hex, kept thinking that one day she would cook delicious food and wipe Hex's nose. Finally, Xian invited Hex to visit again, which shocked Rhea, as she had to go to secret training. Hex noticed a strange change in the swordswoman's behavior. She was outraged that they hadn't even asked her about Hex coming to their house. Xian naively continued to insist that the mentor herself would be comfortable if Hex came to visit. Astria thought what a naughty boy Shin was. Xian told Rhea that she would no longer have to go anywhere. Now the swordswoman understood what was going on. It was the boy's cunning plan to keep her close and to make sure she never went anywhere without him. At this time, Xian kindly escorted the guests to the door, and they said goodbye sweetly. After closing the door behind Hex, Xian walked over to Rhea and put his arm around her. The teenager pulled Rhea closer to him, and he cheerfully said that he would be happy to prepare something tasty for dinner when Hex arrived. Rhea feigned joy and didn't show it. In fact, she was worried that her training would be lost, and she would never discover the secret spell without which she would be under Xian's control. Several days passed, and Astria took Xian to the city. The city was quite noisy, with vendors constantly calling out to customers. Children were running and frolicking around. Xian was not happy with such a noisy and crowded place. Rhea hastened to convince him otherwise, saying that it is important to periodically go out in public, make new acquaintances, and simply change the environment and relax. The mentor explained that we need to create pleasant memories ourselves and fill our lives with color. The heroes were distracted by a girl who loudly praised the man for accurately hitting the target with daggers and winning a toy for her. The man kept boasting about what a skilled dagger thrower he was. Xian laughed at such meager skills, but the swordswoman thought it was cool. Suddenly, an idea came to Xian's mind, and he disappeared into the crowd. There were many different games and tournaments at the city festival, and Xian won one of them for the sake of his beloved mentor. He ran happily to her with his winnings. The hero brought the cat he won as a gift. Rhea considered herself too old for such things, and she considered that couple in love to be cool. But Xian misunderstood her. Not seeing the delight in the swordswoman's eyes, Xian was confused. Then, in order not to upset the student, Astria pretended that she really liked the toy, and she thanked the student, but she was not entirely convincing to Sigrian. As proof, Sigrian asked Rhea to sleep with this cat every day, and the swordswoman immediately agreed. But of course she had no such plans for the plush toy. Suddenly, a brilliant idea came to Rhea. She grabbed the boy and dragged him somewhere. The student could barely keep up with his teacher and could not understand what was going on. Astria finally stopped and told me to look into her eyes, as there was such etiquette before a dance. She took his hand and showed him how a man should hold a woman in a dance. She placed his other hand on her waist, and they began to dance to the music in the square. Sigrian felt the happiest. He couldn't take his eyes off the beauty he was dancing with. Then Rhea stopped abruptly and asked if he had mastered his first dance lesson. The guy answered positively, and then Rhea made a sharp maneuver to the side, and Sigrian was already dancing with another girl. The girl looked at the handsome Sigrian with loving eyes. He tried to catch Astria's eye. She stood to the side and said with a smile that it was time to change partners. The swordswoman gestured to the guy to be bolder with the girl. Only Cian was perplexed. He had never expected such a turn of fate, and besides, he had never communicated with girls his own age before. There were many dancing couples around. Astria stood to the side and admired her grown-up student. Suddenly, she noticed that Cian had stopped dancing with the girl and simply stood rooted to the spot. The swordswoman couldn't understand why, because he danced normally with her. Then Rhea began to remember how Cian was ready to be friends with Hex, if only she would not leave the house. Then Astria realized that the boy had a withdrawn character and was an introvert. Initially, the goal was to raise him to be a good person and to socialize the child. But now it turns out that his kindness is focused only on the mentor, and this did not satisfy Rhea. That's why she brought him to the festival, to socialize him, and she was angry that he was out of control. But they looked so good with this girl. Rhea's head started to hurt from the stream of thoughts. She was already thinking maybe it was too early and he wasn't ready yet. Her thoughts were interrupted by a well-mannered and gallant man who offered to dance with him. Cian noticed a new man in the mentor's circle. All his attention was focused on the swordswoman, and the girl next to him did not interest him at all. Shin noticed the man extend his hand to Astria. From his etiquette lessons, Cian realized that the man was asking Rhea to dance. His expression immediately changed, and his aura also began to change color. The guy immediately moved away from the girl he was dancing with and left her alone. Dark energy enveloped Xian as he ran towards Astria, determined not to disturb her dance with another man. Rhea was about to offer her hand to the gentleman when Cian pulled her hand away and acted like a savage. He shouted that he was her only partner. Rhea was in shock, and so were the people around her. She looked disappointed and thought that she had brought Xian into the public eye too early. The girl he abandoned in the middle of a dance in the square was also in an awkward situation. Xian seemed to read her mind, and then he immediately felt guilty. Suddenly, the situation changed dramatically. Astria took the student by the arm and politely refused the gentleman's request to dance, showing that she already had a partner. Sina thought that now she would start scolding him in front of everyone. And then this happened. The gentleman understood everything. He smiled politely and left. Rhea sighed and said that there were no problems, to which Cian hastened to find out what kind of danger she was in. The mentor responded and explained that Cian still didn't understand many things. She explained that this gentleman was an aristocrat who mistook the swordswoman for a commoner, and if she had refused him, a scandal could have started. Cian was then even more confused because Astria herself was an aristocrat. The swordswoman just smiled and said that the boy didn't understand anything about romance yet. Xian wondered if people would be able to have as much fun if they knew who he really was. He imagined how people worshipped him and Rhea. They were greeted like kings. Xian gallantly invites her mentor to dance, and she accepts. She laughs at his jokes and listens with interest. The swordswoman happily agrees to dance. The guy is happy to be with such a woman. Suddenly, his romantic thoughts are interrupted by the completely unromantic tone of his mentor. She attacked him because he abandoned the girl in the middle of the dance. The swordswoman taught him completely different manners, and he disgraces her. To which Xian asked to look to the side, where this girl was already dancing sweetly with another man. The teacher demanded an explanation. Xian began to make up stories about how the girl danced poorly and that he was bored, so he simply changed his partner. The guy was so convincing that Rhea couldn't find fault with anything. Xian added that he knows manners and etiquette because he is well-bred. The only thing he's bad at is dancing. So he invited Astria to dance, so that she could teach him the art of dancing. The mentor happily agreed to help the student, and they began to dance. Astria added that they would dance until he learned. Xian felt like a man. That evening, there was a luxurious reception in the banquet hall. People from high society gathered in one place. People shared their impressions and emotions from the feast. But not everyone there was happy. One young man, tired of these receptions, went out onto the terrace to be alone with his thoughts. He looked at the stars with a tired gaze and wondered if there was anything more interesting in life. This young man was Ehrenheier Elgrodan. His thoughts were suddenly interrupted by an interesting conversation between two soldiers. They were talking about a dungeon with a cyclops that had been captured by a holy swordswoman. She killed the cyclops, but rumor has it that a new monster has appeared there, and a powerful aura is now emanating from the dungeon. This conversation clearly interested Ehrenheier. The banquet was drawing to a close, and it was time for the fireworks, which were so powerful that they lit up the entire city. Xian and Ria were still dancing at the festival, so they also caught the fireworks. The heroes appreciated the beauty of the holiday, but for Xian, there was nothing more beautiful than Ria. He didn't notice anything around him. People hadn't seen such a fireworks display for a long time and could only guess how much money it cost. Ehrenheier was only concerned with one question: the dungeons. He wanted to be there and meet the new boss monster. The celebration ended late at night, and the heroes, having danced their fill, went home. Astria was sitting at breakfast as usual, when suddenly Xian surprised her. Fully equipped, he announced that he was going on a trip with Hex for a few days. Ria was clearly not happy about this news. Hex was already waiting for Xian outside. He ran towards him and happily said that his mentor had let him go hunting. But Hex didn't take his word for it. Astria really wasn't happy with the idea, and she agreed reluctantly. Hex asked the guy if he was really ready. After all, this is his first monster hunt, the guy thought, and doubtful thoughts came to him. Hex waited patiently for an answer. He didn't want to pressure the guy. Xian answered positively. He wanted to prove to his mentor that he was strong. The heroes set off on an adventure. Ria watched silently. After making sure that they had really left, she went into the house. She had only one thought. She needs to train and discover the spell that will save Xian. But first, she decided to put her thoughts in order and meditate, since a good workout starts with a clear head. Ria loved spiritual practices. They helped her concentrate. After a while, the swordswoman plunged into deep meditation. It also helps her get rid of useless memories and brain fog. The mind becomes clear at this moment. Only when you free your mind does the real training begin. Astria's breathing was even and deep. At that moment, the swordswoman energetically connected with her sword. They became one, the sword amplifying the energy. But fears prevent us from achieving complete enlightenment. Rhea began to be enveloped by terrible memories of her past life. Fear and pain gripped the swordswoman in a vice, and she could not move. Black energy filled the entire space, and darkness set in. Rhea kept hearing her voice from the past, calling for her mother. She found it difficult to breathe as fears began to choke her throat. The swordswoman realized that she should not listen to the voices of the past, as this gives strength to fears. She broke free from the shackles and cut them with the sacred sword. At this point, Astria returned from the astral plane and regained consciousness. After such journeys, secret knowledge is revealed, as well as memories that are not always pleasant. Now these memories of a past life interfere with training. These memories come suddenly and envelop the heroine like snakes. If she doesn't learn to control them, she won't be able to master the Zanpakuto. The swordswoman called out to Xian to bring her some sweets, but there was silence in response. When she looked around, she remembered that the guy was not at home. Astria decides that training at home is not as effective. She was transported to her favorite dungeon. Meanwhile, the men were actively taking hunting lessons. Xian decided that he didn't need help and could handle it himself, which he soon regretted. He got on Hex's nerves with his stupid heroism. Meanwhile, the swordswoman was actively meditating in her usual place. The hunters, having hunted enough, set up camp and happily ate the catch they had caught. Then we fell asleep. Morning came and Ria was still training. She wanted to make the most of the man's time hunting, but today was already the day of their return. That's why Ria had to finish her training and teleport home. Night fell, but there were still no men. Ria was already starting to worry about Xian. Bad thoughts began to trouble her head. She kept wondering what could have happened to them. But then she dismissed these thoughts and reassured herself that Hex was next to the boy. The teacher scolded herself for not going with them. Astria began to remember how Xian asked to let him go, and she could not refuse, because he rarely asks for anything. She saw that he wanted to grow up, to be independent, and the mentor, on the contrary, was pleased with this. Here, Ria jumped up from the table, saying that she could no longer sit idly by, and she ran to the door. Imagine her surprise when, just after opening the door, she saw her hunters. The men were no less surprised when Rhea almost knocked them off their feet. When asked where the swordswoman was going at such a late hour, Rhea was at a loss, and she didn't know how to react to their absence. She was very scared for Xian and was angry at both of them. In the end, the woman couldn't take it anymore and poured out on them everything that had accumulated over the entire day of worries. The men apologized like children. Rhea noticed that Xian was holding his hand strangely and went over to see what was wrong with him. The guy hastened to calm his mentor down and said that it was nothing serious. He explained that he had gotten injured while hunting, but this did not reassure his mentor at all. At that moment, Sigrian stuck his hand into the teleporter in order to get a surprise for his beloved teacher. The guy intrigued the swordswoman. She asked what was going on. At this point, Sigrian unexpectedly extends his hand to her with a box containing birthday greetings. Astria did not understand at first and was confused. Today really was her birthday, but she completely forgot. She wondered if the men had really gone on a trip just to actually give her a gift. Rhea was very pleased with such care. The men were happy that they made the swordswoman happy. Hex also praised Xian, saying that he was a brave guy, and he told how bravely Xian had behaved when he met the monsters. The monsters surrounded him, but he did not give in to fear. The enemies surrounded the guy, but there were too many of them, so Xian decided to use magic. To do this, the guy took out scrolls with spells and used an ice spear and a windstorm. The monsters were stunned, and our hero dealt with them in the blink of an eye. Continuing his praise, Hex added that he knew the boy was good with a sword, but he had no idea it was at this level. And now he himself wants to take him as a student and teach him martial arts. The officer complimented the swordswoman, saying that she had raised the boy well. But Hex noticed that Rhea was not included in the conversation, but was somewhere in her own thoughts. Then the officer realized that Rhea had forgotten her birthday and was outraged by this. The swordswoman coquettishly joked that she was so old that she no longer remembered her birthday. To this, Hex only shook his head. Xian stood silently and listened the whole time, but then he gathered his courage and broke his silence. Hex and Rhea were all ears. Xian said with all his might that it was time to have a party, and a pleasant bustle began in the house. The heroes decided to throw a party and helped each other in preparation. Xian suggested cooking something quickly. Rhea couldn't get enough of the way the men took care of her. She coquettishly joked that there was no need to worry so much and offered to help, at which the men became angry and told her not to interfere in their affairs. Rhea agreed not to disturb them and to behave quietly. The woman felt awkward that they were making such a fuss over her, but on the other hand, this picture warmed her soul. After all, before there was nothing joyful about her birthday and she spent it alone, and now everything has changed. When it came to glasses, Rhea remembered that she had some delicious, exclusive wine hidden away. Hex muttered why she had been silent before. When Xian was cooking, he noticed that all the food he had left before leaving was still in place. He asked his mentor why she hadn't eaten anything, and Rhea was at a loss as to what to answer. But then she came up with something and said that she didn't want to eat alone. Food tastes better with company. This didn't sound entirely convincing, and Hex began to make fun of her, seeing that she was lying. Rhea could stand these jokes no longer, and she punched her friend in the face. Hex called for help from Xian, and he stood to the side and looked at them as if they were little children. Something was bothering Xian, but he tried not to show it. The party was in full swing. The heroes ate, drank, had fun, and told funny stories. It was time to leave, and Hex thanked them for their hospitality. He and Rhea couldn't resist making fun of each other at the end. The swordswoman thought that even though he was stubborn, she was lucky to have a friend like Hex. Xian was glad that he and his mentor were finally alone. Rhea was tired from training and meditation and suggested going to bed. She thanked the student for the delicious dinner and got ready to leave. Xian stopped her by saying that she never opened the box he gave her. The swordswoman was so busy that she actually left the gift on the table. She herself was very interested, and she quickly headed there. Opening the gift, Rhea was surprised by such beauty. There were some exquisite earrings and a hair ribbon lying there. Xian moved closer to the mentor. He took the earrings out of the box, and he put it on her ears, saying that now he would give her gifts every year so that Rhea would never forget her birthday. He couldn't stop admiring his mentor's beauty. The earrings on Astria's ears look even more beautiful than he expected. Rhea looked pleased and went to look in the mirror. She also really liked the earrings, but she considered something completely different to be the best gift. This is the boy she saved from the robbers. Astria thanked the student and said that she would be happy to wear his gift. Behind the swordswoman's beauty, Xian could no longer hear any words. He stood there confused. Ria said that the day had been busy and they all needed a good rest and wished them good night. Xian agreed and also headed to his room. But he couldn't sleep at all. Left alone, he finally exhaled all his excitement, and he grabbed his heart, which was beating like crazy. He thought that just a little more, and his feelings would be revealed. The young man in love tried to understand from what moment he began to look at his mentor with different eyes. He remembered how, a long time ago, when he was a little child, he behaved like a wild kitten and did not even let anyone touch him. Ria was very kind and patient, but at some point, Xian's feelings changed. Tender feelings for his mentor awakened in him. The student began to perceive her as a woman. Astria, not suspecting anything, simply continued to care for Xian as if he were her son. But the guy no longer perceived her as a mother. Sigrian helped the swordswoman with the housework and went shopping. But in his soul, he was tormented by romantic feelings that he could not express. He couldn't afford it. Then the guy started depriving her of privacy and space. Trying to always be nearby, he did not give Ria free time. One day, seeing the teacher at the lake, he followed her. And so that she wouldn't freeze, he gave her his jacket. Xian noticed Ria's tender gaze. The woman explained that she loved how the wild, frightened boy grew into a caring and gallant man. The guy became embarrassed and blushed. It was chilly, and Ria suggested going into the house. But the guy was in no hurry. Xian wanted to hug and kiss her. He also wanted to pluck up the courage and finally talk about his feelings. Once he even hated himself for these feelings and despised him because Ria treated him like a child. Finally, Shin couldn't stand the silence and took the woman's hand. Ria was embarrassed, but tried not to show it. The student offered to walk her to her room. They walked together holding hands. Xian would like to hold her hand all his life and never let go. All these thoughts stirred his blood and did not give the guy any peace. He wanted to burst into her room and confess everything, because he is in love with Astria. She is the only light in his dark life and the meaning of his existence. He lives and tries for her sake. But Xian didn't dare go into her room and sat on the bed, going crazy with thoughts. The evil god was angry and surprised by everything that was happening to Xian. The deity lusted after the swordswoman for only one reason: get power from her and then get rid of her. For him, she is only a slave and a tool to achieve the mission. The evil god was angry that his incarnation could love a man. After some deliberation, the evil god made a fatal decision: get rid of the source of the problems, Ria, so that she does not interfere and does not distract Xian from the main mission. The evil god rushed into Ria's room in a rage, almost knocking down the door. Meanwhile, Ria was undressing and getting ready for bed. She was surprised and asked to explain what was going on. The swordswoman asked why Xian looked like she wanted to pounce on her like a beast. The guy lowered his head with a sigh and couldn't think of anything coherent. Then Ria laughed like a girl and showed the earrings he gave her. She was just trying them on with a new dress and asked the student's opinion. Xiana was completely taken aback by these girlish things. He said that everything was terrible. Then he came to his senses and asked to forget everything and not worry about it. Ria didn't understand what had just happened. Xian left, slamming the door with all his might. His heart was ready to jump out of his chest. The guy didn't understand why he was acting so aggressively and why he wanted to kill Ria. He clutched his heart in pain. And he remembered how beautiful Astria was in her new dress. She also dressed his gifts. The evil god almost felt sick from this romantic nonsense. It was disgusting to him to feel what Xian felt for Ria. He felt dizzy, and it seemed to him that Ria was using magic against him. The next morning, Xian woke up and felt like he was in a dream. His head was in a fog. He had a poor memory of yesterday evening, or rather part of it, and he couldn't remember when he changed his clothes and fell asleep. My body ached as if I hadn't slept and trained all night. In the living room, he met his favorite mentor. Xian wished her a sweet good morning. Astria was surprised by this change in behavior. The woman thought maybe yesterday it wasn't Xian, but his dark part. Sometimes he addresses you informally, sometimes informally, sometimes he is gentle and caring, and sometimes he is rude and aggressive. Now he was gentle and kind. Xian walked up to his mentor and gently stroked her cheek, reminding her once again that he was no longer a boy who needed to be taken care of. Ria remembered the day when, leaving for hunting, Xian said that he was no longer little and wanted to be independent. The swordswoman was visited by dubious thoughts that she could not voice out loud. These thoughts were interrupted by Xian, who asked why she hadn't worn the ribbon he had given her yesterday. And he offered his help if the mentor could not tie the ribbons herself. Suddenly, Rhea said that she had figured out the guy. She made it clear that she knew his little secret. Xian tensed up with excitement and began to worry that the mentor had found out about his feelings for her. And then Rhea joyfully jumped into his arms. Xian froze in place and couldn't move. He was terrified to think that the woman had guessed about his feelings. Astria asked to name that girl. Xian's eyes widened in confusion, and he asked which girl he was talking about. The guy said he had no idea who she was talking about. The swordswoman burst into laughter and said that she knew he was dating someone and was afraid to tell her mentor in case she didn't like the girl. Xian made a disgusted expression on his face. He certainly didn't expect such a conclusion. The mentor said that she now understood his strange behavior and why he so wanted to be an adult, independent man. And this was commendable. She also understood why all these gifts and attention were needed. This is all to appease the mentor so that she will allow him to date this girl. Rhea laughed and said that she was all for it. Xian couldn't listen to this nonsense any longer and said that the swordswoman was very wrong. Then Rhea assumed that Xian had been dumped by his girlfriend. Xian decided that the swordswoman didn't understand anything about love affairs. Rhea continued her own way and felt sorry for the guy because he was abandoned. There was no point in arguing with her. And Xian then asked how she knew he was in love. The swordswoman stated that this was the girl with whom he danced at that fair, and she hastened to reassure her charge, saying that the girl had no taste and had lost a lot by abandoning such a guy. Xian replied that Rhea does not see and know everything. There is something that is hidden from her eyes, and even the smart and experienced Rhea cannot understand. The swordswoman was completely confused and did not understand how a young man at his young age could talk about such complex things. She thought that since he had doubts, it meant that there was still something human in him, and there was hope of saving him. Xian didn't want to continue this conversation and walked in silence. Rhea joked with him and told him to try harder in love affairs, and then there would be no end of girls. Then Xian suggested tying a ribbon on the teacher's hair to distract her from love topics. Astria egged him on by saying that she would test how well he could do it. The heroes were in the swordswoman's bedroom, and Xian was carefully weaving a ribbon into his beloved's long and thick hair. The teacher didn't expect that it would turn out so well and praised the student. Rhea acknowledged the student's victory and said that the result exceeded all her expectations. While preening in front of the mirror and admiring herself from all sides, the heroine caught the eye of the plush kitten that Sigrian had given her. The toy looked as if it were alive. The heroine secretly confessed to the kitten that Sigrian was handsome, and then became angry when the toy looked at her with a disapproving gaze. It was already late, and the woman went to bed, taking a toy with her so she wouldn't be so lonely. Before going to bed, she remembered that day at the fair when Sigrian won this toy for her. With what joy he ran to her with a plush kitten. Sigrian was as happy as a child and asked to give the toy a name and asked that she always sleep with it. The swordswoman hadn't thought of a name for the doll, but it came to her on its own. She named the toy Choo Choo. This name reminded her of someone she didn't want to remember now, since these memories were from a difficult childhood. Rhea brushed these memories aside and decided to get on with things since she couldn't sleep. She walked over to the gift box that Sigrian had given her. Although she liked the gift, she also found something else valuable. The stones on the earrings themselves were very rare, called agrafacts. At that moment, memories of her past life overtook Rhea. She again remembered her stepfather, how he beat her and her mother, how little Rhea screamed and cried, called for help, but there was no help. She deliberately awakened these memories near this stone, and they, like dark energy, moved towards the earrings. The stone seemed to attract the memories to itself. This stone has a special ability to absorb bad memories. In nature, this stone is found on the forehead of the monster Agrafacts, which feeds on dark ether. The monster is killed for this stone, and the stone is used for decoration. This stone was once very popular, but there is a nuance. The longer the memories are in the stone, the more they become distorted and worse. For Rhea, these memories were too painful, and most importantly, they hindered her progress with the new spell, so she got rid of them. The memories were sealed in stone, and now the box had to be kept so that no one would open it, because they will be transmitted even more powerfully and terrifyingly. They also couldn't be stored for long, so Rhea only got rid of them temporarily to finish the meditation and the spell. The maximum storage period for memories in the stone is 100 days. The swordswoman had to meet this deadline. Otherwise, the consequences would be irreversible. It was quite risky, but the heroine had no other choice but to get rid of the memories for a while and concentrate on meditation. All this tired Rhea, and she fell asleep. She had a terrible dream, again about her past life. At this time, Sigrian stood next to her bed like a ghost and looked at her without taking his eyes off her. These nightmares were instilled in her by the dark demons of ether, who enveloped her in black energy and enjoyed her nightmares and fears. Xian didn't like it. His behavior was different from before. If before this also gave him pleasure and gave him strength, but not now. Along with the demonic power, love and the power of love also grew. Suddenly, he concentrated and gathered his energy into one black clot. And he headed towards the dark ethers and was going to do something that had never happened before. He crushed them with one movement of his hand. The evil god had never before directed his power against the dark forces. This was how Sigrian's love worked. The dark demons immediately melted away like smoke. The evil god noted that his strength was gradually returning, but still not enough, and his human nature still dominated him. He became interested in what Astria was dreaming about and wanted to help her get rid of her fears and pain. At this time, the swordswoman talked in her sleep and asked for help. She dreamed of her stepfather again, even though she had sealed the memories in stone. But in her dream, they still found her. The evil god simply stood there and watched the swordswoman's suffering, thinking about how to help his beloved. Then, he took her hand to connect to the swordswoman's consciousness, and their energies connected and intertwined. He lay down next to her and began to read her nightmares. The swordswoman was tormented by memories from her childhood, where her tyrant stepfather abused little Rhea and her mother. She was a little girl, and one day she was walking to school. She, like all the girls, really wanted the same dolls for her backpack as her classmates. But the parents could not buy them because they lived very poorly and were in need. Then little Rhea decides to steal money for a doll from her stepfather's wallet, for which she later paid dearly. She imagined how it would all end. But her childish desire was stronger. Having discovered the loss, her father beat her and said that he did not need such a thief. The tyrant tore the toy, which was called Choo Choo. Rhea cried harder, but the man did not stop. The stepfather beat little Rhea and called her dirty names, and the mother could not protect her child. Suddenly, someone stopped his hand. There was a strange man in the house, and he was behaving insolently. He rushed at his stepfather with angry eyes and cursing. The stranger beat the tormentor with all his might. Little Rhea looked on with tear-stained eyes and didn't know what to do. The stranger beat his stepfather until he fell to the floor. Then he waved his hand and teleported with the girl to a safe place. The little girl just looked at him and couldn't say anything. Then the stranger took a torn Choo Choo toy out of his pocket. The girl watched, mesmerized, as the man cast a spell. A moment later, the toy was as good as new, and the man handed the toy over to its little owner. The child's joy knew no bounds. She hugged her only and favorite toy so tightly that no one could take it away. The girl thanked the man and called him brother. After making sure the child was safe, the man turned to leave. But she hastened to stop him. Little Rhea asked to say his name. She wanted to know the name of her savior so that she could pray for him later. The man removed his hood and said the name Cassian, and in appearance, he looked very much like Sigrian. At this point, the dream ended, and the heroes woke up. Xian got out of bed as usual and didn't notice anything strange yet. Getting up, he thought about what to cook for breakfast today and how to please his beloved mentor. And only then did he hear someone breathing in the room and someone moving in the bed. He turned around and saw Astria sleeping. The guy thought for a moment that he was sleeping and it was a dream. Sigrian couldn't understand how this could happen. He couldn't remember anything from the previous evening and strained his memory. The guy thought that the room was his. But how did Astria end up here? Looking around more carefully and rubbing his eyes, he realized that this was the swordswoman's room. Suddenly, the woman called the guy's name. Sigrian turned around. The woman was sleeping, and it turned out she was talking in her sleep. He exhaled calmly that he had not woken the swordswoman and tried not to make any noise. He was very pleased that she slept with the toy he had given her at the festival in the city. Sigrian tried to leave quietly and silently, so as not to disturb Astria, as he knew that she was a big fan of sleeping and lounging in bed. Coming out into the corridor, he stopped to catch his breath, as his heart began to beat strongly again. The guy thought he would die from excitement and overwhelming emotions. It was even hard to breathe. His legs didn't obey him, as if they didn't want to walk and became like cotton wool. Xian was wary of the signs of sleepwalking. as he could not remember when he had managed to change his clothes or how he ended up in a strange room. And this is not the first time he wakes up in Rhea's room and doesn't remember anything. Today, he clearly remembered that he fell asleep in his room and woke up next to the swordswoman holding her hand and could not understand the reason for such strangeness. If she finds out, he will be ashamed to look her in the eyes. Xian was worried that he might have said something unnecessary in his sleep in front of his mentor, and that she might have discovered his secret feelings for her. At this moment, the bell rang. This woke the woman up. She would have liked to lie down a little longer, but the bell kept ringing. Finally, she couldn't take it anymore, jumped out of bed, grumbling and cursing as she headed to the phone. Hex's cheerful voice was on the line, wishing Rhea good morning and asking how she slept. Rhea yelled at her friend for not letting her lie in bed and waking her up so early. The man joked that people would be shocked to find out what a lazy woman the great swordswoman was. Rhea was not in the mood for jokes and asked him what he was calling about, because he knew how much she loved to sleep and would not have called so early for no reason. Hex said that he had fulfilled a request that his friend had made, and he had important news for her. At Rhea's request, he conveyed to Arin's father that the great swordswoman was ready to take him on as an apprentice. He agreed, even overjoyed. But there was one problem. At this point, the connection began to break down. The swordswoman could not make out anything and began to swear at the poor connection lately. Finally hearing Hex's words, Rhea was in shock. Arin has disappeared, and no one knows where he might be. So far, attempts to find him have been unsuccessful. This news made the swordswoman angry. The last time Arin was accompanied by his soldiers, but no one knew where they were heading. Arin and the soldiers actually went to look for the dungeon and monsters. Arin wanted to fight the new monster, but the soldiers tried to dissuade him. But the Lord refused to return. And even the news that the great swordswoman was ready to take him as an apprentice did not make him change his mind and return home. He did not consider this an honor, since he considered himself the best and strongest. He had nothing left to learn, and he had surpassed all his teachers. The officers looked at the Lord in bewilderment, but they could do nothing against the master's order. He asked not to ask any questions so as not to interfere with his thinking. The soldiers only sighed, as it meant the whims of their master. Arin reflected that he had been trained by many teachers, but in the end, he had defeated them all. He was no longer interested in being a student, but he was intrigued by the guard's conversation, which he accidentally overheard a few days ago. They talked about a new boss monster in the dungeon, and a powerful aura that has been emanating from there lately. Therefore, he now considered studying with the swordswoman a boring and uninteresting activity that would not bring him any benefit. Now the Lord's priority is the dungeon and the new terrifying boss, defeating which he will receive much more than from some swordswoman. The officers held their heads because no one knew where this dungeon was or how to find it. But everyone was forced to obey the Lord's order. Xian was making tea when Rhea approached him to talk. The swordswoman looked like she was about to say something serious and important. Xian poured tea for them both and called them to the table. The mentor immediately began by saying that she had taken on a new student and that he would soon come here and begin training with the swordswoman. The woman noted that the tea was brewed perfectly, and she also added that she would like Xian and the new student to become friends. Xian listened attentively, although he squirmed at the thought. This news did not please him at all, but he tried to contain his excitement and anger. The mentor continued that she does not yet know the exact time for new classes, but the main news is something completely different. At first, Astria thought about keeping silent about the morning conversation that Arin had disappeared, but then she came to the conclusion that sooner or later Xian would meet him. Therefore, the swordswoman decides to tell about this in advance and prepare a friendly kidney. Arin is a man of high birth, righteous, handsome, and rich. Xian listened, barely containing his anger. He never agreed to the request to be friends with him. Rhea asked to calm down and listen to the end. The guy was seething with anger and jealousy. Xian couldn't help but say that it was his right to decide who to be friends with and who not to be friends with. Rhea expected this reaction and realized that it would not be easy for her. Taking advantage of the fact that Xian was busy with business, Rhea decided to go to the dungeon to continue her training. After reading the spell, she immediately teleported to the desired location. Local residents noticed her arrival, and all the entities immediately came to bow to her and greet her. They started doing this every time after the swordswoman killed the old evil boss and freed the civilians from the tyrant. And apparently, they themselves proclaimed her the new boss. Astria was preparing for her usual training in meditation, and she had a joyful premonition that everything would go well. Her mind was clear and pure, undisturbed by old painful memories. Suddenly, she was distracted by some sound. It felt like there was a fight going on. Aaron finally found his way into the dungeon and came here, but alone. The righteous Lord, fighting for goodness and peace, immediately attacked the local inhabitants, considering them evil monsters and a threat to humanity. The monsters were ready to defend themselves with all their might. He thought that it was not in vain that he came here alone. Finally, he met the terrible monsters. Aaron declared that he would exterminate them all and cleanse the land. Local residents accepted the challenge. Suddenly, his attack was stopped by some unearthly force. The Lord couldn't believe his sword was blocked. He saw a beautiful woman and asked who she was. Astria noticed that one ogre was wounded and rushed to help. The swordswoman immediately stood up to defend her friends. Aaron wanted to know who this beautiful person was and how she ended up here. Rhea teleported a magic elixir for healing wounds into the dungeon. The woman carefully treated the ogre's hand, and the Lord looked in surprise at this strange friendship between the monsters and the woman. The ogre's wound immediately began to heal. Aaron asked if she was that terrible boss. Rhea looked at him mockingly, and she replied that this is how it is. Aaron looked at all the monsters around him with hatred in his eyes and couldn't believe her words. He shouted with all his might that he would destroy all evil spirits in this place, and he ran furiously straight towards the swordswoman. The woman deftly dodged his blow. Aaron felt a strong pain in his chest. He fell to the ground, thinking that he had not noticed any blow, and that when the swordswoman managed to perform it, everything happened so quickly. The Lord clutched his chest and wanted to drink the healing potion as quickly as possible. But when he began to examine himself, he did not see any wounds. The man couldn't understand how this could happen, because he definitely felt the blow. Rhea calmly addressed Aaron, saying that different creatures lived on this land, and that monsters attacked only when they were in danger, and that one cannot judge good and evil only by appearance. But Arena couldn't stop thinking about the lightning strike technique, because the swordswoman didn't even draw her weapon. The woman advised listening to the words of the older generation, meaning herself. But in Aaron's opinion, she looked very young, like his peer. He was intrigued by who this beauty was. Lord was taught from childhood that monsters are evil and scary creatures. But now the most beautiful woman stood in front of him. He was taught to kill monsters, and thereby do good and cleanse the planet of evil. But Rhea was nothing like the horrible monster in those stories. Then, Aaron was surprised how monsters could be so beautiful in appearance. Then he scolded himself for not being able to take his eyes off her, and for looking like a fool. Then he remembered the stories people told him that monsters could take on human form and play on human emotions. At that hour, he raised his sword with a cry that all evil must disappear from this world. Astria stood ready for battle, and her monster friends were ready to fight for her to the end. Aaron said that he saw through her. He knows that in fact she is not human, and forbade her to seduce him, since it is useless. The swordswoman looked at him with regret as if he were sick, and she said that if he considered her evil, then let him strike her down. The swordswoman threw her weapon to the ground and raised her arms, exposing her chest. The man was caught off guard. He did not expect such a turn of events. Aaron decided that this was a clever trick before the attack, and he needed to be on his guard. The Lord was in no hurry to act. And then the swordswoman began to tease him and ask him what else he was waiting for. Let him act and try to defeat her. Aaron replied that he saw her cunning provocations and would not fall for them. His instincts told him that he was facing a strong opponent. And with such an angelic appearance, a man needs to be doubly careful. But Aaron considers himself the smartest and strongest, and he has nothing to worry about, especially since he has figured out the evil monster. The Lord was confident that victory would be his. Then he raises his sword to deliver his lightning-fast and deadly blow. But the woman turns out to be faster. Aaron didn't even have time to raise his sword before Astria was already next to him, and their eyes met for a brief moment. She struck him hard in the chest. Aaron had never seen such a fast and precise strike. Even he, an experienced fighter, did not have time to react and notice it in time. Blood spurted from his mouth. He had never encountered such power before. The man felt like he was losing consciousness, but he couldn't do anything about it. Blurred figures of monsters and a beautiful woman flashed before my eyes. Aaron realized that this was the end. He lost, but he was proud of himself for losing the battle. Fighting for good, he considered it a worthy death. Rhea looked at him and thought what kind of fool was in front of her. The swordswoman and the creatures approached the Lord to check his condition. Aaron woke up in an unfamiliar place. He was lying on a soft, clean bed, and it was clear that he had been taken care of. He wanted to get up, but the place where he had been hit caused unbearable pain, and it became difficult to breathe. He was surprised when he saw that the enemies had left his sword nearby and covered him with a blanket. Suddenly, he heard voices and looked around frantically. She was a beautiful swordswoman. She joked that the Lord had been sleeping for so long that she was about to pour water on him to wake him up. Aaron couldn't understand why the monster had a broom in his hands and why he was still alive. The swordswoman couldn't help but laugh and said that the man could use a wash. Aaron was confused and quickly looked at his reflection in the water. His face was painted with paints and ink. Aaron was very outraged by such insolence and started yelling, to which the swordswoman made a remark and asked him to behave politely and address her as you. Aaron became even more confused and did not understand what was happening. Rhea added that he was dealing with a noblewoman from an aristocratic family and should behave appropriately towards her. The monsters supported her words in chorus. Aaron was then completely confused about who the monster was. He saw a beautiful woman, monsters cleaning and having a nice conversation, and creatures who carefully help each other in the household. Rhea cheerfully addressed the man, saying that he got what he deserved, and asked how the blow with the broom had taken him. Aaron was not in the mood for jokes, but what really irritated him was that the swordswoman had beaten his face with a broom, and now it wasn't the perfect tone. Astria answered sternly, so that in the future he would know not to attack a village and civilians for fun. The Lord demanded to know who she was, because he had never seen a boss who made monsters clean up. Then his gaze fell on the pattern of the sword. It was the coat of arms of the imperial family. The emperor gives such a sword only to chosen knights who have accomplished great feats. It finally dawned on the Lord that the person in front of him was not a monster, but a man. And he realized what mistakes he had made and how he had behaved, how he mistook a woman for a monster, and how self-confident and pompous he acted. The Lord had never felt so disgraced and humiliated before. He felt ashamed. Rhea took out a handkerchief and called the man stubborn and self-confident, and she approached him with a handkerchief to wash his face. The Lord only looked in surprise. The swordswoman said that he could relax. No one was going to kill him. There were no enemies here. She assumed that he had been experiencing apathy for a long time and told Aaron about it. Astria began to give advice that one should not flaunt one's strength and boast of superiority over the weak. Rhea cleaned his face, giving him moral lessons, and the Lord listened humbly. Conflicting thoughts were swirling in his head. He comes from a noble, wealthy family. His biography is spotless. He is young and handsome. Everyone envied his life, but he himself had not enjoyed anything for a long time. Neither banquets, nor holidays, nor travel, nor money, nor women. He had indeed been suffering from apathy for a long time, tried to cope with it, but it was all in vain. But he felt that something had changed today. After finishing cleaning Aaron's face, Rhea happily said that he now looked much better, even better than before. The man looked at her, thinking how beautiful she was, but on the other hand, he considered her a very strong rival and was cautious. Suddenly, Rhea activated the teleporter and took out a magic potion from there. The swordswoman offered this potion to Aaron to heal his injuries. She also advised that it would be better for him to return home before sunset, to which Aaron replied that he could not return alone. Astria looked at him questioningly and asked for clarification. The Lord admitted that he had lost his way back and now needed help, although he did not seem upset at all. Lord Aaron gently took the beautiful woman's hand, and he felt one very strange thing, that he never wanted to let her go again. The aristocrat, spoiled by female attention, experienced this for the first time, and he also felt that if they parted now, he would never see her again. After some thought, Astria came up with a way to help the lost man, and suggested using her teleport to the nearest village. Aaron also had a scroll, but he was looking for a reason to stay with the woman he liked. His brain was bursting, not knowing what to think of, because before, it was girls who ran after him and looked for reasons to stay with him. The Lord decided to find out more about the woman and asked her name. He had never heard a name more beautiful than Astria. The man himself introduced himself as Lord Arenhire El Gordane. The swordswoman never expected such a coincidence. Her missing new student appeared to her himself. She was angry about the situation and that she met the main character from the book in this way. Astria loudly and sternly asked that he was that same Aaron. The man was surprised how she could know him. The heroine could not believe her eyes, and such an ironic coincidence. According to the legendary book, Ironhire was a handsome man with golden hair and purple eyes. The swordswoman knew about him only from the book and had no idea what he looked like. The woman appreciated the handsome man's appearance and outstanding abilities. He was perfect for his role. Suddenly, the image of Xian and his beautiful appearance appeared before Rhea's eyes, and she involuntarily began to compare them. And then she got angry at herself and at her student, to whom she had become so accustomed that she no longer noticed other men. The Lord interrupted the woman's internal dialogue and asked how she knew his nickname. Rhea didn't expect such a question, was confused and hesitated in answering. She couldn't tell him about the legendary book and that they were the heroes of the plot, so she made up that she had simply shortened his name herself. Aaron nodded his head, but the swordswoman's speech was not entirely convincing. She was nervous and stuttered. The Lord hastened to show gallantry so that the woman would not feel awkward and said that she could call him by his nickname. Then he knelt down and kissed her hand. Her skin was very soft and velvety and smelled nice. The swordswoman's beauty turned the guy's head, and he added that she could call him whatever she wanted. Rhea was confused and alarmed by such a violent display of feelings, and this after she had defeated him in a fight and humiliated him. In the original book, Aaron also fought the swordswoman and was defeated for the first time in his life. In real life, this would be a blow to any fencer's pride, but here the man immediately falls in love with his rival, instead of getting angry and taking revenge. According to the plot, he becomes her student, tries his best, and surpasses everyone just to win her heart. But in the end, he loses his beloved to an evil god and devotes the rest of his life to revenge. Astria thought it was very romantic and beautiful when she read the book, but it didn't really affect her at the time. In real life, she was not at all pleased by his attention and attempts to seduce him, so the woman hastened to change the subject. She asked why such a noble man was walking alone in such places, and even without security, the guy replied that he had been kicked out. Rhea was wary because when she talked to Hex, he said something completely different. The swordswoman wondered why the Lord was lying to her now, and offered one version that seemed correct to her. Aaron was too self-confident and pompous, and really considered it beneath him to learn from someone, especially from a woman. Aaron not only refused to learn from the swordswoman, but also lost to her in battle for the first time in his life. That's why he couldn't tell the truth about why he ran away from home. But the perceptive Rhea quickly saw through him, and she decides to take him home and get official permission to train the impudent fellow. Rhea decides to trick the guy and offers to help him take him home, since it is dangerous to walk alone in such places. But Aaron flatly refuses and begins to act up. The woman thought how tired she was of her children's whims. Then the guy decides to take a bold step and asks the swordswoman to let him go with her, to which Rhea replied that she herself wanted to suggest this. Aaron asked again if she was joking, and then jumped and rejoiced like a child. The man could not hide his joyful emotions and said that he was happier than ever. Astria noticed this. She thought that he would perceive his defeat differently, but he even became an apprentice. The mentor added that when he becomes her student, he will live with her, and his parents need to be warned about this. Aaron couldn't even dream of such a thing, that he would not just stay with her for one day, but that they would live together as a couple. Rhea asked him to think carefully and still ask his parents' permission. The guy stated that Astria was hesitating. He was already more ready to begin training with the great swordswoman and would consider it an honor. Then Aaron got upset, remembering how strict and conservative his parents were and how they might not let him go. But in the letter that the woman received from his parents, his father, on the contrary, asks her to take his son and make a man out of him. The swordswoman insisted that it was necessary to go to the Lord's home and get his parents' permission. But Aaron whined like a puppy and was capricious. He asked to start training quickly and live together without his parents' permission. Rhea was puzzled that the Lord so categorically did not want to return home to his parents, and especially to his father. She immediately remembered little Xian, who also did not want to return to his fiendish father, and asked to be taken with him. Sigrian also begged and was ready to do anything just to avoid returning home. Rhea then decides to personally meet the guy's parents and talk to them. Aaron jumped for joy and thanked her, and said that he would try and obey his mentor in everything. As they were leaving, the heroes met the ogres, and the swordswoman apologized for the fact that their secret village was exposed because of her. The swordswoman turned to the man and told him to hurry, as it would soon begin to get dark. The swordswoman activated the teleport and said that in order for them to move together, the student should take her hand. Rhea thought about Cian's reaction, and it was good that she managed to warn him in advance about the new student. Knowing Cian's jealous nature, the woman felt that he would be displeased and that things would be difficult for all of them, but that was her mission. And she didn't deny the idea that perhaps the guys could get along. The heroes said goodbye to the locals and disappeared into the teleport. It was already night when they returned to the swordswoman's home. Aaron, seeing another man in the house, became indignant and demanded to know who it was. Cian had the same reaction and counter-question. The boys immediately began to squabble and fought for a place next to their favorite mentor. Looking at this whole kindergarten, Rhea lost all hope for peaceful coexistence. And how could she have imagined that the boys would become friends? After all, initially, these are reincarnations of a good and an evil god, and in themselves they are incompatible. The woman found herself between two fires. The guys were clinging to each other like cat and dog, and that was only the beginning. The future seemed foggy and complicated to Astria. She felt as if she were in a daze. All this time, the boys exchanged pleasantries and more. Aaron became overly provocative, claiming rights to the woman, and Cian and Rhea were shocked by what they heard. When the Lord declared that he was Astria's future husband and that he should be obeyed and respected, he received an instructive slap in the face. The Lord was extremely surprised by this and asked the woman if this was not why she had called him here. Rhea yelled at him for such insolence and made it clear that she was only there to learn fencing, and that was all. Aaron was completely confused. He decided that Rhea also liked him, and she invited him to her place so that they could live as a couple. He asked to explain why it was he who should learn fencing from Astria. Cian stood nearby and was forced to listen to all this nonsense. He could barely restrain himself from punching this pompous Aaron in the face. The mentor couldn't understand why Aaron had such a reaction to learning fencing. She wondered if he really didn't understand who she was and why she really invited him into the house. At that moment, Cian finally realized who the stranger was standing in front of him, this very new student that Rhea had warned him about. Then Sigrian clarified that this was the student who was supposed to become his younger brother. Aaron was indignant. What kind of brotherhood are we talking about, and what should he learn here? This was the last straw, and the Lord demanded an explanation from her. He believed that Rhea had called him as her future husband. Astria herself was shocked and even a little upset, since anyone who wields a sword dreams of fighting her. Other swordsmen are lining up to defeat her, to show her their strength and take the main title. After all, she is a great holy swordswoman. Rhea admitted that she hadn't been very active socially lately, but how could Aaron not know about her? The Lord was shocked by this turn of events. He could not believe that the great swordswoman was standing before him. He began to recall recent events in order to put the puzzle together in his head. The young lord recalled the letter in which it was written that the great swordswoman had taken him as an apprentice. At this time, the lord and his warriors were busy preparing to search the dungeon and discussed with the soldiers issues of supplies and weapons. Now the puzzle came together in Aaron's head. He told Astria about the letter he had received from the great swordswoman, but he had no idea that it was she. Rhea took a deep breath, thinking that this fool had finally understood everything. Then the favorite of all women became sad, because it turns out that Rhea perceived him only as a student and not as a husband. Sigrian sarcastically pitied the hopeless heartbreaker. The woman considered it reckless of Aaron to give in to attraction and come to the house of a man he did not know. Cian added fuel to the fire by saying that Aaron, due to his arrogance, seriously thought that the swordswoman liked him, to which Aaron hastened to retort that this was a completely normal phenomenon for such handsome and successful people as he. Sigrian reproached the narcissistic lord for being a common braggart. He also added that he doesn't find Aaron attractive and that he's not Rhea's type. Aaron was indignant and said that the guy was simply jealous of him and did not understand what he was talking about. The swordswoman herself became curious about how the boys knew about her tastes. Sigrian assured that he knew, because he had been living with her for a long time, and was sure that Astria would not look at someone like Aaron and anyone weaker than her. Sigrian also stated that the Lord was weaker than him and would lose to him. Aaron was so enraged by the commoner's insolence that he was ready to rush into battle. Seeing how the situation was getting tense, the teacher hastened to defuse the situation with jokes, but the guys no longer heard the woman. They were absorbed in arguing and trying to figure out who was cooler and stronger. To do this, they decided to continue their conversation on the street like grown men. The swordswoman tried her best to stop them, but it was all in vain. When they went out into the courtyard, the boys took out their swords. Astria hurried after them and said that they would fight according to the rules. This was supposed to be a sparring match, not a fight to the death. And when she said stop, they would stop immediately. Anyone who disobeys will be considered a loser. Rhea sighed hopelessly, realizing that the battle was inevitable and she would not be able to influence the situation. Because these were two sworn enemies, and their fight was only a matter of time, and the swordswoman resigned herself to what was happening. The swordswoman thought that since this was inevitable, it would be better to let them sort it out themselves and not interfere. Perhaps this is for the best. The guys will now let off some steam and calm down. Besides, they haven't reached their full power yet, so the world won't collapse from a fight between two boys. Before the fight, Aaron asked his mentor if it was possible to use real swords instead of training ones. Both boys insisted on using real swords to harness the sword's aura and determine the real winner. The swordswoman hastened to convince them to rely only on the art of fencing and not magic. The boys were upset like little children because they wanted a real fight. Aaron muttered dully that without the sword's aura, it would be boring and uninteresting. Suddenly, Sion turned to the swordswoman. Aaron watched warily. Sion walked up to his beloved mentor and straightened her hair, knowing that she didn't like it when it fell over her eyes. The woman thanked him and also reminded the student that this was his first fight with someone other than her. She advised the student not to strain himself and to do everything as she taught him. The student thanked the swordswoman and gloated that Rhea was disposed towards him and not towards the impudent lord. Aaron understood that Sion was deliberately making him angry and tried not to show his anger. Sion was pleased with his superiority and grinned evilly. Everything changed dramatically when the mentor patted him on the head. He frowned that she was treating him like a child. Aaron was seething with jealousy that Astria was giving advice and treating only Sion warmly since he was now also her student. Finally, he waited for the woman to turn to him. Rhea advised the Lord to leave behind his excessive self-confidence, to be more vigilant, and not to underestimate the enemy. Arena didn't like the simple, banal, and cold advice, without any participation or support. He was upset by such a difference in attitude towards students. He wanted special treatment. Suddenly, the mentor whispered in his ear to be careful and not to overdo it, because he had recently been injured, and a warrior needs to save his strength for the main battle. Aaronhir's heart beat faster. These were the words that he was very pleased to hear. The Lord caught himself thinking that he had already forgotten about the enmity, jealousy, and battle. Xian noticed a subtle connection between us. This alerted him he was ready to fight to the death. It was deep night, and the full moon was shining in the sky. All the heroes were in place. The boys stood in full combat readiness and waited for the signal from the mentor. In a short time, the Lord developed strong feelings for the swordswoman, and he was ready to die for her. The mentor raised her hand and gave the signal to prepare for the battle to begin. Aaron sincerely believed that he could win the woman's favor by defeating this impudent Xian. Rhea gave the start signal, and the boys began to fight. They fought with all cruelty. The woman thought that if it weren't for the wooden swords, the boys would have killed each other. She watched her students fight with interest and excitement. They both competed for the attention and love of a beautiful woman. The guys were equal and strong opponents. Their techniques and strikes were impeccable. Xian took advantage of the moment to use the lightning strike that Rhea had taught him. But Aaron had already encountered this technique in the dungeon during the battle with the swordswoman, and he managed to dodge Xian's sword. In addition, the guy was not as fast as his teacher. Xian was surprised that Aaron had anticipated his moves and blocked the lightning strike. Aaron enjoyed superiority for the moment. Sigrian clearly didn't expect to meet such a worthy opponent, and this was good practice for him too. But the Lord did not expect such strength and technique from his opponent. The incarnation of the evil god in Sigrian's body went on the attack. Aaron became wary and was on guard. The Lord thought about what kind of blow the enemy would choose for a counterattack and watched the guy's movements. Xian was becoming increasingly consumed by anger, and if he didn't get the better of it, the battle would get out of control. Meanwhile, Aaron controlled his emotions and the situation and felt superior and close to his victory. The Lord thought that even though he lost to Astria, defeating her student would take all her attention and make an impression. Aaron stood still and did not move like a predator, waiting for the enemy to get close enough. Xian picked up speed and ran towards the enemy. Aaron believed that the guy had fallen for his bait and shown weakness in control. Now he would need to quickly take advantage of the moment. As Xian swung his sword, Aaron calculated his steps ahead, and he allowed the enemy to come close enough to attack from close range. But suddenly, At the very last moment, Xian abruptly changed the trajectory and movement of the sword, and he dealt an unexpected blow to his overconfident opponent. The Lord was caught off guard. He did not have time to react in time, and his expectation of superiority and victory was in jeopardy. Xian was pleased with himself and the new technique he had been practicing day and night on. Ria saw the fruits of her labors and the efforts of her diligent student. She was proud of Xian's technique and strategy, although there was still room for improvement. Aaron was almost on his knees, but he still did not give up and fought to the end, trying to contain the enemy's strength. Xian asked if he was ready to surrender, to which the Lord replied that Xian would not live to see that happen. A moment later, Aaron, defeated and humiliated, was already on the floor. He couldn't understand where this boy got such power from. Xian was happy to teach the proud braggart a lesson, and of course, show off in front of his beloved. This was Arnheir's second defeat in a short period of time, first at the hands of a swordswoman from whom he refused to learn, and the second defeat is now from her student, a simple village boy. For a narcissistic lord who knew no refusal or defeat, this was a huge blow to his ego. The lord jumped to his feet with a curse and attacked Xian, trying to somehow rehabilitate himself in the eyes of himself and those around him. Here, Ria felt it necessary to intervene and let the hot guys cool down. She declared Sigrian the winner. Aaron felt ashamed of his failure and his pathetic attempt at revenge. The lord decided to humbly accept defeat and acknowledge his opponent's victory. The fight was over. The steam and anger had been released, and the guys silently got themselves in order. Arena was worried that he now looked stupid after bragging so much at the beginning and pretending to be the best. Then Ria came up and broke their silence. She brought a handkerchief and liquid to treat Aaron's wound. The woman checked to see if the student's nose was broken, and everything was fine. Aaron asked if she was disappointed in him and that he could have still won if the woman had not separated them in the end, to which Ria pressed on his injured nose and said that then he would definitely have lost his nose. And she reminded that it was she who insisted on wooden swords, and what would have happened if the swords had been real. The handsome lord would have definitely lost his nose, and maybe even worse. Astria asked if the student understood why he lost. Ria continued her teachings and said that in battle, it is important to remain calm and not lose your vigilance. And Aaron lost because of arrogance, and next time he must correct it. The student obediently nodded his head, and then he straightened out his chest and said words of gratitude. Astria was pleased that Aaron called her his teacher, when only recently he considered it beneath his dignity. Sigrian stood silently nearby and listened attentively to the conversation between the mentor and her new student. The swordswoman praised the Lord for mastering the lesson, patted him on the head, and asked about his impressions of the first day of training. Aaron thought for a moment and tried to collect his thoughts and answer. But when this beautiful woman was nearby, all his thoughts were only about her and their future. Aaron, in love, felt embarrassed when Ria looked at him like that. His heart began to beat wildly, and it became even more difficult to collect his thoughts. He sadly said that the impression was that he had lost for the second time in his life. He had been scolded, and he was upset. The swordswoman encouraged him, and just thinking about her made all his worries, sadness, and experiences fade into the background. The guy fantasized about their future together and romance. He imagined how they would get married and live happily together. Suddenly, a potion was splashed on Aaron's face. Xian, splashing out the last drops of the elixir, said that it was to heal the wound on his nose. He also added irritably that enough of this fuss over a bruised nose was enough. Astria screamed in surprise, and at her charge's brazen behavior, she knew it wouldn't end well. The Lord could not tolerate such an insult. He demanded to fight with real swords and threatened to cut the insolent man's throat. But it didn't come to swords. They clashed with each other. Before they even drew their swords, Aaron was the first to attack his opponent and strike. Agitated and angry, Astria got into the fight and began to separate the jealous people. She swore, shouted, but all to no avail. Then she said in a commanding voice that such street fights were prohibited, and if it happened again, there would be punishment. The boys reluctantly listened to their teacher and were forced to stop the fight, although each wanted to see it through to the end. The swordswoman repeated that those who disobey her will face severe punishment, up to and including being expelled from her students. The guys agreed in unison. Since they had no choice, they realized that they would not be able to fight in front of Ria. The Lord felt innocent because Xian was the one who showed disrespect and provoked the fight. At that moment, their sleeves accidentally touched, and they immediately started arguing. The boys were arguing about who hit whom first and looked like kids in kindergarten. The swordswoman tried to hold on and not get angry, but she no longer had the strength. She was already tired of this kindergarten. She screamed at the top of her lungs for them to calm down. The boys almost went deaf. They didn't know that the teacher had such a loud voice. Astria first approached the Lord and asked him to show respect to Xian, as he was older. And she asked Siana to set an example for her younger brother, and not to behave recklessly. Sigrian wanted to justify himself, and invented that he poured the potion on Arin so that his injured nose would heal. The mentor shook her head and asked that Arin be treated with respect as a guest. She added that Xian himself would be upset if he were greeted like that in another house. The boy clenched his fists in anger, because he didn't like it when Rhea spoke to him like he was a little child. Aaron noticed how Xian had changed, and that he got angry when a woman did not treat him as an equal. The teacher said that it was already late, so she would start preparing dinner, and let Xin show the guests the room. The guy was outraged. He didn't want to spend time with this arrogant lord and help him. Rhea didn't want to make a scene in front of the guest, so she simply looked sternly at the student, showing that he wasn't going to bargain with her. Xian lowered his head humbly and sighed. He understood everything without words. Then the guy stood up and asked the guest to follow him. Xian turned to him and muttered that he should move, and that no one was going to wait for him. The teacher watched the boys leave and thought that she needed to be patient. She said goodbye to the idea of making the boys friends, but wanted to hope that at least they wouldn't kill each other. The swordswoman was wondering if she had been hasty in agreeing to train Arin and inviting him home. After all, from the very beginning of the book's plot, the conflict between these two characters was inevitable. This is the eternal struggle between good and evil, dark and light, evil god and good god. But Astria wanted to try to change the course of events, and decided that a meeting under favorable conditions would help with this. And the two sworn enemies will make peace. But it seems it was reckless of her to think so. At this time, Xian showed Arin his room for the time that he would live here. Sigrian gave his guest a tour of the room and showed him where everything was. When Xian left the room, Arin let out all the steam that had accumulated in him while his opponent was nearby. Aaron found a set of underwear in the closet and decided to change, since his clothes already needed to be freshened up and washed. The Lord loved to dress well and show off, so he began to carefully choose a suit and found a suitable one. True, the trousers were a bit big for him, but there was nothing he could do. The Lord had to wear what he had. Suddenly, the Lord began to wonder whose clothes these were, and suspected that this suit could be Siana's. Aaron wondered if that was the case. Then how could Xian have known that the Lord would come to live here? Although Xian was thin, he seemed quite strong for his build to Arin. But they are the same height. Then why are the pants too big if they belong to Xian? When Arin had changed his clothes and tidied himself up, he left the room and met with Xian. Xian was indignant at the fact that the Lord was staring at him like that. Arin just rolled his eyes and said there was nothing to see there. Sigrian muttered for the guest to follow him. He would show him where the kitchen was. To contain his anger, Aaron clenched his fists and followed the guy. Thoughts were running through his head that he didn't want to live with this commoner and wanted to be alone with Rhea. That's why he was running through ideas in his head about how to get rid of the annoying student and finally be alone with the woman. When the boys came down to the kitchen, Rhea was bustling around the stove, preparing dinner for everyone. The swordswoman decided to set a festive table in honor of the guest and their new family member. She was delighted to see the boys and began asking how they were and whether they had changed for dinner. Aaron lit up at the sight of the beautiful Astria, and Xian couldn't hide his displeasure. The Lord decided not to waste time and take the initiative, and asked if he could sit next to the swordswoman. The woman gave her permission, and they all sat down at the table together. Astria wanted to ask something, but decided to do it later. The Lord looked with admiration at all the delicacies on the table and said that it looked very appetizing. He complimented the woman and said that she was a jack of all trades and could even cook so deliciously. Rhea found it funny and thanked the guy for the compliment with a smile, but said that Xian was the one cooking. Aaron found himself in an awkward position. He didn't even know that this commoner could also cook. The Lord lost all desire to eat the food prepared by his rival. The food looked so delicious that it was hard to resist, and Aaron hadn't eaten all day. He himself didn't notice how he devoured the entire plate that was put before him. To make up for his mistake, the guy said he would like to try what Rhea would cook. The swordswoman laughingly replied that he wanted too much from her. Aaron asked in surprise to explain. to which the woman coquettishly replied that it was a secret. The boy was upset because he really wanted to try the food that the teacher would prepare. He turned away to catch his breath, because being next to this woman took his breath away. Towards the end of the dinner, Arin decided to be polite and show some culture, and complimented Sion on his culinary skills. Sion ignored his opponent's words, showing that they meant nothing to him. Then he got up from the table, saying that he had no appetite today, and that he would better go upstairs to his room. Sion turned around and left. Rhea ran out after him to catch up and find out what was going on. At that moment, Arin grabbed the woman by the arm and stopped her. Astria politely asked him to let go of her hand and let her go. The Lord replied that he could not do this, as he did not want to be left without her, and she would go to Sion. The woman did not understand the man's actions, and said that she did not understand why he was doing this. The guy hesitated and thought that it was because he was not used to having dinner alone, and he asked her once again to stay and not leave him. The woman was not convinced, and she resolutely turned towards Sion. Arin also jumped up from the table to catch up with the meme woman, but then stopped, considering it a bad idea. The teacher would rather talk to her student and find out what was on his mind, because she cared about Sion. The Lord, seeing how reverently the swordswoman treated her student, realized that he should not quarrel with him, otherwise he would upset the woman. Therefore, he resolutely told Astria that for her sake he would do everything to get along with his rival as much as possible. The swordswoman did not expect such a turn of events, and was pleasantly surprised. Hope arose again that the boys would get along, but in return he asked her to stay with him, at least for a little while, the woman thought. Well, Astria decided to stay with Arin for a while, because she really wanted the boys to get along. At this time, Xian was in his room and was troubled by thoughts about today. He was worried that he had gone too far, and now Rhea thought he was weird. He couldn't bear to see them sitting next to each other and eating the food he had prepared. Xian was also irritated by the fact that his opponent was well-bred, had good manners, and was from high society. In terms of status, he is more suited to Rhea, who is also from an aristocratic family. Therefore, Xian felt left out and couldn't control his emotions when he saw them together. The guy's head was spinning about today's conversation with the Lord when they met in the corridor before dinner. The Lord stated that he had true feelings for the swordswoman, and he was not going to give up. And if Sion isn't confident enough to openly compete for a woman's heart, then it's best for him to stay out of the way, and to continue to play the role of a student and be content with little, but the Lord does not intend to do so. Xian thought that Rhea was his master, and he was just a tamed beast who did not consider himself worthy of her love, and he's even afraid to tell her about it, so he just begs for pieces of her love. But suddenly, an uninvited guest appears and openly confesses his feelings and intentions. Xian was more angry that he couldn't afford it and more angry at himself. He felt his rival's superiority in love affairs. The guy is afraid that the woman will hate him if he tells her about his feelings. Xian put so much effort into winning over the unapproachable beauty, and now it's all falling apart. Xian felt like a weakling who was content with little. He caught her every smile, every movement, and enjoyed the short moments they spent together during their training. And now his place has been taken by someone else, someone who is more prestigious, smarter, richer, more aristocratic. And Xian can lose even the little that he has and become unnecessary. At this time, there was a knock on the door, and Astria's voice was behind the door, asking if she could come in. Xian was worried about her arrival and the upcoming conversation, but said that she could come in. Rhea became worried and asked him to explain why he hadn't eaten anything and had suddenly left. The teacher was worried that the student might be sick. Xian considered this an excellent excuse given to him by the mentor herself. He himself would never have come up with such a thing. He decided to feign illness and said that he was really sick. Rhea immediately began to nervously check his throat, eyes, and asked where it hurt. The swordswoman began to treat the sick student and list the treatment options. She mentioned a potion, a healer, and a temple. Xian exhaled, seeing that at least his mistress cared about him and that she cared about him. Then he said that there was no need to bother and come, and why didn't Rhea stay with the guest? The swordswoman looked at the student and felt that something was wrong with him. It was not in vain that she had rushed to come, and she stayed with Arin for a little while, only because he promised to get along with Xian in return. The teacher, seeing the jealousy, calmed the student and said that Arin was new here and she had to pay attention to him, to which Xian responded with a grumpy remark that Arin was no longer a small child and could take care of himself, and that she didn't have to be with him. The woman tried to calm the student and said that Arin was now also her student, and she was his teacher. Xian decided to pluck up the courage and ask the woman something. He hugged her and asked why she brought another student, whether he alone was not enough for her or whether she no longer needed him. Astria couldn't stand it anymore. She had done so much for Xian, and how could he think that he meant nothing to her? The swordswoman asked the guy where he got such stupid thoughts, where he got them from. He explained that he thought maybe he wasn't good enough, wasn't trying hard enough, and she took another student. The woman did not expect that Xian would draw such conclusions and consider herself unnecessary. She had of course assumed that they might not get along, but not that Xian would think that she wanted to leave him. Apparently, as a child, he felt unwanted and abandoned, and despite everything, this fear has not gone away. Now he is already a grown man, but he still has childhood fears and traumas, and he is afraid that the swordswoman will leave him. Rhea decides to show her devotion by taking the guy's hands and apologizing for bringing a new student without asking him. She said she understood his feelings and resentment, that Arin was now living with them. It was necessary, but she wants him to know that no one will ever take his place, and she will never abandon him. Then Xian asked where she got such confidence from, because they were not blood relatives, he was just a stranger. Xian didn't even understand what significance it had in the life of a swordswoman. The woman said that indeed they were not blood relatives, but he was her only family. From the first day the swordswoman met him, he became the dearest person on earth to her. She can't imagine life without him, and it hurts her that Xian doubts her. The guy felt ashamed and lowered his eyes. Then he hugged her tightly and said that he also couldn't imagine his life without her. Then Xian decides to say the key words he has been hesitant to say all these years. He hugged her and quietly told her that he loved her. Astria remembered that she had once been in a similar situation. Xian was very little then. He said the same words to her, but then she was in no hurry to answer, knowing that one day she would die at his hand. Knowing who he really was, the swordswoman swore that she would kill him without hesitation as soon as she noticed that evil had awakened within him. Initially, she was sure that she would not develop any feelings for the boy, but it was hard to do when you see those innocent eyes every day. And then, when Xian grew up, he looked after and cared for his mentor and helped with the housework. I gave gifts and surprises, tried to create a festive and cozy atmosphere. Rhea's whole life with Xian flashed before her eyes, and she thought how ironic it is and how life loves to play jokes on people. Despite the fact that Xian is the embodiment of an evil god, it was he who gave her the long-forgotten happiness of family love. Anyway, he is her family, the one she chose herself. So Rhea quietly replied to Xian that she loved him too. Then she repeated it louder, that she loved him with all her heart. Xian didn't expect to hear such words. He didn't even hope. The guy hugged her even tighter and asked himself if he was dreaming, because he couldn't believe that this was reality. He understood that Astria's feelings were not the same as his, but this was the first time in her life that she had expressed them so openly. Xian was over the moon, but he also cooled down, remembering how coldly Rhea looked at him today. When he poured the potion on the guest, the mentor looked at him as coldly as ever. The guy had never seen her look at him like that before. Even when he fought with Hex, Rhea didn't have the same reaction as today, when Xian fought with Arin, whom she saw for the first time. Here Xian could not stand it, and said that he wanted to ask something. Rhea replied that he could ask whatever he wanted. Then he turned to his mentor and asked if she would leave him. He understood that Astria valued him, but inside he was still afraid of losing her. And these fears of Xian only intensified with the appearance of a new guest. Arin's words hurt the boy when he said that Xian was either openly competing with Rhea or abandoning her. Therefore, Xian wanted to make sure once again that he was important to the swordswoman and wanted to calm down after hearing what he already knew. Astria was surprised by such banal questions, but she understood why Xian was constantly looking for confirmation of her usefulness. She thought that he was not a child, but he still asked such childish questions. The swordswoman found this cute and funny, so she couldn't help but smile and quickly turned away so that Xian wouldn't see. Then she turned serious and turned to the guy. She reassured him that she would never leave him in her life. Xian was happy to hear this every time, and like a child, he began to ask her again and again. Rhea replied that she was giving a guarantee. Then Xian asked what she thought about marriage. Astria certainly didn't expect such a turn of events. She couldn't understand how the conversation turned to the wedding. She began to remember the signs and prerequisites for this in the past, which she had not noticed before, but now she saw everything differently. Once Cian got jealous of Hex and staged a concert, and scenes of jealousy, and now Aaron has appeared and the picture is repeating itself. Then the swordswoman comes up with a solution to calm her student and let him know that she will not abandon him. Astria tells Cian that she is not going to marry Aaron, and he can rest assured about that. The guy didn't understand what Aaron had to do with it. He meant that she should marry him and that he loved her as a man. The swordswoman saw discontent on the guy's face. Wasn't that what he wanted to hear? That she wouldn't marry him and would remain his friend. Sigrian exclaimed, "How can she not think about marriage? Does she really not think about relationships either?" The student asked the teacher again, what would she do if someone she liked appeared? To which the swordswoman replied that when such a person appears, then she will think about what to do. But now it is too early to talk about it. The woman kept silent about the fact that she had never been in a relationship and had already lost all hope of dating anyone. Astria remembered her former suitors and unsuccessful dates and sighed sadly. She had long since lost all interest in romance and other nonsense. Fighting and adventure were the most important things in her life. The woman looked at the saddened guy and felt sorry for him, thinking that he was worried that she would marry Aaron. And she decided to cheer him up by saying that if she ever fell in love with someone, it would definitely not be Aaron. And she suggested to Cian that if Aaron next time spoke about her as a bride, he should say the following, that the swordswoman likes modest and kind men who also know how to cook well. That is, people like Cian. Cian has renewed hope for a future with Rhea. Even though he realized that Astria hadn't guessed what kind of love he'd confessed to her, the guy wasn't going to give up. Sigrian stood up and said that although he didn't like Aaron, he had helped him understand something. Rhea looked questioningly, and the student explained that Aaron had helped him understand that the swordswoman liked men like Sigrian. Rhea was amused by the student's simplicity. After all, she had said this simply to encourage him, and he had decided to joke so cheekily. She then pinched the guy on the cheek like a little one to make him come to his senses and told him not to be impudent. And she joked that it was Hex who had given him the nerve, to which Cian replied that he had simply become more confident and relaxed. The picture was transferred to a completely different place, where the elf sat and felt that something was wrong. He whispered that the woman was in danger and that he needed to move. The elf gathered his weapons and supplies and moved forward. He had to make sure that his old friend was okay. The next morning, after taking a shower, Rhea went downstairs, where Aaron had already met her, and hurried to ask how she slept. Aaron was very handsome, tall, stately, athletically built, with excellent taste and manners. No girl could resist him. He knew this and used his charms and beauty and wanted to conquer Rhea as well. The woman thanked him for his attention and replied that she had slept well, and also asked if the guest had been comfortable. But the man didn't want to talk about that at all. He was burning with passion for the swordswoman and wanted to win her over by any means necessary. Rhea was amazed when he came close and took her hand and said that he had something important to say that he hadn't had time to say yesterday. The Lord leaned towards the swordswoman and whispered that he loved her and could not live without her. In the book of the legendary sword, the hero Aaron dedicated his life to fighting evil in order to avenge his teacher and sacrificed himself. However, in the book, it was more like an obsession, as he once brought flowers to his teacher, and when he came to the next lesson, he presented her with a bouquet he had collected, saying that he had found flowers the color of her eyes. And he passionately confessed his love, and he did this almost every lesson. His love frightened the teacher because it looked more like a painful dependence. In the book, the swordswoman Astria appears on only 40 pages, and Aaron confesses his love to her as many as 20 times. In order not to repeat the mistakes of the past, Astria wants to immediately set boundaries between her and the guy, and she immediately cuts off his ardor, sternly declaring that she perceives him only as a student and that nothing more can happen between us. Astria reminded him that he was her student and that he should not forget this and behave appropriately, and demanded that he train diligently. Aaron swore that he would do so that she would be proud of him and in the future would perceive him as more than just a student. The guy took her hands and firmly said that he would never give up. His love was strong. The man will prove to her that his feelings are not temporary, but eternal and sincere. Rhea was not pleased with this news. The student was in a state of madness and did not want to see or hear anything except himself. And the woman saw the same crazy look in the hero as in the book of the legendary sword. The mentor realized that it was too late to dissuade him or explain anything. The guy was obsessed. Sigrian appeared in the room and interrupted the passionate conversation of the narcissistic lord. Shein prepared breakfast and invited everyone to sit at the table. Rhea looked at Sigrian as if he were her savior and joyfully snatched her hand from the lord's. And taking advantage of the moment, she slipped out of his embrace and ran away as if scalded. Sigrian wanted to follow her, but he overheard their entire conversation from behind the door. When the woman ran away, the lord accused his rival of interrupting an important conversation and warned him not to repeat it. Sigrian replied that the lord did not give him orders, and he did what he wanted. And as he left, he slammed the door. Aaron got furious and was ready to punch him in the face, but he promised the teacher that for her sake there would be peace at home. So he stayed in the room to cool down, and a little later he heard the voice of the teacher calling him to breakfast. Handsome Aaron changed his clothes and tidied himself up to look irresistible and went downstairs. He walked and thought that the swordswoman would not be able to resist his beauty and charm for long. But when he entered the kitchen, he saw a disgusting picture. Sigrian added spices to the soup and asked Astria to taste it to see if it had enough salt and if anything needed to be added. The swordswoman praised the student for his efforts in cooking, and Sigrian offered to let the woman try it from his own hand. Aaron, without wasting a second, decided to get ahead of his opponent and make a fool of him. He ran up himself and managed to intercept a spoonful of lunch. Then he spat out the food and said that it was disgusting and bland and like Sigrian's life. Wiping his mouth with a napkin, Aaron haughtily asked if this was all the great chef could do. Sisun was angry at the impudent lord and was indignant at how he dared to do that. This spoon was not for him. The lord turned around to leave and said that he was simply very hungry and could not stand it. It was funny for Rhea to watch the students behave like children, and she was once again convinced that it takes more time for them to become friends. The heroes sat down at the table and ate breakfast together. The teacher ate with great appetite and once again praised her student. Xian thanked him and calmly told Aaron to wash the dishes, to which Aaron was indignant that he was not a servant. The teacher intervened and answered the lord that since they all lived together, they should help each other, and there were no servants here. All students in her house are equal, and one must not behave arrogantly and consider oneself higher or better than others. Everyone must work hard. The lord already regretted that he had answered that way, but he understood that arguing with the woman was not to his advantage. So he simply asked why not hire a servant, and they would have more free time for more important things. Rhea understood Aaron very well, as she herself grew up in an aristocratic family with servants. In her youth, she herself thought the same and did not like housework. But Sigrian added that it was important to let go of feelings of superiority. This is to strengthen your fortitude, and only by renouncing one's status and finding humility in learning can one achieve mastery of fencing. The lord and the swordswoman listened with surprise to Sigrian's lofty speech. Rhea had never heard him express himself like that before. Then the mentor praised Xian and supported his opinion. Aaron had to agree with her. He said that he would learn to do housework and would start now with washing dishes. The boys cleared the dishes together and put them in the sink. The lord wanted to start washing them, but Xian advised soaking them first. The lord began to object and asked not to interfere in his affairs. He himself could handle this easy matter. The teacher was touched by how the incarnations of the evil and good gods shared household chores and argued over trifles. 2 weeks have passed since the heroes agreed to work together and share household chores. It was an ordinary morning, and Aaron and I were cleaning. Everything was peaceful until the lord noticed that he was being splashed with water. The guy came up to him to scold him, to which Xian justified himself by saying that it was an accident and quipped that Aaron hadn't washed the dishes well before. And if the lord can't even wash the dishes well, how will he become a master of fencing? The guys grabbed hold again. Astria heard their loud conversation from the other room and hurried to come before they started a fight. But suddenly, I heard a call from the spatial pocket and wondered who it could be at such a time. The swordswoman activated the teleport to take the communication crystal and answer the call. An old friend of hers turned out to be on the line, and she began to have a pleasant conversation with him and ask about his business. The boys immediately forgot about their conflict and began to listen attentively to understand who their favorite teacher was talking to. She kept telling stories about herself and asking about her friends' plans. They recalled their shared adventures and laughed. Astria became cheerful and talked for a long time. The students were tense by this conversation. They couldn't tell whether she was talking to a man or a woman. They immediately forgot about their feud and asked and inquired of each other who it could be. The guys didn't need another rival. They had enough of each other. But suddenly, Rhea changed in a conversation on the phone. Her old acquaintance told her that the swordswoman should expect him to visit soon. Astria was very surprised and could not immediately give an answer. Moreover, her friend was already nearby. The boys rushed to ask in unison who it was. And because of ignorance, they were tense. Cian repeated the question again and added whether everything was okay with the teacher. Astria was in no hurry to answer and looked very thoughtful. The mentor said that they would soon have a guest and needed the guys' help to prepare. The students unanimously responded that they were ready to do whatever she said. The swordswoman said that she would help the Lord with washing dishes and also teach him how to do it properly. The Lord was happy. A happy Aaron said he needed advice not only on washing dishes, but also on cleaning, to which Cian said that he was excellent at this task and would be happy to teach the Lord if that was what he wanted. Cian then turned to the swordswoman and admitted that he had sometimes gone too far and wanted to make things right and befriend the new student. Aaron was outraged by his opponent's primitive move and declared that the mentor herself wanted to teach him, and there was no need to interfere. Then Cian leaned towards the Lord and said something in his ear so that no one could hear. Arian's face immediately changed, and he looked very worried. He reluctantly agreed to Cian's proposal and turned to leave to continue his household chores. Astria was extremely surprised that Cian could tell the Lord that he meekly obeyed. Something was wrong here. The swordswoman thought that since Cian was taking over Aaron's training, she had free time and could do her own thing. Aaron was busy cleaning and cursing Cian for now blackmailing him after learning just one little secret. Earlier that day, while cleaning, Aaron accidentally broke a vase, and Cian saw it. And he decided to scare the Lord by saying that this thing was very dear to Rhea, since it was a gift from a close friend. Aaron became nervous and worried about what he should do now. There was no way to fix the vase, and there was no way to confess to what he had done, so Aaron asked to keep it a secret. This was a great opportunity for Jian to blackmail his rival, and he couldn't help but take advantage of it. He said that he would keep it a secret if the Lord obeyed him unquestioningly in everything, without arguing. From that moment on, Aaron's household responsibilities increased dramatically. Now he washed, cleaned, hung up the laundry, and ironed. And all this because, so that the mentor would not find out about the broken vase, Cian deceived her by saying that he hid it in the closet. Cian kept his word and did not reveal the secret. Now the Lord is having a hard time. All of this made him incredibly angry, and he was even more angry that he had to obey his opponent. Aaron felt like he was in slavery and a hostage to the situation. As soon as he finished one task, Cian would immediately find a new task for the Lord. Arine's arms were already falling off. Even fencing training no longer seemed so difficult to him. Cian acted like a supervisor and gave orders. And Aaron, gritting his heart and teeth, silently fulfilled all the master's whims. Finally, the Lord became indignant and reminded him that his rival should have taught him household chores and not dumped everything on him. Cian replied that he was cooking and that Aaron should better scrub off the dirt, otherwise it wouldn't come off on its own. The Lord was angry and thought that when he and Rhea got married, he would throw out Cian like a stray dog. This thought calmed him down, and he continued washing the clothes. Suddenly, the mentor appeared and approached the Lord. She was beautiful as an angel. Aaron couldn't take his eyes off her. She took the underwear from Aaron and said that he was free. The swordswoman asked the guy to go to the flower shop to buy her favorite flowers. The student was surprised by such a request, because he still had so much to wash, but he agreed to the woman's request. After some time, the Lord returned and heard the conversation between the mentor and Cian. She asked the student to eliminate meat for lunch today and prepare something vegetarian, and cookies and a cake for dessert. Aaron couldn't understand what was going on here. Cian asked why they had to cook vegetarian food, since the swordswoman loved meat. The mentor replied that this was how it should be, and that he should not ask unnecessary questions, but simply do what she asked. She then reminisced and explained to the student that they would soon have a special guest, and he was a vegan. Cian replied that a creamy cake would be perfect for dessert. Left alone with Cian, Aaron hurried to find out what important guest the swordswoman was so expecting. Then he wondered if this was the man she had spoken to this morning. Cian interrupted him and asked why the Lord was asking him about this, and not the mentor herself. Then the Lord joked that if Cian didn't know, then he should just say so. and there was no need to make such a sour face. The Lord continued that if Sion now knew his little secret, then this was no reason to behave rudely. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by an alarmed Astria. She called Sion and asked him to come over. The guys tensed up. The teacher pointed to the table in the living room and asked where the vase that was standing there had gone. The swordswoman looked for her everywhere, but she was nowhere to be found, and a tense situation arose between the heroes. Aaron was worried that the woman would find out about everything, and Sion would turn him in. Sion was wondering what to do in such a difficult situation. Suddenly, he pointed to himself and said that he had broken her vase and was very sorry about it. Sion admitted that it happened by accident while cleaning. He was ashamed to admit it, and he asks for forgiveness. The Lord listened in bewilderment as to why Sion had not taken advantage of the chance and given it up, instead taking all the blame on himself. Astria listened in surprise and asked again if the vase was really broken. She got upset and said what should she do now. Sion ran up to her and asked for forgiveness again, to which the swordswoman replied that the past could not be brought back. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. The heroes wondered if it was that very guest. He had arrived earlier than expected. Astria hurried to open the door. Standing at the door was her good old friend, whom she had not seen for a very long time. His name was Felix, and he was not quite an ordinary friend in person. A stately and beautiful elf stood on the threshold. Astria melted at the sight of him and threw herself into his arms, saying that she had missed him very much. The boys were furious because they thought they had another rival. This story began about 100 years ago, when Ria was learning fencing from her teacher. She often had nightmares and screamed in her sleep. One such day, the teacher heard the student's screams again at night and hurried to her. He was a very sensitive and caring teacher. He said that sleep is a mirror of the subconscious, and if it continues for so long, Ria might go crazy. If you constantly see nightmares, then a lot of black ether will accumulate. The swordswoman constantly saw nightmares, so she had more black ether than other people. One day, little Astria met a friendly elf who became her savior. It was a high elf of the royal family. He asked if it was true that she had nightmares every night. Ria said that this is true, and she suffers greatly from it. Then the elf said that he knew a cure for this, and said that you need to put mana into your knees and raise them up. The elf calmed the girl down and told her to believe in herself and that she would succeed. Felix put his hand on her head, closed his eyes, and felt that she had a pure and strong soul that could cope with this. The little student looked at him, fascinated. She had never seen elves before. He had a special, mysterious, and refreshing aura that she had never seen on anyone else. Elia asked if she believed his words and would do everything as he said, to which the girl said yes. She rarely saw him in these parts, but the first meeting was enough for Ria to understand that she had fallen in love. Now, a lot of time has passed since their last meeting, but they also greeted each other warmly and hugged. The swordswoman was happy to see Felix, and he was still beautiful. He was also glad to see the swordswoman and addressed her as little Rhea. Astria grimaced and said that she was such a baby, since they had known each other for over 100 years. Felix smiled sweetly and said that for him, she would always remain a baby, because he was 10 times older than her. Then the elf joked that the swordswoman herself didn't treat her acquaintances in exactly the same way, to which she agreed and laughed. Her students watched the whole picture. They also agreed with the elf, since the teacher treats them like children. Felix saw the guys and asked the swordswoman if they were her students. Astria nodded and said that she would introduce them now. She addressed the students, calling them children, and asked them to come and meet her friend, the divine archer Felix. The boys pretended not to hear. The teacher thought what kind of capricious boys she had and repeated the request. Then, after a pause, the guys reluctantly came up to introduce themselves. They greeted the royal elf, but very coldly and without interest. The swordswoman was angry that the boys were showing such bad manners and that they needed to be taught more culture. Felix just smiled and asked why Rhea felt uneasy. And then he called her his baby. This impeccable appearance and shining smile once drove Astria crazy, and she pined for the royal elf. But when I realized that in his eyes I looked like a little child, I stopped deluding myself with hope. But coquetry is in her blood. So she shyly answered him that everything was fine and invited him into the house. She said that her students had been diligently preparing for his arrival, and they would all be happy to have lunch together. Then Astria took the elf by the hand and led him into the house. The guys were burning with jealousy, but they couldn't do anything about it. Astria said that she could show Felix the house later if he wanted. Felix thanked him and said that he hadn't had this much fun in a long time. He also said that she has small and cute students. The table was already set, and they all sat down to dinner together. Felix remarked on how delicious the food was and said that it must have been difficult to prepare vegetarian dishes. Astria was very pleased that the guest appreciated Xian's culinary skills and boasted that the food was prepared by her student. Then, Felix noticed the sauce on the swordswoman's face. He told her about it and offered to wipe it off. Here, the students formed a team and came up with the idea that the sauce was very harmful to the skin and that it would be better to quickly go and wash it. The teacher laughed and said that she had never heard anything like that before and that it was nonsense. Then Xian stood up and, to make it more credible, came up with the idea that the sauce contained oil, which was harmful to the skin. Therefore, the teacher had better quickly go and wash herself. Felix watched the situation closely. Seeing that the mentor was in no hurry, Aaron decided to support Xian's theory and said that he had also heard such information. And he asked the swordswoman to quickly go to the bathroom. The swordswoman felt that the guys most likely didn't like Felix and refused to leave. Then Felix intervened, saying why shouldn't Astria listen to the children and go wash herself? It's better to be on the safe side. The swordswoman turned to the elf in surprise and asked why he was there too, but Felix didn't have time to answer, since the boys' reaction to him calling them children was instantaneous. They demanded that they no longer be called children and that the guest in general irritates them. Felix looked surprised, and he declared that no matter how hard the boys tried for him, they were still children, arguing this by the fact that they are younger than him and younger than Astria. The boys couldn't respond to this. They were just angry to themselves. But Felix remained completely calm. Then Astria intervened and asked what had happened to everyone. Suddenly, the swordswoman and the elf sensed something was wrong. They silently looked at each other and understood everything without words. They felt a strange growing energy. In fact, the broken vase is a holy relic that hides the energy of its bearer. At the very beginning, the swordswoman set up a magical barrier around the house so that the enemies would not know about her location with Xian. She also used the holy relic to hide Xian's power and her own energy from her enemies within this barrier. But as soon as the vase was broken, they, the heroes, became visible to everyone, including their enemies. And the enemies were already on their way to them. Rhea, trying to hide her excitement, told the students that she and Felix needed to go for a walk after a hearty lunch. The elf also supported the idea and said that they would return soon. The guys were surprised and believed it reluctantly, feeling that something was being hidden from them. Aaron exclaimed that they wanted to join the walk too, but Xian suddenly stopped him and said that they would stay at home. Sigrian added that the teacher and the guest could go, and they would clean up and wash the dishes. Only on one condition, that they return soon. The swordswoman looked questioningly at her student and recalled situations from the past when she left Xian alone. She remembered how he cried and screamed when she simply left the room, and how the boy went crazy and destroyed everything, remaining alone in the room. Therefore, before leaving, the mentor decides to give the guy a guarantee that they will return. The swordswoman told him to wait for her for dinner. Xian was glad that the mentor was so sensitive and kind. They looked at each other and seemed to communicate with each other without words. Astria then turned to the royal archer, saying that they could go for a walk. They left the house and headed towards the forest. The guys went out to see them off, and Aaron turned to Xian, saying that they couldn't let them go together. It was madness. Seeing Xian's inaction, Aaron quipped that Xian could provide them with a carriage for better comfort on their date. Xian asked for silence and reminded him of how he covered for Aaron, taking the blame for the broken vase on himself. And he asked to become his sparring partner in the future, only with real swords when necessary. Aaron looked at his opponent in amazement because he did not understand what he was planning. Returning home, Xian remembered that the expression on the mentor's face was the same as that time when they first met. When she saw how a rude big guy was torturing a little defenseless boy and wanted to kill him, and the swordswoman immediately rushed into battle to save an innocent man. And Xian also remembers that same look from her mentor when they were at the fair, and some men approached her, mistaking her for a commoner. And Xian thought that all those times were directly related to him, to protect him, but he doesn't want to do this anymore. He's not a little boy. Then the guy turned to Aaron and said that in order to become stronger, he must use the aura of the sword. Therefore, he wants him and Aaron to train with real swords. to which the Lord reminded that the mentor forbade this. He didn't like this idea, because he understood that Astria would be angry upon learning about it. Then Xian continued to tempt the Lord, saying that this was the only way they would become stronger. And didn't he want this? The student extended his hand to Aaron, but he was in no hurry to shake it and was thinking. Sigrian continued to persistently ask and persuade, but the Lord felt that this was not a very good idea. The aristocrat weighed his decisions. He didn't want to upset his mentor, but on the other hand, Xian had helped him out, and he was now indebted to him. Sigrian showed with his whole appearance that he was determined and would not back down from his plan. Lord Arenhire was smart and insightful, and saw why the boy needed this. After some time, he voiced his decision, saying that he saw that Xian wanted to use him for his own purposes. Aaron agrees to help him, but he also has conditions. The Lord also uses the guy for his own purposes, and the rivals shook hands as a sign of the agreement. At this time, the swordswoman and the archer were already far from home. They were not in a hurry for a friendly meeting. On the way, Astria thought that the elf most likely did not come for Xian's energy, because the evil god carefully hides his energy from people. And to recognize an evil god, there is only one way. See the mark on the back. But this is only possible if you have a special gift like Rayaz to see through objects. This means that the royal elf sensed a completely different energy, but is not yet revealing all his cards to her. After some time, the heroes were already there. They were met there by an army. The leader greeted the great swordswoman, and he added that in life, her energy is even more beautiful than he heard about it. Rhea thought that meant they had come for her, not for Sigrian. The man introduced himself as Grand Inquisitor Laciane, and said that he was very glad to meet her for the first time. He had been looking for her for a long time. He is even more pleased that he was looking for a great swordswoman and found a divine archer as well, and considers this a wonderful coincidence. Felix came up to him, baring his teeth, and told him to get to the point and talk about why he came. Felix had reason to hate the Inquisitor. This group of Inquisitors worship the good god Shinello and fanatically kill anyone they suspect of being the seed of evil. Felix was once a hero of humanity and a friend of Azrael, who is the first holy king. Azrael gave people sacred power, but one day she was falsely accused of being seduced by an evil god, and she was sentenced to death and killed by the very inquisitors she trusted. Since then, having lost his comrade, Felix despises all inquisitors and their activities. Felix demanded an answer to his question from the inquisitor. Lacian replied that he did not care about the divine archer, but he was looking for a beautiful swordswoman and began to compliment her. Astria could not stand it any longer and interrupted the inquisitor, telling him to shut up immediately and speak only on the matter. She demanded to know what important business he had come for, since he had invaded her property. The teacher was worried that they had found out the truth about Xian and had come for him. The inquisitor joked that the woman had a sharp tongue, like the thorns of a rose, and if the lady wanted it, then he would get down to business. Suddenly, he joyfully announced that he was here by order of the Holy King, who asked to see the swordswoman and convey his congratulations. The swordswoman was perplexed and asked to explain the reason for the congratulations, to which the inquisitor explained that the court had learned that she had accepted an outstanding student. Now the swordswoman understood what he meant. The city learned that Arenhire was now her student, although she strictly asked Marquis Grodin, Aran's father, not to tell anyone about this. Apparently, the Marquis was happy to let it slip, but Astria turned to Laciane and asked if he was really there only because of this. Was there really so much fuss just for the sake of congratulations? The swordswoman also asked if this was a reason to find out where she lived. The inquisitor assured them that it was only for the sake of congratulations, and that magical power prevented them from finding out where she lived. Astria sighed with relief. Even though the magic vase was broken, the magical barrier still hid their location. At this moment, the inquisitor turned to the soldiers and told them to give him the package. He took the package and handed it to Astria. The woman asked what it was. She was very surprised by this gift. Opening the parcel a little, she saw a piece of a sword and wondered if this could really be the same sword. Astria came and took out the package and couldn't believe her eyes that it was the holy sword bark. Inquisitor Lacian laughed and said that the woman was absolutely right. It is a holy sword that brings suffering to those who have evil energy in them. This sword is meant to destroy the evil god. According to legend, this gift is given to the great hero by the king, to the hero who will defeat the evil god and conquer the light. Astria stood with this sword in bewilderment, because if it was meant to kill the evil god, then it was meant to kill Sienna too. The name Holy Sword may sound nice, but in reality, it sucks out the life force of its owner. In the book, Aaron sacrificed his life to die with the god of evil, and now the woman had to give this sword to Aaron. But if the sword fell into the wrong hands, there would be trouble. So the swordswoman thanked him for the gift and decided to keep it for now. The Inquisitor asked if the great swordswoman did not want to draw the sacred sword. Lassian advised her to do so. Here, Felix intervened and reprimanded the Inquisitor, asking him what right he had to conduct such a test on the great swordswoman. Astria didn't want the situation to escalate, so I asked my friend to calm down and said that everything was fine. The woman knew perfectly well why the Inquisitor suggested drawing the sword. This sword also tests the purity of thoughts and deeds and identifies the servants of evil, which is exactly what Inquisitor Lazian wanted to check. Astria had nothing to hide. She drew her sword and proudly raised it above her head, and everything around her was illuminated by light. The Inquisitor and the soldiers were blinded by such divine radiance. Lassian completed the mission for which he was sent here, delivered the sword for Aaron, and also tested the great swordswoman. Now he had no reason to stay, and he could leave peacefully. The great swordswoman felt how the sword immediately began to devour her life energy, from which the glow and power of the sword appeared. This is the trap. Whoever uses this power even once will be enchanted and will not be able to return to their previous life. Therefore, most swordsmen, even knowing that the sword was sucking out their strength, could not refuse it and leave it. Finally, Rhea hid the sword and asked the Inquisitor if he was satisfied. He replied that he was completely satisfied, and no one doubted her loyalty. The swordswoman asked to convey her gratitude to Saphira and asked that such a thing not happen again. The woman was upset that someone had burst in on her without warning, and Latian relayed the king's words to this. Sephiroth asked me to convey that he was forced to do this because the swordswoman herself did not appear to him and was hiding in the forest. Felix said irritably that one shouldn't speak to a swordmaster like that, to which the Inquisitor replied that such a hostile tone was unnecessary, since they had no reason to be at odds. The great archer replied that he doubted it very much, and he reminded them how they executed his friend. The Inquisitor saw no point in continuing this conversation, so he said that he had fulfilled his mission and had to say goodbye. At this point, the guests left. The heroes watched them go and finally sighed. After waiting until the soldiers were far away, Felix turned to the swordswoman with concern, saying that he didn't know what she had gotten herself into, but that this sword was dangerous. Astria replied that she understood perfectly well what her friend meant, but there was no need to worry about her. She knew what she was doing. Felix supported his friend and said that she could always turn to him and that he was always ready to help. Then he hugged the swordswoman and said that she was very dear to him and that he would not let anyone hurt her. It was very important for the swordswoman to hear this. At this point, the royal elf saw that since he was not needed yet, he had to go on business. The archer took out a magic map and activated the portal. A moment later, the man disappeared, and Rhea had to return to her students, as she had promised Cian to be in time for dinner. But first, she needed to hide the sword well, because she couldn't show up home with it. So the woman activated the teleporter and decided to hide the sword in subspace. The teacher did not want the sacred sword to fall into Aaron's hands, because according to legend, Aaron would kill the evil god with this weapon. That is, he would kill Xian. Since the protective vase was broken, Astria needed to find a similar item to protect the aura, so that it would not be found. And she decides to turn to the Master of Magic Jenny, since she is the most powerful magician in this field. Several days passed. The boys had no idea what had happened in the forest, and the mentor behaved as usual. One day, Rhea had to go away on business, so she got up early and got ready to leave. Before leaving, the teacher wanted to warn the students and give them some instructions. In the living room, the woman found the usual picture. The boys were again arguing over trivial matters. This time, Cian didn't like the way Aaron washed the towel. He asked how hard he had to rub it to turn the towel into a rag. Aaron defended himself as best he could and objected that the main thing was that it was now clean. The swordswoman thought to herself that this was another peaceful day. The guys weren't fighting, and that was already good. That was progress. The teacher interrupted their argument and said that she had to leave today on business. The assistants immediately surrounded the swordswoman and began asking questions about where she was going, how long she would be there, and whether she needed help or if they could go with her. The swordswoman broke free from the guys' encirclement and quickly left, slamming the door and saying that she could handle it herself. She just needed to get something. Astria left so quickly that the guys didn't even have time to find out what exactly she wanted to get and where she went. The woman did not want to say that she was going to the great magician to get a new protective artifact for the house, since they were left without protection. Rhea contacted the great mage Janoni through a magic crystal. The mage Jenny happily greeted her and said that she would make a magical accessory. But for this, the magician Jenny listed the things that the swordswoman had to get. Astria was extremely surprised. She told the magician that she would get the first two things, the heart of the manticore and the blood of the doppelganger. But she didn't know what to do with the world tree. It is located in the very heart of the Elven Kingdom, and they are known to hate outsiders. But the swordswoman had no choice. Astria was gathering her thoughts about the upcoming difficult journey. She thought that taking the kids with her was dangerous for them, yet they were not ready. When the teacher returned, she told the boys that she needed to leave and get something important. And the boys will really please the teacher if they don't swear and behave well. Astria also added that if they misbehaved, she would punish them both without trial. To leave her domain, the swordswoman had to swim across the lake. The world tree leaf is the hardest to obtain, so she decides to get this item at the very end. To begin with, the woman decided to obtain the blood of a doppelhagen, since it lives not far from these places, and Rhea crossed the lake, hovering above the water. The boys saw off their beloved mentor and encouraged her with friendly wishes. It was the first time Aaron had seen someone walk on water. He watched the swordswoman's movements in amazement and thought to himself, what an incredible technique she had. He was fascinated by this woman. She never ceased to amaze him, and he thought, this is what it means to be a great swordswoman. When the mentor disappeared from sight, the boys realized that they were now alone. They looked at each other sideways without speaking, assessing the current situation. It was very reckless of the mentor to leave the two rivals alone with each other. Cian immediately ran for the swords and also brought Aaron's sword. Aaron caught his sword with joy. Peace and friendship between them were basically impossible. It was an eternal struggle between good and evil, dark and light. The guys eagerly anticipated the taste of battle. But this whole picture was observed from afar, through a magic crystal. It was the mage and sage Janonia. She was secretly monitoring the situation and waiting for the swordswoman's absence. And as soon as the guys were alone, she immediately reported this to her master. She begged him to reconsider his decision, because if Rhea found out that her children had been harmed, she would be furious. But Felix had already made up his mind and was not going to back down. He turned to Jenny and told her to follow the order. Jenny realized that her requests were useless and obediently complied. The elf said that she had an opportunity to prove her loyalty and devotion. While the boys were busy fighting and arguing about who was stronger and cooler, they didn't notice how a portal formed above the swordswoman's house. A huge jelly-like pink creature teleported from there. The boys finally took a break from their clarifications and saw that there was a stranger on their territory. At this time, Felix told the magician Jenny to continue and prove that she was worthy of being with Rhea. Seeing the pink cloud, the guys forgot about their enmity and thought about what to do, since they now had a common enemy. Jenny continued to control the pink monster from a distance. The boys were perplexed and did not understand who could have summoned a monster to the house of the great swordswoman. This monster was the King of Slimes, a guardian created by the sorceress Jenny to protect the house. The guys were in no hurry to act, but in the meantime, they assessed the enemy and came to the conclusion that he did not look very threatening. Meanwhile, the monster grew in size and directed its slime straight at the guys. The students did not expect such an attack and thought that they had been hasty in their conclusions about the monster's harmlessness. The monster continued to shoot slime. The guys barely managed to dodge the blows. Cian noticed that the monster was also dividing into smaller slimes and warned Aaron about this. Aaron barely managed to escape and thought what a disgusting slug he was. But then he suddenly remembered something. How Aaron worked here day and night, putting the courtyard in order, and with what difficulty he achieved the recognition of his beloved mentor. And now some slug is turning the yard into chaos and undoing all his hard work. At this point, the Lord could not stand it any longer and jumped up, trying to attack the enemy from above, since he could not get close to him directly. Cian saw Aaron's actions and became worried about him and exclaimed what he was doing. Aaron replied that he would not allow some monster to turn over everything that he had so carefully cleaned up. The guy did a somersault in the air and flew straight at the monster, aiming right at its center. At the very beginning, Aaron noticed a glowing ball in the center of the monster. He now thought that this must be the most important place of his power. And if you strike this center, the monster will die. Aaron did so, but was stunned that nothing happened. The monster became angry and became even smaller. He attacked the guy and threw him back up. The Lord landed hard and tried to pull himself together to attack the enemy again. But then the little slugs surrounded the guy and prepared to jump on him. They stuck to the guy and blocked his air. Aaron understood that if he didn't get out of this slime quickly, he would suffocate. But the more he resisted and tried to get out, the more the mucus consumed him. When Aaron thought it was the end, he was freed by a powerful blow from Xian, and the boy began to breathe. But the Lord was too proud to admit his weakness and thank his rival. Xian asked how the Lord was feeling and if he was okay, but he saw that his opponent only became more angry and seemed unhappy about being saved. The Lord was stuck in the slime and couldn't get out, but he wasn't going to ask for help. Then, Xian decides not to wait for requests and extends his hand to pull the guy out of the slime, to which Aaron proudly declared that he could have done it himself. Aaron only silently shook his head and agreed with the obstinate Lord. Sigrian suggested joining forces, saying that it was easier to protect the house together than alone. Sigrian also added that it is difficult to harm the monster by simply slashing it with a weapon, and that you need to aim for the core. Aaron stated that Xian wasn't the only one who was so smart, and that he had already tried to aim there, but to no avail. The monster was well protected by slime. Then an idea comes to Sigrian, but he warns the Lord that they need to act together. The boys agreed on what to do, and Xian asked not to get in the way and not to interfere. At this moment, Xian runs straight towards the monster, preparing to attack. He begins to slash at the monster with his sword, just like Aaron did. The slug releases a multitude of small slugs onto him. They cling to the guy, restricting his movements and blocking his activity. After a short time, Xian was almost completely covered in slime and could barely move. Soon, he would have difficulty breathing, and he wondered where this self-absorbed Lord was. Why was he hesitating? Before the attack, they agreed that one would distract and act as a target, while the other would take advantage of the moment of surprise and strike the core. Aaron wondered if the opponent probably wanted the Lord to be the target, to which the boy replied that he himself would become the target, and the Lord must wait for the right moment and deliver the fatal blow to the core. The slugs were increasingly clinging to the boy, and soon he would have had no air to breathe, but Aaron had not yet appeared. Finally, Aaron appears, preparing a surprise attack on the core. Sigrian thought that the Lord had finally appeared. Aaron took aim at the core. He only had one try. If he failed, both guys would die. He swung his sword again and jumped into the air to attack. Aaron's sword gained enormous power and began to glow brightly. He dealt the slug a crushing blow and split the core in half. At this time, Felix and Jenny were watching the situation, and Jenny was surprised that the guys managed to cope, since she put a lot of effort into the slug. They watched as the boys celebrated their victory, and then agreed on who would clean up what. Jenny asked Felix if he was upset, and he replied that he was not, as the ability to unite for the common good is an important skill. Jenny didn't quite understand his reaction, and then thought that a warrior should be able to fight alone. Suddenly, the crystal glowed red, which meant an alarm sign. Someone else penetrated the barrier and activated the Slug King, but the elf and the magician had no idea who it could be. The new monster was aggressive and more terrifying than the pink slug. The sorceress thought that she herself had created protection and a barrier for the swordswoman, and who dared to destroy it and invade so brazenly. Whoever it was, the magician Jenny needed to act urgently before something irreparable happened. She used a new spell and activated powerful magic to drive away the intruder. Suddenly, the sorceress felt ill. Her head started spinning and blood started coming from her mouth and nose. She fell down without strength and could not get up. This was the first time that an enemy had attacked her with her own weapon and on her territory. Felix hurried to catch Jenny so that she wouldn't hurt herself and advised her to rest. The royal elf said that he also tried to move through the portal as soon as the enemies appeared, but there was a block there and he couldn't. Jenny tried to help the boys again, but no matter how hard she tried, her magic didn't work. The intruder took control of the protective barrier and completely blocked it from external influences. Among the magicians known to Felix, there is no one stronger than Jenny, and no one has yet been able to decipher her formulas and spells. The elf thought about this riddle and began to go through possible options. He suspected one person who was capable of this, even without being a magician, but he had no proof. Jenny was still exhausted and trying to recover. She exclaimed that since they could not deal with the enemy from a distance and penetrate the barrier, they needed to go there personally. The sorceress activated the teleport and quickly moved to the most accessible nearby point. The elf didn't even have time to say or do anything. At this time, an unsuspecting Rhea was in the forest, gathering items for a future artifact to protect the aura. The first ingredient was obtained, the blood of the doppelganger. It was not as easy as she thought. There were still 2 left. A doppelganger's blood can only be collected when it is in its true form. To do this, he must transform himself or see his reflection. Rhea knew about this and therefore took a hand mirror. The swordswoman completed her first mission and therefore decided to move on. For this, she activated the teleport, but she was stopped by a strange flash in the sky. The swordswoman stopped and tried to get a better look at what it could be. Suddenly, the woman saw burning stones flying at the speed of light. The heroine exclaimed that this crazy person decided to use the magic of the 9th circle and drop a meteor, which could wipe everything off the face of the earth. But the woman was even more horrified when she realized exactly where the meteor was flying. The meteor was heading towards her home, and the swordswoman urgently needed to act. At this very time, a fierce battle was taking place in Astria's house. A green slug attacked the house, and the boys defended their territory as best they could. The heroes seemed to have completely forgotten their enmity and fought side by side, protecting each other. The boys were exhausted. They understood the enemy's superiority, but they couldn't give up. The slug grew in size and multiplied into many more of the same slugs, destroying everything around it. The heroes had no time to think. They had to act intuitively and quickly. The slug attacked again and again, each time stronger. A little more, and Aaron would have been killed, but he managed to parry the monster's powerful blow and wounded the tentacles. The monster stopped, its attention drawn to the boy's sword. The tentacles then grabbed the sword and blocked the lord's actions. While he fought back and tried to get his weapon back, the monster crept up from behind and waited to attack. When Aaron felt movement from behind, it was already too late. The monster's tentacles were too close, and Aaron was still unarmed. The monster raised its tentacles before striking, aiming to stab the hero in the back. Aaron had no chance. The monster inflicted a severe wound. Aaron closed his eyes in despair, but when he opened them, he was safe and sound. Sigrian managed to run up at the last moment and offer his shoulder. He was badly wounded and fell to the ground. Aaron caught him and asked him why he did this, to which Sigrian replied that he should run. The lord was indignant and said that he was no coward to abandon a comrade in battle. Sigrian needed to drink the potion quickly to save himself. Aaron said that Cian needed to go into the house. The elixir was there, but Cian would no longer be able to walk on his own. He was completely out of strength. Now Aaron was left alone with the monster. He had to kill the boss alone and still have time to save his wounded comrade. The lord understood that if he failed, they would all die and his beloved mentor would be grief-stricken. Suddenly, the hero received a deafening blow from behind and fell to the ground unconscious. But he managed to see who did it and was shocked. He wanted to say something, but he was already losing consciousness and could not. Before he completely lost consciousness, Aaron saw Cian with glowing eyes. He stood firmly on his feet, as if he had not been mortally wounded a minute ago. Sigrian managed to recover and gain strength. He was forced to knock out Aaron so that he wouldn't see him when Cian used his demonic power. An evil god cannot openly display his power, as he will be immediately noticed and identified. He cannot yet shine, as he has not yet gained full strength. He needs to act stealthily and unnoticed, and he can't kill Aaron yet. It would be too suspicious. But there is a mage outside the barrier now, ready to attack, and if Cian weakens the divine power at the moment the mage attacks, he will not arouse suspicion. The evil god Cassian had thought of everything and was ready to act. This slug was just a small bug to him, and he didn't pose any threat. Sigrian wanted a real opponent. Then he turned to the good god Shinor and said that if he wanted to fight him, he should come in person. The evil god stood calmly and waited. Suddenly, I saw in the sky the same flash that Astria had seen. A moment later, meteors appeared in the sky, heading straight for the house. At this time, the magician Jenny, unsuccessfully trying to regain control of the protective barrier, decides to destroy it. Felix asks her to stop. The evil god gloated as he awaited further developments and was prepared for any outcome. Then the swordswoman appears and sees the royal elf and the sorceress Jenny desperately trying to use magic. Astria doesn't understand what's going on here, and so she rushes to find out everything. The woman first turned to the elf and said that she thought he had returned home and asked why Jenny was there. The swordswoman realized that it was Jenny who launched the meteor and became angry. Felix tried to explain that she had a serious reason. Astria, without thinking, wanted to run there to save the children, but the archer stopped her and asked her to calm down. He asked to give Genonia a chance, since she is the strongest mage and understands protective barriers best. Felix said that he believed in the sorceress, and they needed to give her some time. Astria believed in Felix and trusted his wisdom, so she agreed to wait and give the magician a chance to resolve the situation. At this time, Jenny tried to use pressure magic, but it took a lot of her strength. Astria and Felix were surprised and couldn't understand what pressure magic and the meteor had to do with it, but decided not to interfere for now. Thanks to this magic, the meteor gained speed, and he flew towards the house even faster. Magician Jenny began to get angry and swear. She could not contain her emotions. With this magic, she wanted to break the protective barrier and not increase the speed of the meteor. But here the sorceress gave up. Her abilities were exhausted. Astria couldn't believe it. There had never been any problems with Jenny's magic. She was the best sorcerer in the kingdom. It was necessary to admit that the enemy turned out to be stronger, and the heroes lost this battle. Suddenly, a red aura appeared in the sky, and Astria immediately thought to Jian. Did something happen to him? Suddenly, a black energy in the form of a hand appeared from the barrier and headed straight towards Rhea. The hand grabbed the swordswoman, and she couldn't move. Then this hand began to drag the woman inside the barrier. Friends rushed to help, to which Rhea stopped them and said that she was fine, and that she would end up inside the barrier and thus help the boys. A moment later, the swordswoman was gone. Felix and Jenny stood there in bewilderment. Their friends needed help, but they were so close and couldn't do anything. Soon the entire barrier was covered in a dark aura. Astria had a strange feeling. She thought there would be danger here, but she felt calm. The hand carefully carried her over the barrier. At that time, Rhea did not yet understand the reason. This feeling reminded her of one dream, when during a nightmare, a stranger came to her aid and saved her from being beaten by her stepfather. It was exactly these feelings of safety that she experienced in her dreams and now. Finally, her hand led her to her destination, and she met her student. He looked like Xian, but the energy was not his. It was completely different. The swordswoman exclaimed that she knew it wasn't Xian in front of her now. The evil god quipped that the swordswoman was usually not smart enough to notice. He introduced himself as the sworn enemy of the good god Shiner and the Lord of Darkness, and his name is Cassian. Astria knew that this day would come one day, and here it is today. The woman demanded to know where her students Cyan and Arin were, and what he had done to them. The evil god Cassian assured that they were fine, and there was no need to worry about them, but he had something to talk to her about. The swordswoman became angry with his impudence and yelled at him, saying that after everything he had done here and turned everything upside down, he still dared to talk. Cassian said that she was a stupid woman. He defended the house and saved it from a meteor, and instead of thanking her, she yells at him. The swordswoman refused to believe his words. Then the evil god interrupted her, saying that she had broken her promise. He released a dark aura and pulled the woman closer to him, so that she could see him closer. He reminded her that she promised to protect him always and everywhere, and asked her to confirm whether this was true. The swordswoman was unpleasant to him because of his energy and cunning tone. Astria replied that this only concerned her student, to which the evil god asked her if it wasn't the same thing, since he was a part of him. Rhea began to resist and try to break free, threatening Cassian with cruel reprisals if he harmed her beloved student. She also added that her student will never take the path of evil. He is a good boy. The evil god grinned and said that time would tell. He also added that the good god thinks differently than the swordswoman. The woman demanded an explanation for such loud statements. The evil god said with glee that just now the good god tried to kill Xian, but the evil god saved him, and this will happen again until Xian dies. And only an evil god can save him. Rhea was in no hurry to believe the evil god, because she hid Xian's essence from everyone, including the good god. And how then did he know about him? The swordswoman doubted herself and remembered the words of King Sephiroth that evil penetrates into a person's weakest spots and one must not give in to temptation. The woman was tormented by doubts and did not know what to believe now, the voice of reason or Cassian's words that he would protect the boy. and that the good god would try to kill Cassian's vessel, and only the evil god would save the boy. In the end, the swordswoman asked what he wanted from her. The evil god replied that he would help the woman protect this body from Shinner, but in return she must keep her promise. Astria thought that it was an absurd and cunning move for the evil god to ask her for protection, and most likely, while she will protect him, the evil god will accumulate strength and gradually destroy Xian's personality. After some thought, the swordswoman decided to agree to these conditions, and she announced to Cassian that she would do as he said. The evil god accepted her answer. The negotiations were over, and Cassian was pleased with the result and his cunning. Astria began to notice that the evil god's aura was dissipating, so she decides to teleport, and just as she was about to activate the teleport, Cassian suddenly kissed her. The hot-tempered woman became furious and screamed at him, how dare he do that? But Cassian smiled sweetly and told her to keep her promise. He was counting on her. Then the evil god's aura almost dissipated, and his evil gaze began to change to Xian's normal gaze. Xian was unconscious. Astria managed to catch him in her arms. By this time, the block on the protective barrier began to come off, and the spell began to dissipate. The swordswoman carefully laid her student down and looked at him with sadness, wounded and exhausted. But he was still alive and not yet completely consumed by the evil god, which means there is hope. Astria looked at the guy and thought how dear he was to her. She would not allow anyone to harm him. Then the swordswoman's friends, Felix and Jenny, arrived and rushed to help. While Xian was unconscious, he had a beautiful dream. He saw his favorite teacher smiling at him. The boy was happy and thought to himself that he was the happiest when he saw a smile on Astria's face. Then he hugged the woman and wanted to confess his love. But suddenly, her image melted away like a mirage. Xian woke up in a cold sweat and didn't understand where he was or what had happened. When the guy came to, he realized that he had been sleeping and had dreamed it, and Aaron was standing next to him. Apparently, he also had a dream with Astria, and in his dream, he repeated the name of his mentor. Then the Lord hugged Xian as if it were Rhea and began to confess his love in his sleep. Xian lost his temper and sharply kicked the sleepy Lord, causing him to fall out of bed. Aaron woke up from the fact that he fell on the floor and hit his hand. He screamed in pain and surprise and demanded to know what happened. Xian came up to him and said that the Lord had finally deigned to wake up. Aaron asked in confusion where they were and why they ended up in the same bed. Xian replied that he had the same questions. The boys began to look at themselves and check, because in the battle they received serious injuries, but there was no trace of the wounds. This was all thanks to the magician Jenny. The Lord tried to remember the chain of events, because the last thing he remembered was how the monsters attacked the house and they fought with them. Then Aaron remembered something and grabbed his opponent with swear words. He remembered the last moments before he passed out, and he clearly remembers that before losing consciousness, he turned around and saw Xian behind him. The Lord shook his opponent and demanded that he admit that it was he who knocked him out. The guy demanded an explanation. Xian immediately refuted his theory and said that, on the contrary, he saved the Lord because he took the blow on himself. Aaron became angry and raised his voice because he remembered that at first his opponent had actually saved him, but then he had stunned him with a blow from behind. Xian looked at him like he was crazy. He couldn't remember anything like that. Aaron was confused because it didn't seem like Xian was lying. At that moment, Xian began to remember how he had previously woken up without remembering where he was or what he was doing. I also remembered how I once woke up in my mentor's bed. He also fell asleep more than once in one place and woke up in a completely different place and different clothes. But then he was sleeping, and now he was unconscious due to wounds. The guy was anxiously wondering if sleepwalking happens when you faint, when Hex came through the door, and was glad that the guys had already come to their senses. The boys were very surprised why Hex was suddenly here. It seemed strange to them. In general, this whole situation was strange and raised many questions to which the boys did not yet know the answers. The officer greeted them cheerfully and said that they were at his home. At this time, Astria was at her estate and was actively talking with Felix and Jenny. The sorceress tried to explain what had happened and justify herself. She apologized for what happened and said that she had fixed the house and tidied up the garden and cleaned up all the mess and dirt. The swordswoman looked sternly and listened. This was clearly not enough for her to apologize. The house sparkled and everything shimmered even better than before. The protective barrier was also restored. But Astria was unperturbed. The magician Jenny pleadingly asked what else she could do to make her friend forgive them. The swordswoman stated that this was still not enough for her. She turned to her friends and said, "Did they really think she would let them get away with it so easily?" Felix and Jenny made excuses that they just wanted to test the boys' strength. But then Rhea jumped up in anger and yelled at them. Then Jenny immediately rushed to tell about her new technologies, thanks to which Astria will not have to wash dishes. But the swordswoman said that her students enjoyed washing dishes, and that she could not be bribed with that. Then Jenny remembered that Astria needed a new protective artifact and special ingredients for it, and she had one of them, the heart of a manticore. And Felix reminded that the swordswoman also needed leaves from the world tree, which is very difficult to obtain, and the archer will get these leaves for her. The swordswoman thought for a moment and did not rush to answer, saying that she needed to think about their proposal. Here the magician Jenny could not stand it and fell to her knees, trying to beg forgiveness for her arbitrariness and for putting her students at risk. The sorceress tearfully begged for forgiveness and said that she would do everything for this. Astria no longer had the nerve to listen to this, and she asked him to stop, and then thought about the words that the evil god had said to her. During their last conversation, the evil god said that it was the good god who tried to kill her student, since he was the embodiment of evil. And it is thanks to the evil god that Cian is alive. Because they are one, so protecting the boy is also in his interests. In this, he and Rhea are on the same side. Also, the evil god Cassian asked to look at the sky and see who destroyed her protective barrier. When the woman raised her head, she saw traces of divine power, so it was not only her friends who were involved in what happened. Therefore, Astria changed her anger to mercy and turned to the archer and the sorceress and said that she had already calmed down and forgives them. But she strictly made them promise that this would not happen again, and it was very rude to take advantage of the moment when she would not be at home. Felix agreed and accepted the remark and promised that it would not happen again. Astria finally cheered up and calmed down, and since her friends decided to test her students, she asked what they thought of them. Felix thought for a moment and then replied that the boys reminded him of the swordswoman herself in some ways, just as fearless and impulsive. The royal elf noticed a special resemblance between Astria and Aron. The image of a pompous, loving lord appeared before the swordswoman's eyes, and she did not understand what Felix meant and asked for an explanation. Felix reminded the swordswoman that she herself had once been arrogant and looked down on those weaker than her. Rhea didn't like this comparison and what opinion he had of her, so they decided to send the guests away and said that it was time for her to pick up the boys. After seeing her friends off, Astria activated the teleport and moved to Hex's house. It was already night. Despite the darkness, the light in the house was not on, and this alerted the swordswoman. She went up the stairs to look for the men. Entering one of the bedrooms, she saw her students in Zex. Everyone seemed somehow gloomy to her, and she asked what happened, to which Hex replied that it was her fault. The officer then took Rhea aside and began to whisper, reminding her that she had gotten carried away when she grabbed the elf by the chest and began to shake him. And the boys, having learned that Astria was angry, decided that she was angry at them for not protecting the house from the monsters. Listening to these words of Hex, Rhea was very surprised, since the boys had nothing to do with it, and she was not angry at them at all. Hex replied that he had tried many times to convince them and explain, but it was all in vain. The guys blamed themselves. While Hex and the swordswoman whispered, the boys sat on the bed, listening with a guilty look and waiting for the mentor to punish them. When the swordswoman finished talking to Hex, she turned to the boys and happily informed them that she had been told how they defeated the Slime King. Rhea said she was told how valiantly the boys fought and acted as a team, and the woman was very proud of her students. She also added that this opponent was strong, and the boys did a great job. Their actions were worthy of admiration and praise. The boys never expected such a reaction from the swordswoman and were pleasantly surprised. And then Aron jumped up and announced that he had defeated the Slime King. But then he added that he did this, of course, not without the help of Sigrian. He also wanted to tell about Sigrian's strange behavior, but then Cian became tense and worried. He didn't want anyone to know about his sleepwalking. Therefore, he abruptly interrupted his opponent, saying that he was delirious and had not yet recovered from the blow, so there was no point in listening to him. But Aron didn't want to remain silent. He continued to speak about how Xian, after being seriously wounded, got back on his feet, and it was he who quietly knocked out Aron from behind. Xian looked at him in amazement and began to worry. Then he silently sat down on the bed, put his hand on Aaron, and said that it was all thanks to the Lord. And I thought about how to make my opponent shut up and not give him away. Then he repeated again that he did nothing special in the battle, and that they won thanks to Aaron. Sigrian deliberately gave the victory and laurels to Aaron in order to amuse his pride and make him forget about the story of sleepwalking, because the student did not want to look stupid in the eyes of his beloved. But then, completely inopportunely, the Lord turned on his nobility and declared that he could not have managed it alone. And if it weren't for Xian, they wouldn't have defeated the Slime King, and Xian took the hit and saved the Lord. Sigrian didn't need the Lord's nobility at all now. He didn't want to be involved in this story at all. Aaron was pleased with himself, and with the fact that the mentor praised him for being a hero and a winner, and also with the fact that he showed nobility and mentioned his rival. And I also wanted to continue the story about how Kakasian suddenly attacked him from behind and knocked him out. This was nothing new to Astria, but the woman didn't show it, and simply asked the Lord if he wanted her to punish the student. Arena was of course attracted by this idea, since he couldn't stand his opponent, but he still remained alive, so he answered negatively, and he added with humor that he was not seriously hurt since he was alive, and Xian had been looking after him the whole time he was unconscious. Siana was happy with this option, so he played along with the narcissistic guy and laughed too. The boys were joking and smiling, and the swordswoman enjoyed watching it. She said that she is glad when her students are friends, care about each other, and she is proud of the boys. Astria turned to her students and asked again if they would now be friends and get along with each other. The boys were confused by such an unexpected question and stared at the teacher. They glanced at each other, trying to see the other's reaction and come up with a common answer. But then the old grievances and rivalries came back to mind, and the boys sulked at each other and bared their teeth. Hex immediately realized that the boys were not indifferent to their mentor and thought how slow Astria was, as if she didn't notice everything. The boys were barely separated, and Ria decided it was time to go home, so she activated the teleporter and told the students to follow her. The light was burning throughout the house, although no one had lit candles, and the children guessed that these were new spells of the sorceress Jenny. Everything around sparkled with cleanliness and was much more comfortable than before. Astria said that now there was no need to light lights, wash dishes, or do laundry. The Lord was jumping for joy and couldn't believe his luck, because he hated housework, but Xian wasn't very happy about it. Since there was no need to do housework and clean, Aaron happily suggested that everyone go to bed, since the teacher needed to rest. Astria was indeed very tired after such a busy day and trials, agreed with the student, and wished everyone a good night. However, she noticed Jian's sad reaction and fully expected this option, but she still hoped that this news would also please him, as would Arena. But she was wrong. Everyone went to their rooms. The sorceress's new spells were amazing. The house glowed with cleanliness. Aaron and Astria were already fast asleep. Xian also lay down and tried to sleep. He tossed and turned for a long time, but then realized that he wouldn't be able to fall asleep that day. He sat on his bed and thought about the sleepwalking incident that happened right in the middle of the day when he was unconscious. He noticed that quite a bit of time had passed, but the candles in the house had not yet gone out and were still burning as if they had just been replaced with new ones. Now, he didn't have to change candles, clean, wash, do laundry, and these thoughts bothered him. After all, he felt that household chores were the only thing that he could do for his mentor, and now he might turn out to be unnecessary. Then he got angry at himself for thinking such thoughts, believing that only weaklings could think like that. Night is the time of maximum activity of the evil god Cassian, and his dark energy gradually began to fill the guy's mind. At first, Cassian simply observed the thoughts of his vessel, and then decided to have some fun and tease Xian, and asked him if he wanted to become stronger. Xian was shocked when he heard a strange voice and thoughts in his head. The student asked himself what it could be. Was he going crazy from lack of sleep and stress, and was now hearing voices? Cassian laughed and called the man a fool, asking if he himself still hadn't figured anything out, and was as blind as she was because of his mentor. Xian thought that perhaps this was another enemy who had broken through the defense and angrily demanded to know who he was and how he had gotten around the barrier. The evil god asked if this was the only thing that bothered the guy, and he continued saying that the most important thing for him now is to gain full strength. Xian couldn't understand how the enemy could sound in his head, and it seemed to him that the voice was coming from behind. The voice continued to sound and asked him not to interrupt and to listen carefully, since dawn was coming soon and there was little time left. Cassian said that if the boy would completely obey him, then he would make sure that Astria belonged only to him. Xian tried to somehow stop these thoughts in his head, but he couldn't. Meanwhile, Astria was awakened by another nightmare, which she could not remember in detail. She couldn't sleep anymore, so she decided to leave the room. The swordswoman glanced at Xian's door, and it was closed. She wondered if the student was sleeping now. Before her eyes appeared the image of Xian, who was not quite Xian, but Cassian revealing his true nature. Arn's conversation was spinning in Rhea's head as he wondered how the wounded and unconscious Xian had gotten up a moment later and attacked him. Rhea guessed that it was an evil god, which means Cassian is actively gaining power and appears alive, and how dangerous it will be for Xian. Suddenly, the swordswoman heard sounds from Xian's room and listened. Xian was talking to someone there and demanding that they get lost and not be ordered around. The worried woman quickly headed there, burst into the room, asking what had happened and whether the student was okay. She saw that Xian was standing alone in the room, and he was very worried and scared. The mentor quickly asked why the boy wasn't sleeping and what was bothering him. Xian replied that it was nothing serious. He was just thinking about his own things. The strange voice in his head disappeared here. Xian could no longer hear it. The boy was worried because he didn't know how long the teacher had been outside the door and what exactly she had heard from his conversation with the evil god. He was worried that she would think he was weird, and the more he tried to hide it, the weirder he looked. Seeing the student's tense state, the teacher decided not to torment him with interrogations, but took him by the hand. The boy couldn't understand what the swordswoman was planning, but he obediently followed her. The woman walked up to the bed, let go of the student's hand, and sat down on the bed herself. Then, in a calm voice, as if nothing had happened, she asked him to come to her. She lay down on the bed and invited the guy to lie down next to her, as she saw that it would be better for him to rest and sleep now. But now, Xian was completely unable to sleep. In his bed lay a beautiful woman, whom he loved more than anything in the world. The guy became worried and sweated. He didn't know how to understand Astria's behavior and what she meant. His brain was bursting with the fact that he didn't know what to do. At the same time, the woman lay on his bed with an imperturbable face and questioningly waited for his actions. The student's heart began to beat wildly. He began to convince himself that this was not what he thought. The teacher was treating him like a child. Finally, the woman got tired of waiting, and she stood up and asked why he was hesitating and why he wasn't coming to her. And then she laughed coquettishly and said, "Was he really embarrassed?" Xian thought to himself, what else must he have felt when he saw a beautiful woman in his bed, and in her nightgown at that? The teacher laughed and reminded him that as a child, he always slept with her, to which the boy replied that he was a little child then, but not now. The woman was surprised because in her mind, he was still the same small and sweet child. Xian took a deep breath, seeing that the teacher had no reaction when he said that he was already a grown man. He realized that she apparently still considered him a small, defenseless boy, and it was unclear when this would change. The guy resigned himself to this fate, took off his shoes and climbed onto the bed. As he climbed onto the bed, he thought that he would have to try very hard to restrain himself from kissing the beautiful swordswoman. But if he is not such a coward and takes the risk of doing it, will the mentor be able to continue to treat Xianu like a child? Or will she finally understand that he is a man who loves her and wants to protect her? Just as Xian finally decided to do what he had planned, Arin came running into the room with a bang. It turns out that when he didn't find his mentor in the room, he was worried and started looking around the house, and was very surprised to see her in his rival's bed. The Lord decides to turn everything into a joke and asks what they are doing here without even calling him, since he might be offended. The woman began to make excuses and say that everything was not as he thought. She just wanted to help the student fall asleep. Suddenly, she asked the Lord himself why he was not yet asleep and why he entered Xian's bedroom. The Lord sheepishly said that he simply went to the toilet and on the way heard voices and decided to come check. Maybe someone was ill and needed his help. Xian sat in his thoughts, tormented by thoughts about whether it was good that he took the risk of kissing Rhea or that it didn't happen. He suddenly felt ashamed of his behavior, and the guy was worried about how he would now look into the teacher's eyes. He was reassured by the thought that it seemed the mentor had not guessed anything. She was calmly talking with the Lord and behaving normally. Suddenly, the Lord decides to cheat and tells the woman that she can go and rest and not worry, she had a hard day. Aaron himself will help Sian fall asleep and make sure everything is okay. The woman was surprised. She couldn't even imagine that the rivals got along so well with each other. Sian was not at all pleased with this news. He knew the reason for the Lord's behavior. Astria liked the idea, but she was in no hurry to agree and leave, as she was worried that they would clash and fight again. But perhaps she should trust the boys more and give them freedom of action, so the woman agrees to the Lord's idea. Before leaving, the mentor approached Aaron and praised the student for his initiative, while Sian thought that he would show this impudent man who would put whom to bed. The teacher headed towards the exit and asked the boys to sleep longer so they could get a good rest. Aaron happily wished the swordswoman good night and said that he would take care of Sian's sleep and she could rest easy. Sian barely restrained himself from hitting the Lord. Astria turned around and looked at the boys again. They seemed so sweet and good to her, and she was convinced that nothing bad would happen. As soon as the teacher left the door, Aaron grabbed his opponent, asking by what right he allowed himself to pester his fiancée. He won't believe any excuses because he saw everything with his own eyes, and Sian will pay for such insolence. Sian looked at him imperturbably and waited for the pompous and self-confident Lord to finish his threats. When this happened, Sian calmly straightened his shirt and told him that if he was finished, he could get out of his room. He is very tired and wants to sleep and is not able to listen to the Lord's delirium. Aaron demanded not to avoid the answer, and he knows that he was not imagining things, and Sian will try to hit on his beloved again. Sian changed into his nightclothes without paying attention, then lay down on the bed, closed his eyes, and began to fall asleep. The Lord considered this an unforgivable mockery, so he walked up to the bed and kicked his opponent with all his might. When Sian moved from the blow, Aaron jumped into bed, got comfortable, and covered himself with a blanket. When his rival asked him what he was doing, the Lord replied that he was simply fulfilling his promise and guarding Sian's sleep. Sigrian frowned and thought what a persistent, impudent fellow he was, who had stuck to him like a leech. There was no choice but to keep the promise to the mentor and lie down together. Aaron soon began to snore and fall asleep, but Sian still couldn't. His thoughts tormented him. He thought that maybe he should have punched that impudent leech right away as soon as the mentor left, but he decided that it wouldn't have helped anyway. Here his thoughts were interrupted by Aaron's voice. He asked if Sian was sleeping. Sian thought maybe he wouldn't answer and he would leave, but then he muttered what else Aaron wanted. The Lord was in no hurry to answer, thinking about how to tell his opponent about this. Then he said words of gratitude for Sian, saving him from the Slime King and lending his shoulder. Sigrian didn't expect to hear that. But the Lord had not yet finished his speech. He continued that he was grateful, but that Sian should not turn up his nose and imagine anything unnecessary. This does not mean that they are now friends and the Lord has changed his mind about him. They are just roommates. Sian looked at him and did not argue or swear, because he himself thought that they would never become friends. He lay down and decided that he also wanted to say something to the Lord, and he thanked Aaron for standing up for him. The Lord also did not expect to hear words of gratitude from his rival. They both felt awkward, and Aaron muttered that they should just finish Thanksgiving and go to bed. But a little later, they began to remind each other of different situations. Aaron asked why Sian had recently suddenly left and said that he wanted to be alone. Sian was indignant that it was none of his business, and what difference did it make to him anyway? But Aaron did not let up and said that on that day, Sian behaved very strangely and unnaturally and was simply trying to evoke pity from the woman. Aaron was outraged that the Lord was talking nonsense that he himself believed, and they again began to clash verbally. The boys couldn't fall asleep because their argument soon turned into a fight, and fluff and feathers from the pillows were flying around the room. In the end, Sian couldn't take it anymore and demanded that his rival get out of his room and that he was a clingy leech, to which Aaron stated that Sinan would wait for this, since he had given his word to his mentor, and would keep it. That night the guys didn't sleep and were arguing until the morning. Astrea, upon waking up, first of all went to the boys to check how they slept and whether they had fought. Looking into the room, the teacher saw that everything was quiet and calm. Coming closer, she was touched by the picture of the boys sleeping peacefully, hugging each other. She thought how cute they were and didn't wake them up, deciding to let them sleep a little longer. The woman left so as not to disturb them, and an hour later, the boys woke up and saw that they were lying in an embrace and immediately began to quarrel. Then they got dressed and headed to the living room, arguing along the way and figuring out who had snuggled up to whom in their sleep. Once in the living room, they saw an unexpected guest. Hex greeted them while drinking tea with the swordswoman. The guys were surprised what Hex was doing at their house at such an early hour. Astria rose from her chair to tell the boys some important news. She announced that she and Hex had discussed it and decided that it would be better for the boys to take refuge in Hex's house for a while. The guys weren't at all happy about this news, and also why they should hide at Hex's and from whom. The students were surprised and asked what was going on and why such precautions were being taken. The teacher didn't really want to answer this question, and she didn't know how to tell the boys the truth. This morning, she came to check on the students and saw that they were sleeping peacefully, so the swordswoman decided not to disturb them and left the room. As she was leaving, she felt something strange and stopped. The whole time the barrier was broken, she felt a strange aura. And now, the swordswoman no longer felt this aurora and its presence. She had never encountered such energy before. The force was very powerful and unfamiliar, and spoke of the high level of the owner. It was the aura of a master-level bearer. But why would such a master make his way through a dense forest with monsters and then just retreat? This meant one thing, that the great swordswoman had been challenged, but it was not this that worried Rhea, but the fact that she did not know who she was dealing with. Although the sorceress Jenny strengthened the protection and barrier, the woman was worried about her boys and that they might be in danger. Then Astria looked up at Xian and said that this was so that the students would not see her taking other people's lives. Sigrian didn't expect such an answer. He really had never seen Rhea kill someone before. It was important to the swordswoman to protect the children at any cost, especially her beloved Sigrian. But along with him, she also protected the evil god. She remembered the conversation with Cassian, how he said that she and Xian were one, and the boy was just a vessel that must be plunged into darkness. Rhea was very afraid of this moment, so she tried to surround the guy with love and care so as not to let the evil seeds sprout. She tried to make sure the guy didn't see evil and aggression, and seeing how she would kill could provoke the awakening of darkness in him. Xian watched Rhea's reaction closely and noticed that her face was ashen, so he asked what had happened and whether she really needed to protect them again. Aaron listened silently and tried to grasp the essence of the conversation, because the adults were clearly hiding something. The swordswoman asked to give her only 3 days, and after 3 days, she promises to return for the boys. She asked me to trust her and wait, not to go anywhere, and also to behave well and not to swear. The boys listened attentively to the teacher's instructions and understood that this was a serious matter and that they needed to try very hard and be obedient. The boys looked at each other and nodded their heads as a sign of at least a temporary truce for the sake of their beloved teacher. And together they answered that she could be calm about them and not worry. They would not let her down and would be waiting at Hex's house. After a short farewell, Hex activated the teleporter and moved with the boys to his home. The officer said he would show them their rooms and they could make themselves at home, but he noticed that the boy looked very worried. Hex offered them a choice of 2 rooms. One they had already been in before, and the other was a guest room, and they themselves should choose who would be where. Suddenly, Xian fell to his knees and addressed Hex, calling him the King of Battles. The boy begged him to teach him martial arts, at least for these 3 days. For the officer, this request was very unexpected. He was surprised and asked how he could train the boy if he was already a student of the great swordswoman. Hex explained to the boy that one could only pass on instructions to another person's student if one's status was higher than that of the mentor, and he asked Aaron to confirm his words. At that moment, Aaron remembered that the mentor had also recently looked very worried. This was when the royal elf came to visit them, and after lunch, they decided to go out for a short walk and quietly whispered to each other. And Xian acted strangely that day and asked to be his sparring partner when the right day came. Aaron thought that Xian was probably asking the officer for training to become stronger for the sake of her mentor. Since that was the case, the Lord also fell to his knees next to his opponent and asked him to also give him martial arts lessons. Xian freaked out when Aaron repeated what he said. He guessed that the Lord wanted to overtake him and become number 1 in the eyes of the mentor. Aaron also believed that his opponent wanted to show off in front of Rhea, become stronger, and take all the attention for himself. He also has no intention of giving up and turned to Hex and said that he respects the Battle King very much, and it is an honor for him to learn from him. Hex thought he was dealing with just one child, and then there was the second one, He thought they were completely uncontrollable, and how could Rhea cope? Meanwhile, Rhea went out on business, and first she needed to go to the market. All the sellers knew her, respected her, addressed her by name, and were happy to help the great holy swordswoman. Meanwhile, a stranger was watching Astria, and thought to himself that it seemed the swordswoman did not feel his presence and Aruru at all. The swordswoman had a weakness for jewelry. She loved them very much. She also remembered that Shin's birthday was coming up soon, and she needed to look for something for him. The stranger watched Rhea closely and thought how careless she was, and how she had apparently completely lost her vigilance and former form. Well, he praised himself for having great skills in camouflage and stealth surveillance. Astria walked on, and the stranger quietly followed her from behind, wondering what this man saw in her. But it doesn't matter, because today the great swordswoman will fall by his sword. Before the stranger could finish this thought and draw his weapon, the great swordswoman turned around and grabbed his hand. The man could not understand when she managed to make the capture, and also when she realized that she was being followed. After all, he was the best hired killer and did everything perfectly. He didn't even realize when he was found out. Astria pinned the criminal against the wall and said that they needed to have a serious talk, but not here, since there were a lot of people around. The market was crowded and noisy, and the swordswoman didn't want to start a showdown in front of everyone. Therefore, she decided to teleport to a secluded place where she could calmly find out why she was being followed, and, most importantly, who was following her. Astria activated the interdimensional tunnel and teleported to the lake. The heroes found themselves right on the water. The stranger didn't expect to find himself here and began to drown, saying what kind of nonsense the swordswoman was doing. Astria laughed and said, "Does a person really not know the technique of hovering over water?" And it turns out that he himself is out of shape. But the great swordswoman is in excellent physical shape and would give anyone a head start. The stranger turned out to be a woman, and she asked how long ago the swordswoman had noticed the surveillance. Rhea replied that from the very beginning. That's why she walked to the market. Here, Astria stuck her hand into the portal and, taking out her weapon, said that she was in a hurry. They were waiting for her, so she needed to finish here quickly. She pointed the sword towards the criminal, looked into her eyes, and asked if she could begin. The swordswoman raised her sword over her head, but did not have time to strike, as it was not necessary. The stranger drowned herself. But initially, she brazenly intended to kill the great swordswoman, but she committed suicide. She must not have wanted to give away the customer, and also wanted to preserve her pride. And in general, to decide to challenge the greatest swordswoman, you need to be very brave and worthy of respect. Astria wished for her soul to rest in peace. She could not waste any more time here, so she activated the portal and teleported. A mysterious figure appeared near the body of the murdered woman. He looked at the murdered woman and admitted that Astria was still as strong as ever. He called the murdered woman a fool because she disobeyed him and dared to attack the swordswoman when he ordered her to only keep an eye on her. The mysterious man raised his hand over the woman's body and said that she should disappear without a trace for disobeying him. At that moment, dark energy was released from his hands and consumed his body, turning it into ashes. The man was dissatisfied with his subordinate and the defeat in this battle. However, apparently, Rhea did not guess who was behind all this and did not sense his presence in Aruru. But he had been following her every step from the very beginning and had seen everything that had just happened on the lake. The mysterious man removed his hood. He had long dreamed of revenge and finishing off the swordswoman, and whispered that it was time for her star to fade. Meanwhile, Hex and the boys were training in full swing. They were training with all their might, not sparing themselves, and everyone wanted to stand out. The boys were already exhausted, but full of thirst to surpass their opponent. The officer offered them a rest, but the boys refused. The Battle King himself was already tired of the training, but the boys still did not calm down. The officer was indignant at how it was possible to train without rest for the third day in a row. The boys lay there, exhausted, with their hands outstretched, moaning and trying to use gestures to explain to the teacher what they wanted, as they no longer had the strength to speak. Finally, they said the word potion. The master got them a potion for strength and energy. After taking a sip, the students became full of energy and fighting spirit again. They continued to hone the fighting techniques and strikes of the great king of battles. Hex noted their talent, ability to learn, and determination. The boys showed excellent results and did not give up. Hex thought, Just one sip and they'll be as good as new, ready to go into battle. A real battle was taking place in the master's backyard. The man understood their boyish ardor, but still believed that they needed to rest, at least periodically. But who listened to him? However, he did not stop, seeing that what was happening between them was not just a fight, but real magic. The boys' energy was intensifying and improving. Hex taught them how to use magic and energy in combat for defense, as well as how to use this energy to strengthen their attacks. The master also noted that the students grasped everything on the fly. These guys had enormous potential and energy and honed their skills with a fierce passion. However, the officer felt that the boys were fighting too harshly and aggressively just for training. Hex immediately thought of Rhea in the past, how she trained relentlessly despite injuries and abused the potion just to keep up with her training. He laughed and said that it was immediately obvious whose students they were. Even despite the muscle tear, the swordswoman continued her training and did not miss any workouts. And as the saying goes, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree, so Hex abandoned the idea of stopping the boys. Suddenly, the officer received a message. He immediately responded, as it could be something very important. It was a swordswoman, so the master called out to the boys and said it was time to wrap things up. He delighted his students that there was news from their beloved teacher, and that she would be home very soon, so they should get ready. When the boys returned home, Astria was already at home and happily greeted her students. The boys said they were just as happy to see their favorite teacher, but Rhea didn't notice any particular joy on their faces. They seemed sad to her, and the woman wondered if they weren't happy about her return. Then Cian turned to her. The woman came closer and was all attention. Shyly, Cian said that if the mentor didn't mind, he would really like to visit Mr. Hex at least once a week. Rhea was surprised and noticed that Cian didn't just want to come visit, but to stay with her friend. Then Aaron joined in and said that he wanted to too. Astria tried to understand what could have happened during those 3 days while she was absent and why the boys began to call Hex Lord. Of course, among all the masters, Hex stands out for his humor, jokes, nobility, and kindness. And he cooks great. The students simply adore him and Ray too. But she still felt a little worried that they might have switched to his side too quickly. The swordswoman fell into thought. Maybe she wasn't too kind to the boys, or overloaded them with training, or wasn't attentive. Then Astria comes up with an idea on how to get closer to the boys, and she suggests going out together to have some fun. The boys were a little surprised, since the teacher had never suggested such a thing to them, and they asked again what she meant. Maybe traveling. The teacher answered positively, remembering how strict she was with them and how she drilled them every day without rest. They were probably tired, and as a reward for their efforts, the woman offers them a trip, which the boys refused, upsetting the teacher. They thanked him, but preferred the option of visiting Mr. Hex, since they were not interested in traveling at the moment. The great swordswoman became completely dejected and sad. The boys became worried and hurried to ask what was wrong with her. The boys didn't want to offend their favorite teacher and asked if she wanted to go on the trip herself. And if they go, then where exactly did she want to go? The woman then recalled that once, while walking by Lake Xi'an, she was struck by its beauty and size, to which Rhea replied that the sea was much larger than the lake. The boy's eyes sparkled, and he began to ask with great interest how big the sea was and what it looked like. The teacher began to tell him about the sea and the ocean, and the child finally said that he would like to see it with his own eyes one day. Therefore, without thinking for long, I already knew what to answer the boys. The woman said that she would like to go to the sea. Because Xi'an had previously been wary of people and became stressed when they were in crowded places, the woman could not take him anywhere. But now he has changed a lot, grown up, and is already asking to visit, so he is ready. The mentor decided that they would go right away and asked what they thought about going on a trip on a luxury liner. The boys thought about it, as they had no plans to go on a trip and give up training with Mr. Hex right now. They've become passionate about hand-to-hand combat and would like to continue honing their skills. But it seems that Rhea really needs to travel right now. And for the sake of their beloved teacher, the boys agreed to the trip. Aaron said that he was ready to take on the search for the liner. He added that he had often been on ships and knew which ones were best. Rhea was very happy and thanked him for his help. The woman approached Aaron with an important request that their identities not be revealed, and the student nodded his head. Having agreed on the trip, the heroes wished each other good night, and the boys went up to bed as they were very tired. Sweetly stretching, Astria felt that she was also tired and wondered if she should go to bed. The danger is over, the children are okay, and she can finally relax and sleep peacefully. So she did, put on her favorite pajamas and went to bed. That night, she was tormented by a nightmare again. In her sleep, she moaned and called for her mother. Astria dreamed of her past life. She was that little defenseless girl who walked in the dark and called for her mother. Then she dreamed of an amusement park where she was waiting for her mother, but she was still not there. A moment later, the girl found herself in darkness. She was lonely and scared. Despairing of finding her mother, she sat down and began to cry as a shadow appeared behind her. She felt that there was someone behind her and turned back. Maybe it was her mother who had come, but it was not she. Standing in front of her was the stranger who had saved her from the beatings of her cruel stepfather and who called himself Cassian. Seeing him, the girl calmed down and wiped away her tears. She felt hope. She was glad that she was no longer alone. The evil god once again entered the holy swordswoman's dream to absorb the black mana that is fueled by pain and fear. But he couldn't understand why she kept trying desperately to find her mother again and again. She cries and calls her every time. The mother who doesn't need her and whom she is trying to abandon. The woman doesn't even look at her crying daughter. Here, the evil god looked on from the sidelines indifferently. And at some point, this repeating picture began to irritate him. He once again saw a crying girl in the dark, and he had an idea and decided to come closer. If he fills the girl's subconscious, he will be able to subjugate the holy swordswoman. Cassian walked closer to the girl and called her. The child turned around with hope in his eyes and recognized Cassian. Cassian replied that it was indeed he, and he had relieved her of the cause of her grief, and that she could now calm down and not cry. The girl stood up, straightened herself, wiped away her tears, and screamed even louder. She jumped into his arms and asked him to help her find her mother. The evil god's plan didn't work, and he looked questioningly at the child. He thought that since he was protecting the girl, shouldn't she stop crying and be grateful to him? But the girl did not stop crying and calling for her mother. The little girl took his hand and asked for help again. He said irritably that he heard her and would help if she stopped crying. Then the heroes were transported back to the amusement park. This time the girl was not alone. Her brother, Cassian, seemed to be helping her look for her mother. Suddenly, the child saw a familiar face and was delighted. It was her mother. The little girl happily ran up to her and hugged her. Cassian watched the scene silently, hoping his plan would work. The child's joy knew no bounds. She finally found her beloved mother and stopped crying and felt safe. The evil god decided that his mission for the day was accomplished and he could go. He disappeared, and after him, his dark aura and the mother and daughter were left alone. At this point, the swordswoman herself woke up. She remembered that she had dreamed of something interesting, but she does not remember the details. However, she feels that in the dream, she did not have time to say something important. Her thoughts were interrupted by a knock on the door. It was her student, and he was asking if she was awake. Aaron announced that they had already packed their things and were ready, but she didn't have to rush. They would wait. Astria had completely forgotten that today was the very day they had agreed to go on a trip. A huge luxury liner was already waiting for them at the pier. Aaron, seeing Sion's admiring eyes, asked him if he was seeing the liner for the first time. Sion replied that he was seeing the sea for the first time. Aaron began to boast that he had been to such places many times before, and that he had also booked 2 luxury rooms, one of which was for the teacher. But Sion wasn't interested in listening to the bragging at all, and he stepped aside. Aaron was shocked that the guy was so indifferent to the liner and luxury. The guy was fascinated by the sea. He had never seen it before, and when he came to the shore, he looked at it and said, now he knows how big it is. The lake near their house doesn't even come close to being comparable to the vast sea. Aaron was truly convinced that Sion was truly only interested in the sea. It was the first time the Lord had seen his opponent so impressed, and I thought that it wasn't in vain that I tried so hard and looked for the best liner, as well as comfortable rooms, although Sion would have liked first class too. Then the teacher came up. She was eager to find out from her student about his first impressions of the sea. She was wearing a new luxurious dress and jewelry. The woman joked that the view of the sea was so beautiful that one could admire it forever. The boys confirmed that one could indeed look at such beauty forever, although they did not mean the sea at all. Aaron hurried to meet the mentor and help her, and also added that her idea with the sea was delightful. And he began to shower the woman with compliments, saying that even the seascape faded in comparison to her beauty. The guy was completely captivated by the swordswoman's beauty. The Lord said with admiration that it seemed he had fallen in love again. The woman smiled coquettishly and noted his assertiveness in love affairs. Astria praised the student for his efforts, because she knows how difficult it is to get tickets on a liner of such a level. And she thanked the Lord from the bottom of her heart, since thanks to him, everyone would be able to enjoy their vacation in complete comfort. The Lord was struck dead. He was happy like a child that his teacher praised him. Then the woman approached Sion to talk to him and said that she was glad that he liked the sea. She said that she remembered how, even as a child, he dreamed of seeing the sea, and she was worried that now this dream might be irrelevant for him. Sion had no idea that his mentor was so attentive to his dreams and desires, which meant he meant a lot to her. The guy was very pleased that she remembered his childhood dream. It was such a long time ago, and the words were thrown out just like that, like children. But the teacher still carried them in her heart. The guy repeated once again that he really liked the sea, and he really appreciated that she remembered this. And he thanked her for the opportunity to go on a trip with her. They stood silently on the pier and admired the beautiful scenery and the iridescent colors. Astria herself was happy with this journey. Then they announced that the liner would soon depart and asked all passengers to come on board. The swordswoman hurried the students, otherwise they would be late. While no one was looking, Aaron took out a bottle of potion and wanted to drink it secretly. He opened it carefully and was in anticipation, as he had been told that the effect would be stunning. Then suddenly, Sion came up from behind and nudged him in the shoulder to hurry him up, as he saw that Aaron was hesitating. The bottle with the magic potion fell and broke. The Lord screamed in surprise, and Sion apologized. He didn't want to scare him, but just wanted to hurry him onto the liner, because boarding was ending soon. At this point, the Lord flared up and declared that an apology alone would not be enough, since the guy didn't even know what kind of medicine was in that bottle. Xian said again that he was very sorry, and also asked what medicine they were talking about, whether the Lord was sick or something. Aaron muttered that no. Astria hurriedly returned to the boys to find out what was going on and why they were still not on the ship. Here Sion was about to tell about the medicine, but Aaron shut his mouth and answered that it was just vitamins that broke because of Sion. The Lord assured the mentor that nothing important had happened and everything was fine. The swordswoman calmed down and said that they needed to get on board quickly, otherwise the ship would leave without them, to which the Lord cheerfully replied that they were already on their way. The happy heroes headed on board, not yet knowing what surprises and trials would await them on the ship. The stranger was already waiting for them on the ship, passionately eager to harm the great swordswoman and get even with her. He watched her secretly and thought that soon this smile would disappear from this sweet face and her star would go out. All the heroes were on the ship and their journey began. On board the liner, the heroes encountered luxury and beauty, and there were also many interesting people around. Everyone was refined, well-mannered, and beautifully dressed. People were enjoying their time. Everyone enjoyed themselves except our heroes. Aaron was seasick and felt nauseous all the time. Astria helped the Lord and asked him what he should have said, and she would have taken the necessary potion with her, to which Aaron replied that he had it. Seeing how the guy is suffering, Rhea decides to go to the staff. They will definitely have the necessary medicine on board. Sion offered to go himself, but the swordswoman told him to stay with the Lord. She wanted to go herself. The teacher left the boys alone and went to get some motion sickness medicine. Sion sat down next to Aaron and turned to him sympathetically, asking why he had kept silent about this, to which the Lord merely waved his hand. Sion continued, "If the Lord had said on land as soon as the bottle broke, he would have gotten him a new one." Aaron replied, "Did he really think that he would show his weakness for now? He has pride." Sion listened silently and did not interrupt. He wanted to help, but did not know how. Suddenly, Arena felt sick again. Sion held him and helped, and also gave him an injection to make sure it wasn't too late for the Lord to remember his pride. Aaron asked him to shut up, but didn't have time to say anything more rude, because he started to feel sick again. Sion helped the Lord as best he could, and did not leave his side, wondering when Rhea would come with the medicine. Then he felt a strange energy and turned around, but there was nothing suspicious behind him. The stranger managed to hide at the last moment, and was very surprised that this youth sensed his aura. He wondered if it was just a coincidence, or if the guy really felt it, since even the great swordswoman herself didn't notice anything. Continuing to watch Xian mess with the Lord, he decided it was just a coincidence. The man thought, so this wasn't just a rumor, and the swordswoman really did have students. He recognized Lord Aaron Groden, but there was no second student. In any case, he didn't want to leave any witnesses. While the stranger was watching the swordswoman's students, a beautiful person entered the hall and attracted all attention. From all sides, one could hear who this woman was, what kind of dress she had, who made it for her, and other words of admiration. These words were all directed at the holy swordswoman who entered the hall. She was beautiful and dazzling. The stranger noticed this in the port from the ship, but up close she was even more beautiful. He thought that the years had not changed her at all. On the contrary, she had become even better. Here the man remembered that day and his meeting with the great swordswoman. When he caught up with her on the street to say important words, he called out to her and, coming closer, confessed his love and strong feelings, and now she was just as beautiful and delightful. Astria headed to the center of the banquet hall. The man wondered if she had figured him out and was now heading in his direction. He stood rooted to the spot and was in no hurry to act, and then he thought that if she had figured him out, she wouldn't have walked with such a calm look. So, anonymity is not under threat after all. She came very close, and the man had already changed his mind and was sure that she recognized him and froze in tension. As he waited for Astria to approach, the man was certain that she had definitely remembered him, even though many years had passed since their last meeting. While he was fantasizing about the outcome of events, the swordswoman passed by and asked the waiter to reserve a table. She really liked the place, and the woman told the waiter that she thought her students would like it there as much as she did. Meanwhile, the man stood and listened in complete bewilderment. How could she not recognize him? He loved her so passionately and declared his feelings. Reassuring himself, he suggested that perhaps this was a clever move, and the holy swordswoman wanted to confuse him in this way. Or maybe she just wants to anger him and is making fun of him. Having reserved a table and obtained medicine for the student, Astria headed towards her boys. Once she was very close, the woman saw that the student was also feeling bad, but it was good that Xian had not left him and was nearby. The Lord's face was blank. He felt sick every 5 minutes, but his opponent, despite all the disagreements, helped as best he could. At that moment, Xian felt the mentor approaching and turned around to check if she had arrived. Indeed, it was she. Ria noticed that the student had sensed her aura in advance. Seeing the mentor, Xian quickly turned to her to ask if she had found the necessary medicine. Rhea quickly handed the bottle to the student. Opening the bottle of potion, Xian handed it to Aaron. The guy said that the medicine had been found, and the Lord should drink it quickly. The mentor watched with affection as the boys communicated peacefully, and Xian looked after the sick Aaron. After a while, the Lord felt a little better. He was very tired and exhausted, so the heroes decided to take him to the cabin. Xian and Astria decided to stay in the cabin for a while and make sure that the Lord was feeling better and could be left alone. The Lord could not bear the fact that Astria saw him in such a state, and he assured them that he was already better, and they could go. The teacher smiled in response to his request and said that it would not be difficult for her to stay with him. Xian, looking at Aaron, thought that from his appearance, you couldn't tell that he was better. Astria thought that the Lord could use something for his stomach and to restore his strength, and asked the student to bring some potions. Xian went to search, met a steward, asked for medicine, and he gave him the potions, saying that he should drink them once a day. Xian thanked him for his help and needed to return to his friends. He recalled today, and some moments seemed strange to him. Xian remembered being on board the ship and helping Aaron because he was seasick. I remembered how Ria brought a bottle of medicine, but he doesn't remember at all what happened before she appeared. It was dark, as if someone had turned off the light and then turned it on. At first he was worried about sleepwalking. Now this. Xian was at a loss and worried, not understanding what was happening to him. While Xian went to get the medicine, Ria stood next to the student and couldn't help in any way, only looked at him sympathetically. She scolded herself for having collected a bunch of healing potions and not taken anything for seasickness. Xian was gone for a long time, and the mentor began to worry that maybe he still hadn't found a cure. Here, the sick lord somehow got up and took a scroll out of his jacket pocket. Astria was surprised and did not understand why the magic of silence suddenly worked. Here, Aaron finally answered that it was he who used the scroll of silence, and now he needed to tell her something very important. The swordswoman wondered if it was really so important that the Lord had to use the scroll of silence. The Lord said that it was really necessary and confessed his feelings to her, saying that he truly loved her. He looked so serious that Astria expected to hear something more important. Then the swordswoman remembered a book about a legendary sword and the main character, Arin, who was madly in love with his mentor, and he was ready to sacrifice himself for her. Apart from her, nothing around him interested him, and her death simply killed him, and he considers it his life's work to take revenge on the one who is guilty of the death of the woman he loves. The hero is ready to pay any price for this revenge, even the price of his life. In the original book, after Astria's death, the hero's character changes dramatically and becomes extremely gloomy, and darkness settles in his soul. Now he lives only with thoughts of revenge and no longer opens his heart to anyone. Gathering his remaining strength, Arin tries to get out of bed. The Lord swears his feelings and love to the woman. Astria could not reciprocate her student's feelings, and she felt awkward hurting him at a time when he was feeling bad. But the swordswoman could no longer continue this. She had to let her student come down to earth in reality and not dream about it. She put on a serious expression and said that she believed in the seriousness of his feelings, but she wanted to be absolutely clear and honest. The woman said she had no desire whatsoever to accept his feelings. For her, he is just a student and will always remain so. Since the Lord was already better, the woman saw no more point in staying in the cabin and said that she could go now. These words stunned Arin, who was always used to getting what he wanted, and he shouted after her to stay. And he declared that he was not going to give up, just because Astria was not reciprocating his feelings right now. The swordswoman was surprised that the guy didn't understand her words. Maybe she needed to be tougher. Then the teacher changed her tone and told him not to forget that he was a student and did not dare to show such insolence and cross the line. To which the Lord objected that Cian was also her student and had more than once entered into informal relationships, but nothing happened to him for it. The teacher replied that she treated both of them equally as students, but Cian was also a member of the family. Arin listened attentively to the teacher and then added that despite the fact that the woman was pushing him away, he would not give up. Then the guy grabbed the woman by the hand, and he pulled her towards him, saying that he would achieve her at any cost. The more she pushes him away, the stronger his determination will be, and the more he will become fired up. Rhea was confused. She no longer knew what to say, in what tone and what words to explain that she was not interested in the Lord. After all, when you refuse, a person usually becomes discouraged and angry, but here it's the opposite. Arin, continuing the love theme, admitted that he was angry at first, but now he realized his advantage. And the fact that the swordswoman seriously thought about his words means that she takes him seriously and sees a man in him. She sees him as an equal and worthy person, not as a little child who needs to be looked after. Astria exclaimed his name and wanted to object to the guy, when suddenly he changed dramatically. The Lord began to yawn and say that he was very tired. He was feeling sleepy, apparently due to the effect of the medication, and it was time for him to sleep. And at the end, he joked that the dress suits the woman very well, but next time, he would prefer to see her in a white dress. Leaving the Lord's cabin, Rhea stopped to catch her breath and thoughts. Her head was spinning from his persistence and words. In any case, Arin is already asleep. Cian is not here yet, so the swordswoman has free time, and she needs to finish one thing that cannot be delayed. As soon as they boarded the liner, the great swordswoman felt a strange aura, so she needed to check who it came from. On the way to the hall, Astria met Cian, who was just carrying medicine for the Lord. The swordswoman said that she urgently needed to go, and also asked the student to stay in the room, as it could be dangerous there. Regarding the medicine, the woman said that they were needed now because the Lord had fallen asleep, and it was better not to disturb him. The student knew his mentor well, and therefore immediately caught her gaze. He immediately realized that the teacher was hiding something from him, but the guy didn't show it and told his mentor that she could calmly go about her business and not worry about him. The woman smiled and apologized for taking them out of the house for fun, but in the end, it hadn't worked out yet. The teacher thanked me for my understanding and said that she would be back soon. Cian knew that look well. The mentor always had that look when he was in danger, and she wanted to protect her student. But he didn't show that he suspected anything and behaved as usual, although inside, he was turning over. Since the Lord didn't need the medicines yet, the guy put them aside. Of course, he would listen to his mentor and do as she said, but inside the student was tormented by thoughts. Thoughts about the fact that he is not yet strong enough for the swordswoman to perceive him as an equal and allow him to protect her. Suddenly, Shin felt unwell. A sudden headache caused him to fall to the floor, and double over in agony. Suddenly, his aura and energy changed dramatically, and he felt a foreign presence inside him. Then he stood up, straightened his clothes, and tidied himself up. His manners and movements were already different. And his look also changed. He said that he was not going to obey and stay where he was. No one could order him around. Meanwhile, the swordswoman went down to the main hall in hopes of finding the person from whom that strange aura emanated. Astria closed her eyes to focus on her feelings and sensations, trying to track the source of the alien aura. Having scanned the energy of the people in the hall, the great swordswoman realized that he was not in the hall. Then she moved to the lobby, but that energy wasn't there either. The woman then entered a deeper state and tried to feel the energy of the surrounding rooms. Finally, Astria caught the source of the signal. It came from the deck. The woman needed to go outside. The swordswoman headed there without thinking, but she had to be careful. Astria didn't yet know who she would be dealing with, but she understood well that this man had colossal abilities. This level of skill is difficult to detect even for her. To do this, she had to use all her strength and skills and spend a lot of energy. But she still found him. Astria approached the stranger cautiously. She wondered who he was and what his purpose was here. Suddenly, the ship lurched sharply to the side, and a strong wave covered the deck. The heroes were pushed aside by the force of the blow. It was a sea monster named Kraken. All sailors feared it because of its size and enormous power. Krakens had a ferocious nature, often attacked ships and sank more than one vessel.